Chapter 101. Boom! The dragon-shaped tornado collided with the huge shark water bomb, exploding with violent energy. Kisame still won, and the vast energy directly destroyed Chun Baojuan's dragon-shaped tornado. Although Kisame's great shark ball technique had the upper hand, it did not attack Chun Baojun. He had already retreated. It's a pity that Kisame's life was not good. After using the trick art skill twice, he encountered physical skills. The last time he was overthrown by the Sun Tiger, he almost lost his life. Although he was slightly better this time, there was no result. Thinking that his big shark bullet technique could absorb the opponent's ninjutsu to increase his power, he encountered physique twice. After pushing Chun Baojun back, Kisame smoothly reached the vicinity of Obito's Susanoo, and at the same time, Itachi also came over. Let's go immediately. Be careful of Danzo's distinguished heavenly gods. Itachi rushed over to Obito and said to him softly. These days there are always inexplicable fights. Itachi feels a little annoyed and finds a step to let Obito go down. Obito was shocked when he heard the words. He almost forgot about it when he was beaten by Flying Thunder God technique just now. I saw Obito in the Azure Susanoo, pulling out two shurikens in his hands. Kamui, shuriken. I saw the shuriken wrapped in chakra, flying directly from Susanoo towards Danzo's position. This is a time-space skill retreat. Chiyu immediately urged and drew away from Danzo. Several nearby root ninjas who wanted to resist this ninjutsu also retreated immediately. Tear and pull. After they avoided, the space where the two shurikens passed by was distorted, absorbing all the matter where they passed, and the big trees were all cut off. Rao is Danzo, and at the moment he is also looking at Obito a few hundred meters away in a cold sweat. The other party not only has very ridiculous space-time pupil transfer and hollow, but now also has a long-range space-time attack. The danger of this person has greatly increased. Fortunately, Obito and the others are equally afraid of Flying Thunder God technique and distinguished heavenly gods. Obito opened the Kamui space Uzumaki. The three of them disappeared immediately. Together, they didn't worry about the Flying Thunder God technique ninja rushing in. In the Kamui space, Obito looked at the shuriken and kunai on the ground with a bad look. He picked up a handle of kunai, which was bare on it. But as he took apart the cloth on the handle of kunai, he nodded clearly when he saw the mysterious black mark on it. Similarly, Kisame next to him picked up a few shurikens, and it was easy to see the lines of the shuriken. When he tried hard, the shuriken was divided into two parts, which also had black rune marks inside. Then the three of them cleaned the shuriken and kunai in Kimui's space. Obito didn't want to use Kimui one day when a dark shadow suddenly came in. A few tens of kilometers away, Black Zetsu and others were still thinking about being a fisherman. I didn't expect the matter to end so quickly, only a few minutes before and after. Seeing the sunset fade away, Black Zetsu felt a little melancholy. Just now I asked White Zetsu to deliberately seduce other scouting ninjas to come over to watch the battle, and now look at the wool. Flying Thunder God technique. Orochimaru whispered softly here, as if recalling something. At the same time, the heart is also puzzling. He is 100% sure that the Flying Thunder God technique ninja is definitely not Danzo's, otherwise he would have made trouble with a high profile. He guessed that the probability is Tsunade's ninja, but who is it? Orochimaru has no clue. Desonas must be urged to work hard on impure world reincarnation. Orochimaru muttered in his heart. Space-time pupil technique appeared. Flying Thunder God technique ninja appeared. Orochimaru began to worry that he could not keep up with the times. However, his Orochimaru is not impossible. It's inexplicable. This is. Scouting ninjas from other forces rushed here back and forth. There was a mess here, and there were rumors that the remnant Shao organization split again. The two time-space pupil techniques Mangekyo turned their eyes, and the rumors that the Flying Thunder God technique reappeared. I didn't see anything. Everyone was confused when they saw the information passed on to each other. Although I can't believe it, I don't dare to ignore this message. Why did the Third Ninja War end? Isn't it because many forces have been educated by the Yellow Flash that they will honestly stop the war? In the last few incidents, Konoha has already revealed his powerful background, and there is another Flying Thunder God technique ninja. The ninjas who received the news from the various forces immediately frowned and left quickly. Master Black Zetsu, it's not good. We got another piece of information from Konoha. When Black Zetsu Orochimaru and others went back to the base, White Zetsu suddenly appeared, and Black Zetsu and Uchiha looked gloomy when they spoke. Some time ago, after Orochimaru started cultivating White Zetsu with Hashirama cells and Geto statue in his hand, Black Zetsu boldly used White Zetsu in his hand to go to Konoha to inquire about information. Anyway, even if it is lost, there will be more follow-ups. We don't lack the toolman White Zetsu. But now so soon White Zetsu came to report bad news. Uchiha Shina is now Konoha and Danzo? Black Zetsu was dumbfounded. Isn't it Danzo's work that the Uchiha clan was destroyed? Uchiha Shina, what is this operation? If you don't take revenge, why do you still surrender to the enemy? Perhaps, distinguished heavenly gods. Black Zetsu woke up immediately after thinking for a while. Orochimaru had been thinking about it for a long time. But this time he came over and saw the information bewildered. He didn't analyze what Tsunade meant. One night passed, and the next day came. Black Zetsu, who was about to return to the base, once again received information from Konoha from the White Zetsu. As expected, Uchiha Shina was taken by Danzo distinguished heavenly gods. Immediately Black Zetsu asked the White Zetsus to spread the news around the ninja world. Let all forces in the ninja world be wary of Danzo, and help him share the pressure from Danzo. On Chiyu's side, everyone returned to Konoha village with Danzo. Although he returned without success this time, Danzo was not lost. It not only proved that Shao organized the remnant party to split again, but also saw that Flying Thunder God technique can well restrain the time and space pupil technique. And he found that Uchiha Obito's eyes were more perfect than he expected, and with the presence of Chiyu, the Flying Thunder God, he thought a lot more. Now that the body is wrapped in White Zetsu and distinguished heavenly gods gave Tsunade to Tsunade, there are now 2 3-hook jade in the eyes under the sunglasses. But after all, it was just a 3-hook jade, and he was even more greedy for Mangekyo and Rinnegan. Obito, who used Kamui to run the road, now appeared in Kojima Namino. Now that Obito is deeply impressed, he wants to bring some more people into the group. This time, he is focusing on Kirigakure's rebellion. One of the 7 Kirigakure ninja swords will not be cut again. Konoha's pressure was so great that Obito was overwhelmed. Moreover, if Isshin wants to regain Rinnegan from Black Zetsu, he must have the ability to break through Orochimaru and Uchiha. Obito finally breathed a sigh of relief when he heard the news that Uchiha Shina was controlled by Danzo distinguished heavenly gods to become a puppet. Distinguished heavenly gods is not there. The pressure from Danzo is so small. After all, no one wants to be someone else's puppet. Konoha is really scary. It seems that the plan must be started as soon as possible. If Tsunade has to digest Konoha's power, this world of ninja will definitely change drastically. Inoki frowned and murmured while holding the information in his hand. Tsunade has always been committed to the development of transportation in the ninja world. At that time, with its strong strength and super high influence, who knows whether the current balance will be disrupted? The storm that Tsunade might bring on his body made Inoki a little scared. After all, after adapting to the environment for decades and suddenly changing the day and day, he is still very confused. Chapter 102. At noon Konoha, Shizen brought lunch. Chiyu felt Hokage's office, and then walked over to take his wife home for dinner. Those who are famous all over the world will surely ruin the world. Tusk. Luckily, I let Danzo come out early. Tsunade was holding the file in his hand at this moment, gloating with emotion, and took a sip of the hot soup. A few days later, Danzo was killed by Akatsuki because of Third Hokage, and the incident of encircling Akatsuki and organizing the remnant party also spread. Although the incident was gentle, no one even saw the scene. However, the fact that Shimura Danzo owned Flying Thunder God technique subordinates and used distinguished heavenly gods to manipulate Mangekyo Sharingan Uchiha Shiranai as a puppet has been passed out. Last night, many of the roots of Umbu, who were out there, had sent back a lot of documents, all stating Danzo's conspiracy theory, threat theory, and so on. After all, Danzo has been too brave recently. Today, his appearance outside is Might Guy on the left, Flying Thunder God on the right, with style Yamato in front and Mangekyo in the back. Coupled with the top tactics he showed, it was suddenly a super godlike existence in the ninja world. Poor Danzo is very old and 80, and he is said to be an ambitious man. A lot of angry Danzo's fans retorted, "After all, our elder Danzo is already in his old age and has done his best for Konoha. Now that there is no time to live forever, how can anyone be so cruel to slander Konoha's warrior?" Danzo was very angry at first, but after knowing that many fans were speaking for him, he didn't know whether he should come out to clarify or who troubled him. Of course, I didn't get vented outside, but I was still looking for Tsunade. The rumors that he had any conspiracy, that he had flying thunder god subordinates or something, he endured it. But saying that he used distinguished heavenly gods to control Uchiha Shina, he naturally knew that Tsunade threw it to him. Naturally, I have to come to Tsunade theory. After all, I am wronged. Anyhow, discuss it in advance, right? As the root of Konoha, isn't it your duty to carry the pot? Danzo came to Tsunade this morning to ask for an explanation. After I got this sentence, I almost didn't choke to death. I didn't say the last sentence and left in a huff. Chiyu, Shizune, and Nara Lugio endured very fortunately on the sidelines, and even Jiraiya sympathized with Danzo. Then Udatane Koharu and Mito Kato Hamura, who came to discuss the matter, looked at Tsunade's gaze called a cautious one. They are all nearly 70 years old and can't stand the toss of Tsunade. Although they still didn't let go of their power, they didn't want to live fortunately like Danzo. Don't be happy. You have made so many arrangements blatantly. You are now in Danzo's situation, and it will be a few days away. While eating, Chiyu sighed and reminded his complacent daughter-in-law. Cut, Tsunade is so simple. What bad thoughts can a weak woman have? It must be Danzo's instigation. Tsunade poured a sip of spirits boldly, waved his hand, and said indifferently, Don't. Keep your voice down. In case Danzo hears that he will be D off. Chiyu said, covering his face. The next thing, if one is not good, it may become a historical sinner, let alone Tsunade throwing the pot to Danzo. Even if Tsunade and Danzo bear the pot together, I am afraid it is not enough. The three of them ate while chatting, eating and drinking. Shizune cleared the table. Tsunade lay down on the rocking chair, and Chiyu obediently went over to massage his wife. In the past, she was the only one to help herself when she did hard practice. Now she is a Hokage, and it is very fortunate. Go and bring Naruto. The happy time to win money is here again. A quarter of an hour after Chiyu massaged, Tsunade stretched comfortably and said, Don't make trouble for the flowers of Konoha. Besides, are you short of the money? Chiyu said silently, Recently, my wife took Naruto to the casino to gamble, but she never lost. It's all addictive. Just because of his IQ, what else can do you harm? That European emperor's aura doesn't play a role. Isn't it rotten there? Tsunade's mouth was slightly curled, and he said happily. When Tsunade talked about Naruto and gambling, both eyes were glaring. Originally, she just wanted to take Naruto well, not relying on Nine-Tails chakra all the way like the original book. Anyway, Ashura is also reincarnated. Sage body has to be developed vigorously to see if we can awaken something comparable to Woodstyle's abilities. Occasionally I remember that Naruto is very European king. Tsunade couldn't hold back, so he took Naruto into the casino once. Then it perfectly explained what is called only 0 times and countless times. Tsunade, who has lost money in gambling all his life, has a Queen Europe with him and feels the real joy of gambling. It doesn't matter how much money you win. It's just the sense of fun that always wins. Chiyu had no choice but to perceive the ninja school next to him. It was discovered that Naruto was not in the classroom, but skipped class to buy paint. Shaking his head, Chiyu went back and forth in a magical way and brought the confused little yellow hair back to Hokage's house. Oh, little Naruto, have you missed your sister? Today, I will accompany my sister to continue the massacre and strive to save enough money for your daughter-in-law as soon as possible. Naruto hadn't reacted yet, and Tsunade on the chair called out happily, Yoshi, Sister Tsunade, let's act now. Today is also the day when Uncle Naruto kills the quartet. The 10-year-old kawaii little yellow hair immediately squeezed his fists with gleaming eyes. So Chiyu and Shizune reluctantly watched the cute Konoha gamblers go. In the afterglow of the setting sun, the 10-year-old hedgehog heads into the Uchiha clan lonely. Most of the area here is sealed off. Only a few intact houses can live, and no one lives around. Today, only Sasuke insists on living here. When he came home and opened the door, Sasuke was completely stunned. What caught his eye was a pair of cross-shaped Mangekyo. You are. A few hours later, under the bright moonlight, on the top of the building, Sasuke woke up leisurely and asked when he looked at the person watching the moon standing next to him. If he wasn't a little self-aware, he would really like to rush forward and give a great fireball. Even if you are Uchiha, you can't just use the illusion of infinite reincarnation as soon as you meet, right? Thinking of returning to the nightmarish scene 3 years ago, Sasuke's face turned dark. My name is Chiyu. From now on, I will point you to people who know Sharingan. You are Uchiha Shina, right? The gloom on Sasuke's face disappeared, and he lowered his head guiltily. In recent days, Danzo has used distinguished heavenly gods to control a Mangekyo, and he has also learned about it. Uchiha is Shina, one of the 4 Mangekyo of the original Akatsuki organization, a survivor of the Uchiha extermination. I lost to that man, and there is no hope of winning him yet. I hope you can start Mangekyo soon. Sure enough, after hearing this, Sasuke gritted his teeth immediately, apparently hating the man infinitely. The daughter-in-law must train Naruto in advance, so she won't leave Sasuke behind. Let Chiyu bring Sasuke. As for when he knows the truth of the year and the future, how will he choose? Tsunade didn't care. Even if Sasuke would eventually go astray and wandering like the original, Tsunade didn't let Chiyu shape Sasuke's will now, let alone the act of repaying him. Because Tsunade has always believed that Sasuke, who has finally awakened, is a handsome man who has been silently guarding the ninja world in the future. The general idea is that this is an excellent tool for hitting workers. If the future is so good, why change it? In addition, he was only 17 years old when he was beaten up by Naruto in the original book. Tsunade said that she could still do it for the child to grow up at this time. Only those who have awakened after experiencing the darkness will know how to guard the light better. Chapter 103. Sharingan, known as the Eye of the Portrayal of the Soul, for thousands of years, our Uchiha clan has relied on this eye and has been occupying the position of the first ninja in the ninja world. It seems to be extremely glorious, but in fact, we are all trying our best to extract the power of Sharingan, and we have gone in the wrong direction. In the moonlight, Chiyu sat on the roof, and the little Sasuke next to him listened obediently to what Chiyu said. Wrong direction? Sasuke asked suspiciously. The ninja world has always referred to Sharingan as the cursed eye, and the Uchiha clan is an evil clan, which is actually reasonable. People of the Uchiha clan, when they lose their beloved love or experience extreme pain, extreme emotions will stimulate Sharingan's awakening and gain strength. For thousands of years, both ninjas' impression of Uchiha and Uchiha himself have gone further and further along this road. But in fact, our Sharingan comes from the blood of a fairy. Our Sharingan finally evolved to be Rinnegan, named the Eye of Creation. Since the ultimate evolution is the Eye of Creation, now look at our Uchiha clan's understanding of Sharingan. Is it completely in the opposite direction? Chiyu said. Although he did not have a definite answer to many theories, it was still possible to fool people with the script in his mind. The 10-year-old boy was already at a loss. He didn't even understand Sharingan. How did he know the others? Rinnegan? Is it the Rinnegan of Akatsuki? And losing the beloved, feeling pain. So, that person slaughtered a clan, really, as he said, was to prove his strength and use this method to evolve his eyes. As Sasuke was talking, her little face twisted sternly again. Although Akatsuki's Rinnegan is real, he was transplanted. He can't even use 1/10 of Rinnegan's power. Otherwise, he can completely dominate the ninja world with only half of Rinnegan's power. Only the true master of Rinnegan can exert Rinnegan's power, which is the power that can subvert life and death. After a pause, Chiyu continued. 2,000 years ago, the immortal opened Rinnegan led human beings to rebirth in a fragmented world and passed down chakra, from which the ninja was born. That person is called Otsutsuki Hagoromo, which is the legendary sage of 6 paths. Among his descendants, the Uchiha clan inherited his celestial eye blood, while the Senju and Uzumaki clan inherited his sage body. But for thousands of years, the Uchiha clan developed their power by stimulating extreme emotions, and eventually became slaves to that extreme emotion. After the long story was told, I started to explain some of Sharingan's evolution. The evolution of Sharingan relied on the enhancement of mental power to promote the growth of Yin power, thereby nurturing the evolution of Sharingan. Through the loss of love and other pain, it can stimulate people's emotions to stimulate mental power in disguise. But this method is ultimately too extreme, and people can easily become slaves to this negative emotion. But the path is not one, and the way to strengthen mental power can also be obtained by practicing the state of mind. That's right, this is Chi Yu's goal. The history of the Uchiha clan for thousands of years is already very miserable. I hope that starting with him and Sasuke, he will find a right way out for Sharingan. Otherwise, Sharingan will continue to follow the history, and sooner or later, he will be annihilated by the world. Looking at the history of the Uchiha clan, not only did they fight with others, but the clan often split and fight, and in the lengthy Sengoku era, there was no powerful force to kill Uchiha. Now it's different. Shinobu village exists, and even when Konoha is weak, it can crush the Uchiha clan. No matter whether Tsunade's plan succeeds or fails, the power of the shinobi world will be stronger than it is now. If the Sharingan clan continues to pass on with this mental illness, the cliff will be frustrated. Chi Yu gave little Sasuke a rough explanation of what is called the state of mind. Sharingan, who inherited the power of the fairy Yin, and how to develop the intellectual talents he is good at. Promoting Sharingan by cultivating will and state of mind is an improving guess, and Sasuke is needed to continue this experiment. At the beginning, Chi Yu and Tsunade hoped that this would open up a new path for Sharingan. Unexpectedly, Chi Yu himself was connected by Uchiha Itachi in the Tsukuyami space for several $100s, and then he stabbed Mangekyo Sharingan out. Although Chi Yu told Sasuke that he was a Mangekyo that was opened up through cultivation, it is hard to tell if it is counted. Then, you said that the effect of cultivating the heart like this is better than that of extreme eye. Why you can't win, Itachi? After the lengthy explanation, Sasuke cautiously stammered. Chi Yu was dumbfounded immediately, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Isshin hopes to take advantage of Sasuke's hatred of Itachi, hoping that he will disdain Itachi's eye method, but use the method that Chi Yu and Tsunade have come up with, but he didn't expect to get around him. Oh, my Mangekyo Sharingan is indeed stronger than Itachi's. If it is purely physical, better than Mangekyo's pupil power and pupil skills, I will beat Itachi. But his fighting skills and fighting wisdom surpassed me, and he was armed with a magic weapon, and naturally I was inferior to him. Chi Yu quickly found himself a reasonable step. Immediately looking at Sasuke, who was excited, Chi Yu yawned a few times and continued to explain to him, who was excited. Since the boy was so interested, Chi Yu would naturally use this opportunity to change him. Anyway, in the original book, he didn't listen to Itachi. He evolved his eyes by killing his best friends. Instead, Naruto was attacked. Sasuke revealed the 2-Go Jade Sharingan, broke up with Naruto, and opened the 3-Go Jade. At dawn the next day, the east sun rose, and Sasuke, who was meditating on the roof, woke up, staring at the golden early sun that was greeting him. Then her little face couldn't help showing joy. After a night of meditation, he didn't feel the exhaustion of staying up all night, but his whole body was clear and empty. Reminiscing about the spiritual space during meditation, Sasuke was obsessed with it. In that beautiful and bright world, the mountains and rivers, the lingering sound, all the negative emotions that he had accumulated for several years were wiped out. The soul seems to have been washed, and the whole person is a lot easier. With a sigh of relief, Sasuke felt a new life. At the same time, I vaguely felt my whole body power surging, and my eyes were clear and sharp. In the bathroom mirror, after seeing that he was able to open the Sharingan freely, Sasuke's face was filled with a confident smile. With regard to Matryoshka, Chi Yu and his wife still have a hand. Last night, Chi Yu gave the enthusiastic Sasuke teaching, and then a set of illusions arranged for him to meditate. Isn't it easy to fool the kid with a few pure music? Subsequently, the energy liquid developed by Greer Energy quietly gave him a small amount to ensure that the effect was progressing well. Just as it doesn't matter whether the game is fun or not, let the novices come in with a 9 to 8 gift package first. The truth is the same. The effect was remarkable. Today, Sasuke seemed to have changed. He kept a spring-like smile to go to school. He even actively asked Haruno Sakura, who has become idiot, if he could sit with her. Although Sasuke was a little embarrassed, Senior Chiyu said that as a descendant of fairy eyes, he cannot lag behind others in learning. We must learn to learn from each other with high IQ people, make progress with each other, and develop our own three views. And the most important part of cultivating the mind is to integrate into the group, to understand more of the world, and to improve one's own Taoism. Senior Chiyu said that Haruno Sakura is ranked second in their IQ this year. If he can surpass Haruno Sakura in learning in the future, Senior Chiyu will tell him who is the smartest person in the entire ninja school. Sasuke was unwilling to be left behind. After thinking about it for a long time, he didn't find who it was and didn't know if he was in his class, so he had to make progress with Haruno Sakura first. Of course, this is also a way to promote the growth of Haruno Sakura. Nowadays, Sakura is too immature. Tsunade has struggled a few times and still hasn't disrupted the life of Sakura. After all, she is still young. But unlike Chiyu's idea, Tsunade wants to train Sakura as an intellectual executive. After all, her cultural learning ability is really strong. Tsunade now has no shortage of potential subordinates, but it lacks talents with high IQ with management ability. Chiyu secretly regretted Sakura's aptitude, her top-notch chakra control, and if she practiced well, Konoha would have another top-notch sea dance powerhouse, the kind of both law and martial arts. It's a pity that she was busy studying medicine and helping Tsunade deal with documents in the original book, and now she is probably going to engage in politics. Chapter 104. In such an era, there is no peace in life. After all, a woman with a script in her hand has planned everything. Just yesterday afternoon, a news that shocked the ninja world spread. The Transportation Alliance in the northwestern part of Ninja, which spans more than a dozen small countries' transportation routes and railways, suffered dozens of damages in a short period of time. As a result, cross-border transportation was completely paralyzed, and even self-used railways and urban light rails in many countries were destroyed. More than 20 transnational passenger trains and freight trains in operation have been completely shelved, and now the entire Transportation Alliance is busy. Of course, just when people were gloating at a play and preparing for a whisper, they shut up completely immediately. Konoha Village 5th Hokage was furious and directly issued a document stating that she would not have the surname Senju if she did not kill the mastermind. She immediately dispatched hundreds of ninjas to the northwest of the ninja world. After Konoha assembled the ninjas, intelligence and information spread all over the ninja world. At the same time, Lulan, the Kingdom of Ghosts, and the Kingdom of Snow immediately assembled several traffic guards with a total of 3,000 people, all in neat armor, a newest cross-country motorcycle, and dozens of airships floating in the sky. What's more serious is that Sarah, the Queen of Lulan, changed from an ordinary person in the eyes of people. A huge purple energy mushroom bomb was placed near Lulan. A huge pit with a radius of several hundred meters made the term Dragon Vessel Jinchuriki spread quickly. Ninja World. The nuclear witch reappeared after nearly 3 years. A super sorcerer Jade core flattened a mountain range in the country of ghosts and was raised to the ground for a few miles. A huge pit of nearly 1,000 meters appeared, expressing her anger and determination. Immediately afterwards, Mithria and Sarah Queen of Lulan spoke, and they must use Hepping to let everyone know the fate of offending them. In this incident, the mastermind of the Traffic Alliance must die. However, people who are not the mastermind and know the information can avoid death by reporting the information, otherwise the mastermind will be found, and all the organizations involved will rectify the law. The three women's angry and arrogant speech caused an uproar in the entire ninja world. However, no one dared to jump out and give pointers. Even the famous ministers who liked to stand on the moral high ground were all dumb. When the incident happened, the Transportation Union immediately arrived at the damaged sites to repair the railway. The Shinobi Ninja and Konoha Shinobi, who came one after another, protected the technicians to repair the railway. The 3,000 traffic guards made up for the losses caused by traffic paralysis early. Use motorcycles and airships to continue transporting passengers affected by traffic disruptions while returning their fares. Don't hurry up and continue to wait for the railway to repair the passengers. The transport union will refund them double the fare and bear the food expenses during their stranded time. The credibility of the Transportation Alliance must be maintained. At the same time, in one day, the Transportation Alliance dispatched hundreds of high-end combat ninjas and samurai, all the way to sweep the thieves' dens and black markets near the railways in more than a dozen countries in the Northwest. A day later, thousands of corpses of thieves were placed on both sides of the railway. The naked venting of anger made the entire ninja world feel terrified and made everyone understand that it is very terrifying for a woman to be cruel. For a time, dozens of small countries in the Northwest were fluttering, and all the forces and organizations in the dark were running away. At the same time, the Transportation Union found some information and captured the leaders of several gangs destroying the railway, and found that they were Tsunade ninjas. As a result, the angry Transportation Alliance, Mithriya and Sarah led the team personally, and thousands of people slew to Tsunade. Shinran, led by Xia Xing, did not hesitate to keep up, but now she knew the strength of Mithriya, Sarah, and Tsunade very well. This action directly made the entire ninja world look stupid. After all, speaking louder, arrogant, and even cruel to some little thieves, everyone can understand. Now the Transportation Alliance directly charged Tsunade, one of the 5 great ninja villages. Everyone in the ninja world was shocked, and the area where the information was received was all in chaos. 10 years have passed since the Third Ninja World War, and people who have experienced cruel wars immediately took precautions. When Tsunade was declared war, countless people were dumbfounded, and the entire Tsunade executives were busy up and down in a panic. The Wind Shadow Building also issued countless documents urgently, resolutely stating that Tsunade is not the mastermind. As for why Tsunade's ninja would destroy the railway, Tsunade said that they are all new recruits temporarily. The newly recruited supernumerary ninjas will investigate them immediately and give the Traffic Alliance a truth. However, Mithriya and Sarah, who received the information, still said that I would not listen, and caught you Tsunade high-level people, and you will find out by exploring the memory one by one. An unreasonable attitude has left countless people at a loss. However, Luo Sha, who was supposed to face these pressures, was in a quiet office in the Fengying building at the moment, looking at the information in his hand with Baki, and drinking a few sips of tea comfortably. Master Fengying, let's clarify now. In a few hours, Mithriya Sarah will arrive, and they will take the Star Ninja Village, and the ninja of Konoha in the east will also cross the country of the river. Baki begged anxiously. He understood the plan, but when it came to this moment, he was panicked and anxious. Not to mention that Konoha has thousands of ninjas coming, and the 3,000 armored warriors suddenly rushed up by the Transportation Alliance, and the 2 human-shaped tail beasts of Mithriya, Tsunade, have to pay attention. The most difficult thing is that Tsunade is now in a mess inside, and there are faint signs of division. Don't worry. The more this time, the more we can see people's hearts. Don't worry, Mithriya, Sarah, and Tsunade are strong, but they won't directly flatten Tsunade when they come. Luo Sha said lightly. Compared to Baki's sweating face, Luo Sha was very happy, and the harder the Transportation League's attitude, the more excited he was. How strong the Transportation Alliance is now, and then he will be able to see how miserable the person behind the scenes is. He is also worried that the Transportation Alliance is just lip service. Now so arrogant, so strong. That's great. How could this be? In the country of birds, Mengzong's face was ashamed at this moment. He thought he would be able to take advantage of the chaos when the plan started. Now the chaos is chaotic, but the Traffic Alliance's killings directly scared him to pee. Where would you dare to plan for some future, directly pack up the family property, and take Bachin and other subordinates to prepare to run away? But when they moved, they discovered a group of masked ninjas who didn't know where they came from, and directly tied them all. After a fierce beating, Meng Zong, who was unable to judge himself, was controlled by the ninja and told everything he knew. Tear and pull, in the Awagakure Tsuchikage building, Onogi, who was still drinking tea leisurely before and reading the information, his face turned black at the moment. The plan was smooth at first. Even if Tsunade and others showed a tough attitude, he didn't care. However, according to the information just obtained, the Transportation Union captured several leaders of the railway destroying gang and found out that they were sand shinobi. Onogi was shocked. In the plan, after these people act, they should disappear until there are no more residues left. They can only be found out as Sand Shinobi's identity by the Transportation Alliance afterwards, but they will definitely not see a living person. Why are these people still captured alive by the Transportation Alliance? How did it happen? The secret technique of Konoha Yamanaka clan is there, not to mention the living. Even the dead cannot keep secrets. If those people are still alive, they will inevitably be discovered. They joined Tsunade only as a plan. Then Ming's Zone and other forces will be revealed sooner or later. Even if his people are very careful when the time comes, the other party can't find a handle, but they can't let Tsunade collide with the Transportation Alliance. And a force that secretly calculated the Transportation Alliance and Tsunade will inevitably bring them together. Bang! At this time, a summoning beast that conveyed a message appeared, and Anoki's heart tightened and immediately opened the message. Immediately, horror flashed across Anoki's face, and white light flashed across his hand, crushing the paper. Lust! Anoki immediately yelled to his son. Father! Feeling his father's panic, Huang Tu ran into his father's office immediately. Where are the people I found before and Ma? Oyemu asked quickly. Up to now, many things can't be settled by erasing the evidence and denying it. You have to find someone who is behind the scenes. Duh. Chapter 105. Whizzing. In the northern part of the country of rain, somewhere in the remote rocky mountains of the country of soil, two masked ninjas wearing rock shinobi forehead protector jumped and drove through the steep mountains. Swish. Just as they hurried on their way, they immediately met a group of people in front of them. Rock shinobi who was frightened. The two braked immediately and drew the short swords from their backs, revealing their killing intent. Who is it? Dare to stand in the way of a Wagakure? One of the masked rock shinobi drank. And in front of them, there were all four of them in Ma. At this moment, they also discovered that these two ninjas suddenly appeared. They were not due to the wind and the immobility of the three, and they were immediately vigilant and prepared, and they meant to do something faintly. After all, in the ninja world, there are often conflicts between the two groups of ninjas who suddenly meet, not to mention such a deserted place, and such a meeting without warning. Hima looked very bad at the moment. After receiving a letter from the domain, he left the country of fire and came to this remote place to practice penance, and strive to perfect the forbidden technique as soon as possible, so that he could plan the capital of Konoha village. Practicing hard in this place, I was in a bad mood. Now when I encounter two rock shinobi who broke in suddenly and are still very aggressive, I feel even worse. Earth-style detonation missile. Earth-style, split the soil and turn your hands. Seeing the four people in front of them burst out of evil spirits and quickly surrounded them, the two rock shinobi immediately took action. One person used the earth style to detonate the missile. Countless stone bullets flew at the enemy, and one person hit the ground, and the ground cracked to the enemy. Cut, he snorted disdainfully, not only too lazy to move, but even too lazy to look at it. Earth style, positive change. But honestly, he didn't move, and he did it obediently. In the entire ninja world, Iwagakure's ninjas are really good at earth style, and there are several top earth-style ninjas who can make landslides. But obviously not these two. And it just so happens that the four people with Ma are also top-notch earth-style ninjas. After more than 10 breaths, the earth rumbling loudly into shaking, and then everything returned to calm. My lord, they are indeed the ninjas of Iwagakure. They seem to be the Iwagakure Umbu who delivered the letter urgently. Fudo defeated the two ninjas, and Fufing used special abilities to suck away their chakra. From the corpses of the two ninjas, he obtained scrolls and secret orders. He didn't care about Rock Shinobi's death. After all, the country of the earth and the country of fire did not fight, and he also felt very upset about Rock Shinobi. After receiving the scroll and secret order handed over by the wind, he opened it with the horse. Then I was shocked by the information inside. These two Iwagakure Umbu ninjas. One of them is tasked with taking Tsuchikage's handwritten letter to Konoha to meet Hokage. The secret letter is to explain the mastermind of destroying the Transportation Alliance Railway, and it is definitely not their Iwagakure. They Iwagakure is innocent. I hope that Hokage will not start a war. Both of them can work together to check the matter and return Iwagakure to his innocence. The secret letter on the other ninja is to inform the rock shinobi spies in the country of rain and the country of rivers to immediately go to the Northwest Transportation League to investigate who has planted a Wagakure. This, holding the two secret letters in his hands, Heima immediately scratched his head and stepped left and right, his expression changing from surprise to surprise. If the wind is not fate, let's make a plan, Heima shouted, flushed with excitement. This is great news for him. They also knew what had happened to the shinobi in these 3 days. He was anxious that Tsunade would fight Konoha and the Transportation Alliance, so that he would have a better chance of destroying Konoha. Unexpectedly, the Wagakure was also involved in this one. There are also twists and turns in this matter. Yesterday, the Transportation Union caught several culprits who destroyed the railway, discovered that they were Tsunade ninjas, and then killed Tsunade. Tsunade tried his best to deny it and asked for a discussion, but it still failed to prevent the Konoha Shinobi Army and the Transportation Alliance Army from being overwhelmed. But at the last extreme moment, Tsunade 4th Kazekage single-handedly met Mithriya to seek negotiation. At this point in the negotiation, the Tsunade Umbu found the forces behind the railroad ninjas. As a result, the High Monk Mingzong who controlled the bird country, the real identity of the other party was the leader of the wandering ninja and one of the masterminds who planned to destroy the railway. When Tsunade Umbu ninja arrested them, they also used illusions to interrogate them and learned that it was a Wagakure who entrusted them to do this. For a time, things were ups and downs, and Tsunade's coalition forces almost stopped. Mithriya and Konoha's commander Jiraiya rushed to the arrested Mingzong. In the memory of many illusion tortures and the Yamanaka clan's secret art exploration, it was indeed discovered that Meng Zong was one of the masterminds. Regarding the person who commissioned them, although they tried their best to hide their identity, Meng Zong's people still found out that the other party was Iwagakure's ninja when investigating the client. When things came out, it was natural that the Konoha Shinobi and the Traffic Alliance had their faces black, and the spear pointed at Tsunade immediately turned to a Wagakure. Hima at the moment, looking at the two secret letters of Tsuchikage in his hand, it looks like a Wagakure was also wronged. At this moment, Tsuchikage is actively requesting a discussion and buying time to investigate the truth. And he was happy with Ma. It didn't matter whether a Wagakure was wronged or not. What he wanted was a Wagakure and Konoha to be dried up. If these two letters are sent successfully, then maybe Hokage Tsunade will accept Tsuchikage's proposal to sit down and discuss the truth together. Even after a Wagakure's spies can find out the truth, a Wagakure and Konoha will not be able to fight. But now it's different. Now the master of the destiny of the ninja world is in his hands. So there was an urgent discussion with Ma and several minions, and the secret letter to Hokage was immediately destroyed. And then the Iwagakure spy was notified to investigate the truth of the secret letter, and the content was changed. Immediately afterwards, the Heima group had been staring at the modified secret letter with joy and headed to their destination. Ha! Tsunade, Luo Sha burst into laughter in Feng Ying's office at the moment. Before, Baki had been monitoring Lu and waiting for the ninjas after they got involved and secretly protected them. Cleverly avoided them being killed by Meng Zong and a Wagakure Umbu, allowing the Transportation Alliance to arrest them smoothly. The past few days have been a bit exciting. After the Transportation Alliance army was about to arrive at Tsunade, Luo Sha, despite the opposition of everyone, went to Mithriya by himself. Then Baki asked Tsunade Umbu to immediately reveal the evidence they had just investigated. Konoha Village and the Transportation Alliance are reasonable. Although they did not retreat, the main leaders followed Luo Sha to meet the culprit Meng Zong. The torture of many magical masters, coupled with the Yamanaka clan's secret art of mind-reading, got the truth of the matter. Tsunade was indeed wronged, and it was all planned by the Iwagakure ninja. Immediately, Mithriya, who was already furious, immediately turned his gun to kill Iwagakure. Although there is no actual evidence, just grab the top of a Wagakure and send out Yamanaka's mind-reading skills. They also condemned a Wagakure through official documents, and even gave a Wagakure the hat that they can't stand the women in the world. Luo Sha also agreed and said that he was wronged by the calculation. So he returned to the village to lead the soldiers and followed the Transport Alliance and Konoha Shinobi to a Wagakure to seek justice. The situation in the ninja world was changing, and everyone who didn't know whether it was a chess piece or a chess player moved in an instant. Chapter 106. Father, the corpses of those two companions have been disposed of. The summoning beast, a companion outside, has also received an order to immediately destroy the Lulan transportation base. In the Awagakure Tsuchikage building, the Lus head was sweating coldly to report the news to his father. Okay, very good. Arrange 1 or 2 unknowing spies to let them discover something unusual and reveal some clues to the people in Ma, so that they can be traced back when the time comes. Now, if you go to hold on to the people over there, try to deny everything. The external documents here are still firmly denied. Then, assemble ninjas to the frontier to fight against the enemy. Oyemu sighed and said that he, who was already in his 70s, felt a bit older. Up to now, Anoki is also miserable in his heart. Thinking that he could plan all this well, he also learned from Danzo, a fisherman. How did you know what went wrong? And a little Meng Zong found out the information. Earlier on receiving information, Anoki felt unknown to those ninjas who destroyed the railway and did not die. Then, as expected, bad news came. Through those people, Tsunade quickly found Meng Zong. But Meng Zong was running away and was easily surrendered. Tsunade learned from him that he accidentally discovered that his client was a Wagakure. Although they have not obtained clear evidence yet, Mithria has spoken, and they have to come directly to him, Ohiki, and read him in memory. The official documents were issued in this way, and he said that Onogi couldn't see women have the ability. I know my family affairs. Although I don't know how to be blown up, after Inoki is horrified, he immediately finds a way to deal with the aftermath. There are more smart people in the ninja world, but the truly wise people are not the frightening feats they have done, but how to solve problems quickly and effectively when faced with difficulties. Inoki didn't get into a mess because he was broken, but immediately looked for a way to make up for it. That's why I arranged for 2 Umbu to send secret messages, and happened to encounter something like Hema. One copy of the secret letter was lost, and the content of the other copy changed from investigating the truth to attacking the Lulan transportation base. Seeing what the spies in the village secretly passed back through the summoning beast, Oyemu was relieved instead. In the northern part of the Kingdom of Wind, Mithria took thousands of teams to reach the Kingdom of Birds and prepare to enter the Kingdom of Earth from there. At the moment, the only people leading the team were the 2 of them, and Jiraiya was driven away. Thinking of Jiraiya, Mithria couldn't help frowning. Jiraiya is someone who rarely knows the truth. Tsunade believes in him so much, but his performance is disappointing. There is no such natural acting skill, but he always speaks and stops, often with an awkward look. Mithria shook his head and drove him away directly. Jiraiya was too upright. He was very unaccustomed to this kind of calculation of the world. Even if I know that a Wagakure is the first to make trouble, Jiraiya thinks for the first time, just to make the big thing smaller, worrying that the 2 major forces will tear their skin and cause a war in the ninja world. And after Jiraiya was driven away by Mithria, he was about to come to take his place. It was the Konoha warrior who made the entire ninja world scared, Shimura Danzo. However, at this juncture of the storm, another incident shocked everyone. That was Lulan at this moment. A group of ninjas attacked the transportation base, and many manufacturing plants were destroyed. He was quickly surrendered by the ninjas stationed in Lulan, led by Koyuki Fuka and Miko Uzumaki. And this time, it really is the ninja of a Wagakure. A few were captured alive. They all received a secret order from Tsuchikage to destroy Lulan's transportation base. Suddenly, not only the people on the scene in Lulan were dumbfounded, but even the people who received the information later were dumbfounded. At this moment, Mithria was very confused, and secretly summoning Katsu, contacted Tsunade with Sarah. After all, everything was going according to plan before. How did this come out? Although I know that a Wagakure is really doing the trick behind it, but a Wagakure has been cautious all the time. Now that this is the case, shouldn't a Wagakure try to deny it, right? Why did you send someone so grandiosely to carry out this crude attack? Broken jar broken? It shouldn't be. However, when Luosha and Danzo learned about this situation, they became happier. I think a Wagakure is in a hurry. Luosha wanted to rush into the land of the earth with the Konoha and Transportation Alliance, and get some more benefits. And Danzo had the same idea. Now the land of the earth has given a legitimate reason for war, which is really wonderful. Now Konoha and Tsunade, together with the Transportation Alliance, are besieging the land of the earth. Even if Kirigikure and Cloud Shinobi Village join the soil countryside, Danzo is not afraid. Now he is Might on the left and with Style on the right. Before Flying Thunder God, cough. Looking at a few top players around him and his strengthened white Zetsu possession, Danzo is very proud at the moment and feels that this world can take a good time. Of course, Chiyu, who was by Danzo's side, also froze for a long time after learning about this change, and finally resisted asking his wife. Now he is the master hidden by Danzo, Flying Thunder God, and controlled Mangekyo. I hope that there will be no real changes. Otherwise, Chiyu feels that he can't control it when one person plays two roles at the same time. Boom! In the northern part of the bird country, the huge Rocky Mountain range tens of miles wide is lit up with dazzling mushroom clouds. Although the Lulon transportation base was raided unexpectedly, the plan continued. Thousands of armies passed through the country of birds to the huge Rocky Mountains that protected the border of the country of Earth. Perhaps the elite ninjas can easily cross the pass, but a large number of ninjas, as well as the thousands of samurai and the traffic guard, can hardly cross this steep mountain range. However, this is still not a problem. Our nuclear witches naturally seize the opportunity to release more mushroom bombs, to prove to the world that Nine Tails is a ball, not to mention that there are only half of the strongest Nine Tails left. The first burst of blue light exploded, and a few kilometers of mushroom clouds rose high. Shock waves that crisscrossed the sky, and the earth filled the sky with dust. A 1,000-meter crater appeared in the same place, and the radius was raised to the ground for several miles. All of a sudden, the nearby coalition forces swallowed their saliva. At this moment, Luosha's face turned pale. Although a few years ago and 3 days ago, the nuclear maiden had exposed her hands, but he hadn't seen it live. Seeing him at this moment, his soul flew away. Things are naturally endless. In the incredible eyes of Luosha, Danzo, and others, Mithraea and Sarah just flew in the air like a bulldozer to release nuclear peace in the front. The blue and purple energy bullets exploded continuously in the front. The thousands of people behind were shocked and feared at first, and then numb and silent at the back. In this uninhabited and steep mountain, Mithraea and Sarah are squandering their energy, because this is the scene in the plan that needs to be used to stand up. Use a permanently rewritten map to convey to the ninja world. Some women, no one in the entire ninja world or ninja village can afford it. Of course, by the way, the spacious passage of the Earth country opened and closed in advance. Chapter 107. This time, the plan of Li Wei is not only revenge for the thoughtful Awagakure, but also to threaten the ninja world. Naturally, there is also the meaning of linking with the great names of the land of the country. Since people admire the development of transportation so much, they naturally want to bring them into the company. First, let the traffic develop further, and second, let's look at the result of the subsequent collision between Daimyo and Awagakure, to further seek the way between Daimyo and Shinobu. It's my wish to help others open a wide avenue in the Rocky Mountains that are dozens of miles away for free. And dozens of miles away, at the other end of the high Rocky Mountain range, the few people in the large wildwood floating in the air were screamed by the violent hurricane. No wonder the attitude is so determined. No wonder. Oyemu murmured as he looked at the mushroom clouds spreading in the sky in the distance to the south, and the violent light flashed several times. At the same time, my heart is extremely miserable. Looking at the Four-Tails Jinchuriki Lao Zi and Five-Tails Jinchuriki Han, they both have horrified expressions, and you know that they are also weak in their hearts. The lofty mountains that were dozens of miles wide, just like this, under the nuclear explosion of the two Mithraea Sarah, opened a road that was more than 1,000 or 2,000 wide, although it was all bumpy. Afterwards, the ninjas of Konoha village followed up and used ninjutsu, then smoothed some roads for the army to move forward. This has always protected the steep, rocky mountains of the land of the earth, and it opened today. The scene of ruining the heavens and the earth, after 20 or so times of shocking roar, it will finally traverse the entire mountain range. At the other end, the leader of Inoki, with thousands of Awagakure ninjas lined up here. Looking at the riots visible below and feeling the horror of these ninjas, Onogi sighed helplessly and let his son Huang Tu lead the troops still, while he used the ultra-lightweight rock technique and took a few ninjas to fly forward. Miko Methreya, Queen Sarah of Lulan. Do you really want to start a war? I have been clarifying that the mastermind is not we, the Wagakure. Anoki flew over and approached Methreya in the air and immediately questioned loudly. At this moment, Methreya was in the sky with a dazzling blue light, a pair of energy wings, like a goddess descending, staring coldly at Ohimo. Sarah was wrapped in purple energy and blue energy, and the blue energy was given to her by Methreya, making her unable to fly to float in the air. This ability is the same as Anoki on the opposite side. Dayemu can also use the super lightweight rock technique to other people, so that when other people are by his side, they can also fly. You are the suspect of attacking the railway. The evidence of the attack on Lulan is already in hand. It happened so grandly. If we are indifferent, how can we stand? Master Tsuchikage, you also have pity for our weak girl who is not easy to survive in the ninja world, so let's catch it. Yamanaka's secret technique is fast and effective and will not harm your life. After the truth is revealed, if you are wronged, we will just apologize for you. Sarah said to Onogi coldly. Methreya has a soft temperament, and even if she speaks, her tone is not a deterrent. Queen Sarah, who has won Tsunade's acting skills, is online. Although I also got information just now, those who attacked Lulan are indeed our Wagakure ninjas. But think about it, at this point, are we stupid enough to do such stupid things? I am also very anxious when something like this happens. It is obvious that someone framed me and framed a Wagakure. I hope you are calm and calm. Tsunade has been wronged. How about I hope that we can find the truth together? In the beginning, Anoki wanted to make a tough negotiation before the battle and then first fight a fight. After all, he was beaten into the country and his dignity should not be lost at the very least. But the two of them opened dozens of miles of roads in the Rocky Mountains along the way, which was too fierce. Sarah, the dragon vein Jinchuriki, her strength is still within an understandable range. But Methreya, the godlike maiden next to her, had exceeded the standard. With such strength and destructive power, Oyemu thought of the two people from decades ago. He knows that now in the wild, he and a Wagakure are facing each other. Under such a nuclear explosion, they are nothing and can only change their plans immediately. I'm very sorry, Mr. Tsuchikage. It is very easy to get the truth. Spending the time to investigate the truth gives you room for manipulation. It's not as good as you say it. The ninja from Yamanaka's family came to serve. We are very thoughtful. Sarah said forcefully. Then there is nothing to talk about. Let's fight. The Wagakure's will of stone is not allowed to be insulted, Anoki said with a black face, and then burst into a majestic momentum. Whether you can win is another matter, but attitude is another matter. Now that Anoki had spoken, Methreya and Sarah were not welcome. Sarah glanced at Methreya and immediately condensed chakra. Methreya understood and burst into a vigorous momentum. Beware of Onogi's attack on the charged Sarah. Anoki's face was bitter, and he waved his hand to make the guards fly back. He also gathered chakra. My father, our ninja has come. Find a clue to frame our Wagakure forces. Just as the two sides were preparing for a battle in the air, Lus from the northern land and the two Jinchuriki rushed, and Lus immediately panted and drank into the air. Anoki stopped when he heard the words, looked down, and secretly breathed a sigh of relief when he turned his head. After hearing the words, Methreya Sala glanced at each other and chose to stop. Didn't you mean you didn't find it? And it's just a guess. Danzo yelled at Anoki during the meeting. The leaders of the two sides, Methreya Sarah, Rosa, Danzo, etc., and Wagakure executives gathered together for talks. Just now Lus came to convey information. Oyemu invited everyone to talk about the information that had just arrived. Why did Wagakure's spies all go to attack Lulan crudely together? They did receive a secret letter from Tsuchikage. But when a group of spies acted, a team leader felt wrong, and while arranging a man to go back to the village to confirm the information, he went to follow up and investigate the messenger who delivered the secret order. Although the messenger who delivered the secret order was not found, it was discovered that some of the other parties' behavior was not in compliance with the rules, and the order was too outrageous, so he immediately contacted the village. After a pair of secret messages, it was discovered that the contents of the secret message had been tampered with. I think you can wait for the truth, Luo Sha muttered next to her. Now his mentality has changed. He has seen the strength of the Transportation Alliance far beyond his recognition and the tough attitude shown by Mithriya Sarah, and he has more thoughts. Nowadays, the relationship between Transportation Alliance and Konoha can be seen by everyone. If a Wagakure is really gone, can Tsunade and Cloud Shinobi Village stop them? As for Kirigakure, Terumi Mei is a member of the Transportation Alliance, and also publicly stated that he is an ally of Tsunade. Therefore, he immediately ran his brain crazily through what he saw and heard in a short period of time, and the ninja world needed to maintain a certain balance. Otherwise, who doesn't understand the truth of the lips and the teeth? A Wagakure is really gone. What about Tsunade? Is it possible to surrender? At the beginning, he just wanted to take advantage of the trend to reap some benefits, not only to increase Tsunade's voice, but also to further deepen the relationship with the Transportation Alliance to strengthen Tsunade. But he never wanted to eliminate a Wagakure. Now that this happened to such a point, a Wagakure and Konoha Village will have a gap with the Transportation Alliance in the future, and they can check and balance each other. Only the weak Tsunade can have more living space. Danzo heard the words, glanced at Luo Sha, and then said nothing. With the current situation, he can kill a Wagakure, but if someone speaks, he can't continue to be too much. And Luo Sha's words also made Danzo notice him. This person repeatedly jumped horizontally. It was obviously Mithriya's strength that made him wary. Now he no longer follows Konoha and the Transportation Alliance to deal with a Wagakure. Yes, but you have to use your strength to make sense in everything. If any of you can pick me up, then it's easy to say, everyone follow this clue to find the truth. Otherwise I have to ask Master Tsuchikage to cooperate in reading. Sarah stood up and spoke proudly. Seemingly aggressive, it actually gave both sides a step down. After all, their purpose is not to kill Inoki and disintegrate a Wagakure. Don't underestimate the old man. I'll take it. Oyemu grumbled coldly. Actually heaved a sigh of relief. At least there was room for maneuver in the incident, and his other plan was successful. Then, let's see how Shinobu and Daimyo in the Land of Fire ended. Moreover, as long as it wasn't Mithriya, he wouldn't worry about it. According to the strength of Mithriya who just opened the way, Inoki knew that he might not be able to withstand the attack. But if it were Sarah, he would have confidence. After all, I now see this new avenue with a width of 1 or 2 kilometers and a length of tens of miles. Although it was created by Mithriya Sarah together, it is clear that Sarah was only incidental, and Joching is Mithriya's masterpiece. Chapter 108. Father, Huang Tu yelled anxiously next to him, just looking at it from a distance. He knew that the red-haired queen in front of him was not easy to provoke. Come on, let the old man see. The strength of the dragon vein Jinchuriki is geometric. Inoki ignored his son, but flew proudly into the air nearby. Mithriya stretched out his right hand, and the blue energy rushed to Sarah, and then Sarah flew towards Oyemu in the air. After a few hundred meters away, Inoki stopped and looked at Sarah proudly. I will do my best. The Queen of Lulan needs to show the power of the dragon veins to the world to ensure Lulan's safety, Sarah said to Inoki, and at the same time, she burst into chakra all over her body. From the beginning of the plan, Tsunade studied all the information of Inoki for them. They had never expected that this low-key old man would be so strong. An extremely rare bloodline eliminated in the ninja world Qinyun. Tsunade even evaluated Inoki as the strongest existence among all movies today. Even if Tsunade has learned the magic and started with style, he still claims to be no opponent of Inoki. So Sarah just didn't say that she wanted to go heads up, but let someone pick her up. After all, she didn't even have any fighting experience and fighting skills. Moreover, the dust of the other party is extremely annihilated, and steel can be annihilated into air, but Sarah dare not care. Oyemu held his breath. He didn't dare to look down upon Sarah. At this moment, Sarah's momentum and energy erupted, but they were stronger than Lao Zi and Han Jinchuriki. Of course, Sarah didn't just look at this level, but immediately broke out with stronger aura and energy. Dragon veins are the special energy flow in the earth, the special energy body formed by the natural energy of heaven and earth and chakra. Although not as intelligent as the tailed beasts, their own energy is surpassed. Sarah's explosive dragon vein pattern, full of purple energy, envelopes her, and the surrounding air erupts. The vast purple energy quickly condensed into substance in her body, and she also sealed. Anxious as a law, the mighty Tianlong. Hold head high. The purple energy on Sarah's body swelled suddenly, and quickly condensed to tens of meters large purple energy dragon head, and with a long scream from the sky, she immediately churned towards Oyumu. The vast coercion shocked thousands of viewers. But Chiyu, who was wearing ordinary root clothing and amassed beside Danzo, secretly turned Byakugan. Thinking with your feet, you all know that this is the name Tsunade gave Sarah's skill. I just don't know if my wife taught Sarah to get a dragon tattoo on her body. Although the name of the trick makes Chiyu feel that he is acting, this trick is one of Sarah's tricks. The huge dragon head of tens of meters whizzed away, and the body of more than 100 meters continued to gush out. Dust escape, limited stripping technique. Oyemu looked at it solemnly, and also used a trick. The short body stands proudly, and Onoki is also eliminated by bloodline. As the hands held by Onoki spread out, the white energy condensed by the huge chakra in his hands bloomed. In an instant, the white energy spread into 100-meter large cube enchantment, welcoming the huge energy purple dragon that was roaring. Boom bom, unsurprisingly, the two used their full strength, and the collision of ninjutsu directly lit up the white light covering the entire world. Immediately, a violent explosion sounded, violent shock waves rushed in all directions, and countless hot air waves surged. For a time, even hundreds of meters underground was covered with dust by shock waves and sweeping air currents, flying sand and rocks all over the sky. The aftermath of the shocking collision directly pushed Ohiki back hundreds of meters and fell to the ground. Although Sarah retreated only a few tens of meters, the energy given by Mithria on her body was also washed away and fell from the air. Several Mithria instantaneously took the fallen Sarah. I've caught this trick by Onoki. Then, please come out and help me Awagakure catch the enemy, and return Awagakure to my innocence. At this moment, Oyemu, whose aura was somewhat scattered, tried his best to fly over from a distance, and reached the side of Mithria Sarah and said, Sarah has a bad face and hums inwardly. Is Awagakure innocent? She doesn't know Sarah. It's just for planning, and I'm too lazy to be honest. Or try it. They're so good to talk. Of course, Onoki also stated that he would compensate for the damage caused to the Lulon industrial manufacturing base. Although the ending was very peaceful, the process frightened many people. Especially Luo Sha, who was accompanying him, didn't expect the old guy he thought to be so strong. Then, if you count it carefully, his fourth Kazakage is probably the weakest shadow in the 5 villages, right? Although Terumi Mei is young, she just became the 5th Mizukichi, but they are double bloodline boundary ninjas. At this moment, Luo Sha's heart was extremely low, and she came happily, but she didn't expect to be in such a state of mind. It seemed that he couldn't continue to do harm to his own gold dust, and he had to consider enhancing his own strength and the strength of the village. If there is another war, let alone Konoha and the Transportation Alliance, Iwagakure may not be able to cope with them. After all, his son Gaara is only 10 years old, and he can't control one tail. Suchikage is not only strong in his own right, but besides the two-tailed beasts Jinchuriki, plus his explosion-style disciple Deidara, Iwagakure is still strong. After everyone discussed it, Danzo asked Mithria to continue to lead the team. He led his roots and some of the Transport Alliance warriors, and accompanied Iwagakure Umbu to investigate the information. One day later, Danzo and Iwagakure found the truth along the way. It turns out that Iwagakure's messenger ninja has been killed. Heima and others killed Iwagakure's messenger ninja and tampered with the content of the letter. As for the 4 with Ma, they had already slipped away when they found their temporary base. Let's not talk about the 3 major forces beating Iwagakure. They will naturally go to the side to watch. Not to mention that there are secretly unknown forces reminding them that they have been exposed, so they slipped away early. When Danzo got the evidence, he looked very bad. After all, he knew exactly who was behind Heima. If these things were done with the horse, what does the daimyo mean? Danzo's face was gloomy at the moment, and he asked Chiyu to tell Mithria the result. When they decided on their own, he would return to Konoha. At this moment, he just wanted to find out how many things Deming had arranged. And by the way, he pulled out the claws of Hama. Watching Mithriya lead the team to retreat, Onoki and the other Iwagakure ninjas breathed a sigh of relief. However, the officials who came with the documents of the name next to them were very happy. Just now Mithriya didn't want to let Iwagakure go. Hama could only prove that Iwagakure was wronged. So how about contacting Ming Zong and others in the first place? Even if Iwagakure continues to shake the pot and the horse, there is no evidence. Even if you don't catch Onogi, you still have to take a few high-level officials to search the memory of the Yamanaka clan ninja. In the mutual stalemate, several ministers from the daimyo of the Land of the Earth came over, and on behalf of the daimyo of the Land of the Earth, brought everyone to a peace talk. In fact, it is unilaterally negotiating business with Mithriya. Since the landlord daimyo supports the cause of the Transportation Alliance so happily, the two sides have cooperated so happily, and the matter is over. Yep, it's terrible. I don't know why Hama dares to calculate so much. After you guys go back, ask the daimyo for me, what attitude should we take to Hama? That kind of scum, but it's mixed up, calculating the 3 forbearance villages and the Transportation Alliance. The forces behind them are so terrible. The old Inyang family immediately pointed out in front of the ministers who were determined by these villains. Suddenly, several ministers' complexions sank and then left. For many people in the upper strata of the ninja world, everyone knows what Hama is, and they are all wary of what the daimyo of Fire Nation is doing. Facing a desperate situation before, Onogi calculated this out and used a vote of a Wagakure ninja life to make peace with horseback. The secret confrontation between daimyo and Konoha, the confrontation between daimyo and shinobu, the conflict between daimyo and shinobu, the conflict between daimyo and Konoha would be tossed by him to the opponent. Although the calculation of the Transportation Alliance and Tsunade failed this time, the attitude shown by Konoha and the Transportation Alliance hopes that more people will bear the pressure from Konoha and the Transportation Alliance together with his Inoki. He did not believe that other forces would remain indifferent. Moreover, he also wanted to see how such a strong Konoha would deal with Hama and the people behind Hama. Is it just like a few years ago? Everyone pushed each other behind to make things happen. After the victory or defeat, everyone continued to live like nothing happened. Or now Konoha has the trump card Danzo. What is the collision? And Onoki also needs to use Konoha to deal with Hama's follow-up events to see more of the situation. This time the calculation of the Transportation Alliance failed, but it promoted the cooperation between the daimyo of the country and the Transportation Alliance, and Onogi was very melancholy. Looking at the 1 or 2 kilometers wide and dozens of miles long passage in front of them, some people are happy, but it is the eternal scar of a Wagakure. Chapter 109. In Konoha village at this moment, Tsunade is holding the information in his hand, biting his fingers, and walking left and right in Hokage's office. Everything was originally carried out according to her plan. However, Lalon was suddenly attacked by the Iwagakure ninja and suddenly changed. Knowing the Tsunade of the script, she never dared to underestimate Onoki. So Iwagakure's botched attack, she has been speculating about Onoki's intentions. Tsunade was surprised in vain until the black pot was thrown on Hama and the others. It's not the influence of fear and the horse and the people behind him. Rather, he was terrified of Onoki's ability. The Wagakure's dynamics were almost completely controlled by Chiyu. When a Wagakure was under the command of a general, in a desperate situation, Onoki completed such a perfect reversal in an instant. Not only did Hima completely take the blame and put aside a Wagakure, but also used Hima's extremely special identity, but instead led all the spearheads to a certain place if they were pointed. So this well-known event suddenly became a contradiction within the country of fire and spread to the entire West. So next, I'm afraid it will be the entire ninja world, licking melon seeds together to see how the fire country is playing. Tsunade sat down on the chair and exhaled with his head up. It's a pity, no matter how smart you are old. If you were on my side, that would be great. Tsunade sighed lightly. After getting the script from Chiyu, she actually admired Inoki. In the original book, the Fourth Ninja War is over. In the future blog, only he and Orochimaru are the only ones who know that they are prepared for danger in times of peace and are making new breakthroughs. Although he failed, His clone son used dust to escape and cause him to die, but at least his will and thoughts have not fallen behind. Now such a smart person still guards the old class and does not understand change, which makes Tsunade very melancholy. She didn't have time to change Onoki. In the original book, it was the tragic fourth war of the ninja world, the fight between the gods and the end of the ninja world, which awakened Onoki. Besides, Onoki's age is not worth training. Tsunade has a favorite candidate. If Onoki chooses the wrong person again, Tsunade doesn't mind letting Iwagakure's young people take the place ahead of schedule. Tsunade, what do you think about this? Danzo, after checking several times and discovering that Heima was really the mastermind of this incident, he returned to Konoha nonstop and immediately found Tsunade. What do you think? Tsunade didn't answer Danzo, who woke her up in the middle of the night, but instead asked, have you ever thought about the cause and effect of this matter? Danzo was anxious, but in some respects he was still calm. He wanted to see if Tsunade had the eye to see the pros and cons. Stop talking about that. Since you are in such a hurry, just tell your thoughts. I have been monitoring Heima's movements and did not directly obliterate him. I just want to use him. This piece of information is enough to prove that I think more than you. Much more, right? The yawning Tsunade said impatiently to Danzo. When Danzo heard the words, he was shocked, pointed at Tsunade and stopped talking, but in the end he didn't say anything. Since Tsunade has been the master and Ma's whereabouts, why not kill him? What else do you use him for? Could it be? Since the daimyo dares to play so big, I want to know why he needs me to test him? Danzo said gloomily. Today, Konoha's strength cannot be said to be invincible, but Tsunade has played a set of transportation alliances in the northwest. Konoha has no shortage of economy, and has already completely gotten rid of the control of the daimyo. As for public opinion, in such a closed world, there is no climate. If Tsunade can completely stabilize Terumi Mei and the Transportation Alliance, Danzo felt that he would dare to do anything. And even if the worst situation happened by then, would Konoha still persuade the three ninja villages to besiege? Looking at it now, Sunagakure is no longer a climate, Iwagakure's situation is not much better, and Cloud Shinobi Village has some strength. But it is not him Danzo brags. As long as Tsunade continues to give him the left might and the right Chiyu, he Danzo will dare to hit Cloud Shinobi Village. 8 inner gates and Flying Thunder God are so invincible. Temptation? The child went to the petty family's temptation. Tsunade took a sip of wine, and then said disdainfully, oh, do you have any way to solve Deming's trick? Danzo was also interested. If it hadn't been because the daimyo was a relative of Tsunade, Danzo would have had a worse tone. After all, the daimyo's calculations this time were too cruel. Now that Tsunade looks like he doesn't seem to like his big-name relative, then the conversation is much more interesting. Without temptation, it's completely regarded as his attitude of making a move. Since he made the move first, and we have successfully defended, shouldn't we make the move? Tsunade glanced at Danzo and said, huh? It looks interesting. Danzo grinned and became interested. At first he was very angry and at a loss. Hiruzen left. He had fewer people to consult. Didn't expect Tsunade to have a trick? Good thing. Since he fails, he must be punished. Isn't he going to engage in my transportation alliance? I will draft a plan for him to promote transportation throughout the country of fire. A project that is completely controlled by us Konoha to pave the country's traffic. What a big project would it be? Need a lot of manpower, right? Is it time for Konoha to establish a large transportation department? Do you need more ninjas? And transportation involves people from all walks of life. Should we recruit talents from all walks of life? Especially the talent and power. Tsunade said slowly. Danzo was surprised when he heard the words and looked at Tsunade in amazement for a long time. Why can't it? Tsunade asked, looking at Danzo's horrified expression. No. Hearing Tsunade's words, Danzo woke up and immediately answered firmly. Although Tsunade's plan was bolder and not meticulous, it was in line with his taste. If Hiruzen listened to him and attacked like this earlier, why would Konoha cringe and become a good baby? My 3 ninja battles are more than 12, and I have won all of them. Why should we maintain the status quo? Why can't you ask for more? Tsunade's statement today is that, regardless of the single nature of Shinobu Village, isn't your name means that you control the money? Do you control the government and the people? Okay, then I will also use transportation to establish a national department, and I will also recruit and train ruling talents. When the time comes, I will have what you have. You can sit in that position. Why should I? That's right. Even if he saw the consequences of doing so, Danzo didn't care about internal and external troubles. Whether he can succeed or not. Let's not say whether it is reasonable. Dignified Konoha, brave him first, then hit him first. Who knows if Konoha can do it without trying? Then you think, how can we proceed smoothly and avoid interference from other countries? Tsunade asked Danzo in a test tone when he saw Danzo's eyes flashing. Don't avoid it. We are the #1 Konoha in the world of dignity. As long as we do, there will be people who have the same mindset as us and will imitate. Even in the worst-case scenario, you only need to completely control the Transport Alliance and Kirigakure, and nothing else is to worry about. I can completely keep them out of the fire. As long as we survive, we succeed, and we will certainly learn from us. When the time comes, it will be other countries' internal chaos. Maybe we have the opportunity to accomplish a greater cause. Danzo stood up and said excitedly. Tsunade gave him a surprised look. Didn't expect Danzo to have such a vision? Don't think so far. Let's take the next step steadily. Tsunade called back the excited Danzo. If you want to come here, you have a plan, so what should I do? Danzo asked. Well, you should be a villain first. You should go to the daimyo and the ministers and officials, not to test them, but to intimidate them. People who face high levels of oppression are easy to break out, and those who break out are easy to lose their minds. Understand? Understood. I suddenly discovered that working with you, Tsunade, is very interesting. No, you are working for me, so as a wage earner, your attitude must be correct. If you are arrogant, sooner or later, you will be chopped off. Tsunade said. Danzo immediately broke his face when he heard the words. Everyone understands the truth, but I am your elder after all. Can I give some face? Teacher, maybe it would be better not to kill Danzo. Tsunade murmured as Danzo left angrily. Sure enough, the teacher played the yin and yang way very well. When she sits in this position, she still needs and recognizes the role of the roots. Chapter 110. After talking with Danzo, Tsunade yawned and had a few drinks. Since Danzo did not accidentally take the bait, it was time to speed up the progress. Don't look at how proud she and Danzo are, but in fact she is under a lot of pressure now. Over the past few days, Quan Ninja Realm has watched with horror at her strong attitude of dispatching troops. In fact, she took a huge risk and arranged for the ninjas in the village, and even the entire ninja station in the western part of the country of fire. All the troops joined in. Before that, she asked for the ninjas of the various ninjas in the village. However, the result made her very gloomy. Only the Inuzuka family, who is in charge of the woman, fully supported her, and the active family ninjas and ninjas all sent in. As for other ninjas, such as Ino, Shika, Cho, Sarutobi's family, etc., they all hesitated. The family ninja who worked in the village agreed to Tsunade's order. There are no ninjas who have entered the village to take office, so there is no meaning to transfer to Tsunade. Especially the Hyuga clan, Tsunade all hinted, they just don't know what to do, so they don't give it to anyone. In the past, she felt that her teacher and Danzo had been overly targeting the Hyuga clan, but now that she sits in this position, she can't wait to arrange Danzo to beat the Hyuga clan severely. Although he didn't do anything, Tsunade had already recorded them on his notebook. Konoha was in a weak period before, and it was really hard to shoot Hyuga anymore. Now Tsunade is different. Now Konoha wants money, and strength and strength. If the Hyuga clan dares to be stubborn, Tsunade doesn't mind letting the Hyuga clan survive. The newly born Hyuga clan is completely a Tsunade tool person for her, so it's not bad to think about it. Tsunade and Reikage have the same idea. Although the Byakugan bloodline boundary is not as strong as Sharingan, its functionality is something everyone is greedy for, and the importance is higher for those in power or collective than Sharingan. Thinking of the cowardly eldest lady in Hyuga's family, she was fascinated by Naruto. But Tsunade frowned. The eldest lady of Hyuga's family was bullied when she went out and met Naruto to rescue the beauty. This matter is not simple. A perspective of the family Byakugan. Can you lose sight of the eldest lady? And what about Hinata's secret guard? You know, Hinata was kidnapped by the Cloud Shinobi village messenger who broke into the Hyuga clan. To say that the Hyuga clan did not step up efforts to protect Hinata, Tsunade would not believe it. What's more, The 3 children who bullied Hinata are at least 8 or 9 years old, right? In the entire Konoha village, is there any B**************** D who is so heartless and dare to bully the Byakugan bloodline boundary? In the entire Konoha village, even Tsunade did not dare to bully Byakugan's children like this when she was a child. Which family's children are so horrible? Of course, Tsunade's guess, there must be some plan in it. What if Hyuga Hayashi arranged it deliberately? Naruto is Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Many people know, and very few people know that he is the son of 4th generation. So, is Hyuga Hayashi's move to lock in the future Hokage? As the son of 4th generation, Naruto was born in that position. As Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, he is destined to be the top powerhouse in the ninja world. When Hokage is the son-in-law, will the Hyuga clan still cringe? If Hokage's children start Byakugan, won't Byakugan be Hokage? Now Tsunade's location has changed, and his perspective on things has also changed. At Hyuga's house, I have to beat, and I don't have a Byakugan in my hand. As Hokage, Tsunade has to face it. Closer to home, this time the troops will be transferred to Tsunagakure, and then to the land of the earth. In any case, he held a fist against Jiraiya's head and forced him to lead the team. Not only are the attitudes of many people in the village ambiguous, but the daimyo has never stopped the information, and there are all kinds of attitudes. Thinking of Chi Yu's memory, when Bei Liuhu made trouble in the future, Deming dared to threaten her? Tsunade has seen this relative upset for a long time, and now it is so annoying to send dozens of documents over. If you want to be annoyed, then there must be a little artistic annoyance. At least it makes sense, isn't it? Don't let it go. Danzo will kill you in the past. Don't I lose the face of Tsunade? Those who don't think about the overall situation can't find a single domain, and even you can't handle it. How can my Tsunade handle this world? How to deal with snoopers outside the world? So when Anoki threw the black pot to Kazuma, Tsunade kept thinking about it. Of course, the daimyo is also honest. Chi Yu, who followed Danzo to confirm the information, sent the information, although he didn't know the details of Onamu's dumpling pot. Heima did participate in the incident. So your name bothers me? Dozens of messages bother me. This time lousy, see how you live. Of course, things can't be urgent. First, let Konoha warrior go over and threaten them. Tsunade needs to do some bloody things. That is preparing to eliminate thieves throughout the country. When Tsunade sent a large number of troops to the west, the entire ninja world received information that people in countless places were terrified of the coming of the World War, and there were some riots. Moreover, Tsunade has been taking 1 step and 3 steps, arranging people to do things in advance. So many thieves in the land of fire are in chaos. In the face of the coming war in the ninja world, those who rob food, money, and territory. Now Tsunade happens to take these people and let the ninjas of Konoha village see blood. Things are more than that simple. Tsunade, who has been immersed in Chi Yu's heart and learned the Blue Star culture all the year round, also understands a lot of truth. I also understood that many black markets in the ninja world existed very strangely. She didn't bother to pay attention to them before, but now she knows who these underground forces are behind. In this backward world, any industry with a certain scale must be backed by the hands of the powerful. Not only the black market, but also behind many thieves. For Tsunade, these people are now stepping stones for her to reach the top, as well as a breakthrough for her to overturn the so-called old regime and the old classes. The future era is neither the era of daimyo nor the era of ninjas. Here in Konoha village, Tsunade has just sent a spirited, cruel smile on Danzo to go to the country to play. On Chi Yu's side, and many routes, he rushed to various places in the country of fire overnight. So a few days later, countless people who were suffering went to Konoha village and fire country to petition, asking the country and Shinobu village to eliminate the gangsters who are in trouble. For the people who entered Konoha village to petition one after another, Tsunade did not see them, but asked the ninjas below to arrange accommodation for them. The external document replied that Konoha village urgently needs to divide its forces to investigate Shao organization and Heima and others, as well as to investigate the forces behind Heima. These people are more threatening than the thieves. Konoha is very busy, and many commissions do not have enough ninjas to complete. Moreover, the nationwide elimination of thieves requires a big name to open up the policy and give money. Otherwise, Ninja Village will be poor, and Hokage, who has no money, also asks untouchable ninja to kill the bandits. Tsunade's excuse: the timing is very good, because the question was thrown at the daimyo, and the daimyo has no time to answer at the moment. The Wagakure Konoha village Tsunade teamed up with the Transportation Alliance to find out that Hama was the mastermind of this event in the western part of the ninja world. The Deming of Fire Country was frightened suddenly, and Ma suddenly offended the four major forces. How can he play happily? Just when he was in a hurry, when he learned that Danzo was coming to the capital, he was scared to pee. Frozen, he used his life's wisdom, so he was cruel, soaked in ice water for several hours, and lay on the bed directly. Regarding the people who have petitioned one after another, where does the daimyo have the mind to take care of it? And he is pampered, and he does not leave the daimyo mansion, no matter how messy or good outside. Where can he see? Where can I tell? Not only the daimyo, but even many ministers are tremblingly on guard against Danzo. Since the establishment of Ninja Village, the power of daimyo and officials has been suppressed by Ninja Village a lot. After years of war, they were terribly afraid of ninjas, not to mention a bit of a brain. They all knew the contradiction between their daimyo and shinobu. Look at the fame of Danzo recently, and look at how hot the newly appointed Hokage is. Now that Danzo is here, how can they not panic? Chapter 111. Husband, you said. Am I wrong? Chiyu came back a few days later. Resting in the evening, Tsunade showed her weak side as a female for the first time, very hesitant. The development of the Transportation Alliance all the way to the present, Tsunade was gradually irritated by certain realities, so he became fierce. Calculated everything, planned everything. Although he was comforting himself for the sake of ninja and the future, when his hands were stained with blood, Tsunade's heart was greatly shocked. Now in just a few days, the country of fire has seen bandits all over the country, bringing disasters to the world, and the frequency of outbreaks is greater than in other countries. For a while, Ninja World looked at him. Except for some large sums of money to entrust the suppression of bandits, Tsunade arranged it on the face of money, but there are still many people waiting eagerly. Tsunade has been holding back the move of sending troops these days, because it has not yet reached the best time. Weeping poorly and miserably, indicating that this matter should go to the daimyo and the local government. At this moment, the famous officials of the capital, faced with Danzo who was arrogant, were already shocked. Danzo vigorously investigates Hama, investigating the guards around Daming. Under the eyes of the whole country and even the ninja world, Danzo has made no progress, but other scandals by the daimyo and the ministers have been exposed a lot. What about squandering the state treasury, corruption by officials, and even traitors, uncoordinated talents, etc., one by one, directly blow up the entire country of fire? Regarding Tsunade's passing of more than a dozen letters a day, the letter that asked the daimyo and officials to send money to suppress the bandits, there was no progress. In another 3 days, thousands of innocent casualties have already occurred in the country because of the riots in the country. Now that Tsunade is showing a gloomy face outside, it is no longer acting, but real. She felt great guilt, great anxiety, because all of this was planned by her to promote the riots, including a large number of victims who petitioned Konoha and Kakuto. Even before planning, she had anticipated such a result, but she still did it. Although she is ultimately for this country, she hopes that the long-term pain is not as good as the short-term pain, to solve these demons at once. He even counts the parties, promotes the disaster, and finally becomes the hero who eliminates the thieves and relieves the disaster. But how much sin can you bear? Why should we look at us now with right and wrong? Wife, people often have no right or wrong, only stand. Now that we are in such a position, what you consider is not right or wrong, but interest. You should ask yourself what benefits you will bring to this country and the world after this matter is completed. The future results can prove all of yours. Chiyu gently hugged her and gently stroked her soft blonde hair with his hands. If I can, I would like to think of Sage of Six Paths, like Naruto, shouting a noble slogan, leading everyone to rush forward, even if the world is destroyed by 90%, even if the future is more chaotic. There is no need to bear the confusion and burden like this. Thousands of lives. If I can, I really don't want to bear it. Tsunade cried. Don't compare the two brain damages in the original book. You have read all the scripts. Will people like them create the future for the world? Who won't shout a few noble words? It's just that these brain damages have good luck and are powerful. It's just strength, otherwise Uchiha listens to them. Read more about the modern history of Blue Star. Think more about capital, Marxist-Leninist Maoist, sociology, and human nature research. The past and the present of this world are very rotten and rotten. They can become the ashes and dust that you use to cultivate future flowers. That is their blessing. In this environment, only you can annihilate ignorance. It is this world that forces you to be like this. It is the people of the future waiting for you to open up the world for them, waiting for you to show them a broader road. Chiyu comforted his daughter-in-law. Wow, the cat looks like a pitiful cat. Chiyu is rare to see. Chiyu didn't care about more responsibilities and life like his wife. He only cares about his wife's feelings, as long as the daughter-in-law is happy. At the same time, his heart is also active. If the wife can't bear the pressure, then he should go to Danzo. There is no need to lie to Danzo or find some white gloves. Chiyu alone can kill anyone who has nothing to do with him, even the whole world. Although Chiyu has some contempt for Obito, in some respects, he is the same as Obito. From the moment he had a destination, Tsunade was his whole world. At the beginning, Orochimaru laughed at me for being afraid and told me to abandon my humanity. At that time, I didn't even bother with him. I didn't expect that I would get there so soon. Tsunade murmured. After all, it's Uncle Snake. So in this regard, you have to learn from Uncle Snake. Those who take half a step more than ordinary people are geniuses. Those who take one more step are great men. And those who take two more steps are either madmen or demons, because ordinary people simply don't understand. The next morning, as more and more people gathered in Konoha, after Konoha could not bear the pressure of public opinion, Fifth Hokage took some representatives to the capital of the country of fire and asked the daimyo for an explanation. Facing Tsunade's arrival, the ministers looked very bad. Two ruthless people are in the capital. Are they still alive? It's not that they don't want to pay attention to the riots in the country, but Danzo is really disturbing. And it was obvious that Konoha was looking for daimyo troubles and took this opportunity to ask for money and power, but daimyo was willing to give it. Now Tsunade is recognized as rich. Who believes Konoha has no money? So they all want to hold off and see if Tsunade can compromise. Moreover, the officials felt that they were wronged. So why did they fall into the current situation for some reason? What's up with them, even if it's a big name messing up with horses? As for the daimyo, he himself felt very wronged. He didn't mean that. He didn't know if he did it with Ma. But Tsunade is not as gentle as Danzo. He punched the daimyo into a ravine several hundred meters long. How dare those guards and samurai stop Tsunade? Haki exploded. Tsunade, full of golden light, rushed into the daimyo's ward with a black face. The daimyo is also a ruthless person, so he is still trembling and not letting go, lying in the hospital bed, is sure that Tsunade dare not kill him. Tsunade didn't kill him, but instead arrested many officials with a dark face and asked them to arrange matters in front of the daimyo. The officials are also loyal people, stupefied to continue to confess. Then Tsunade performed on the spot what is called the opening technique. So the daimyo and the officials looked at the headless corpse and were completely confused. An angry Tsunade held his fist and asked the daimyo to order the opening of the treasury. Then a series of decrees were drafted on the spot, forcing the daimyo to sign, until the heads of two ministers were hammered. The officials begged for the name, agreed that Hokage would take the money to eliminate violence, and agreed that Konoha would establish a transportation department to fully control the country and open up the country's transportation. In addition, there is a document establishing a national economic development zone. A violent attack on the palace ended in the eyes of Konoha village ninjas, a dozen petition representatives, and officials. Danzo looked at the extra economic development zone construction plans and curiously studied for a long time. Then Tsunade left, and he continued to guard the safety of the daimyo and officials in the capital. Chapter 112. At this moment, Jiraiya, who rushed to the capital of the country of fire, only felt his hands and feet numb, and his whole body was cold and stiff. Unexpectedly, Tsunade would actually come to this shocking step. He didn't agree that Tsunade sent troops to seek justice for the Transportation Alliance. People are not beasts, and conflicts must be resolved by force. The reason why the ninja world has always been chaotic is that people have always used force to speak, which will make the whole ninja world unfair and chaotic. Even if he knows, Iwagakure is indeed calculating Tsunade and the Transportation League behind the scenes. Jiraiya still hopes to discuss it. You can use Iwagakure this little action to force them to sign some agreements, and so on. If troops are dispatched, once the battle is fought, good evidence in hand will be useless in the end. When the war is together, there is no right or wrong side, and everyone is wrong. It's a pity that Tsunade ignores him. Either he will lead the army or Danzo will lead it. Thinking of Danzo, Jiraiya has a dark face, and Danzo is leading. What can be done? To no avail, Jiraiya can only lead the army. At least under his leadership, the army will not be chaotic. But I didn't expect Mithraea and Sarah to show no face. They asked him to go, and then Danzo went anyway. Finally, in fear, that incident did not detonate any war. But unexpectedly, the furious Tsunade transferred all the anger directly to the daimyo at this moment. He doesn't think that Tsunade will have any good results by doing this. Unfortunately, standing opposite Tsunade many times, he has noticed Tsunade's disappointment and alienation from him. And he has nothing to do except to stop Tsunade. Don't say a good suggestion to Tsunade. He can't even find a reason or excuse to stop Tsunade. But he was terrified. He talked to Uchiha Koharu and Minato Hamura for a long time, but unfortunately, he didn't get any good solutions. Ninja Village has decades of history, and the system of other daimyos has lasted for thousands of years. How is Tsunade's grandly intimidating daimyo and ministers different from rebellion? Of course, Jiraiya is not the only one who doesn't understand. Tsunade acted vigorously after the daimyo signed the documents drafted by Tsunade on his own initiative. Tsunade asked his subordinates to return to Konoha with money from the treasury, and immediately summoned all the ninjas. One of the tasks assigned was a line of bloody words to thieves who had washed the entire country of fire and blood. It is a bloodbath, not an arrest, nor an encirclement. In this closed world, where there are people, there will be a lot of dark sides. Although Tsunade has only recently assumed the position of Hokage, his coercion has spread all over the world of ninja and the entire fire country. After receiving this news, they all fell silent. However, a day later, even greater uproar broke out throughout the country of fire. The so-called thief, this kind of thing is generally a loser who is caught with a pigtail after a black hand, or an arrogant barbarian who has no brain to occupy the mountain as the king. How many gangsters are not shrewd? Everyone has the cloak of a legitimate profession, not to mention some people have a good background. Although everyone was afraid of Tsunade, the suspension of business gave her Tsunade a face. After the storm passed, wouldn't it be the same as before? When did the government suppress the bandits? Not like this. However, one day later, with a record of 20,000 corpses and thousands of them being captured alive on the streets for trial, some important leaders were still on the street illusion trial, and then beheaded on the street. Thousands of ninja actions in Konoha village, scattered around Konoha, immediately had the result of this battle. But is it only that? Thousands of ninjas are acting, but Konoha has nearly 20,000 ninjas. One day after the ninjas stationed in the country of fire, they also received orders from Hokage and started their actions. Therefore, on the second day, there were as many as 50,000 thieves who were hunted and paraded to judge the lords on the spot. There is no word of kindness in Tsunade's current dictionary, and these people are not given the opportunity to reform. In special periods, special means should be used. How do you say what Blue Star said? Killing one is a crime. Killing 10,000 is a male, and slaughtering 9 million, he is regarded as a male. Anxious, Tsunade didn't mind learning Sage of Six Paths and ruining the ninja world 7 or 88. She could also become a savior-like existence. And this bloody action also made the entire nation of fire and even the entire ninja realm frightened. Bandits, land ruffians, and Konoha shinobi have not been spared, and the scope is very wide. Even in towns and villages, people who are reported by the people, ninjas will invite them to drink tea, and they will be interrogated by a set of crude illusions. Suddenly, in the country of fire, countless people with ghosts in their hearts fled to the mountains and other countries. Of course, what Tsunade has planned for a long time. Is their temporary response comparable? If they don't move, They might be able to escape by chance, but if they move, they will undoubtedly die. To escape in front of a ninja, is it to look down on the ninja's professionalism? Even most of the senior ninja leaders of Konoha were sweating coldly at the small note in his hand. At this moment, all Konoha's ninja executives knew the horror of Lord Hokage. The little pieces of paper in their hands, the powers and names on it, have proved that their Lord Hokage did not do this on a whim. So the entire Konoha shinobi, except those who dared to refuse at the beginning, everyone at this moment honestly performed the tasks given by Lord Hokage. These little notes are naturally what Chiyu and Jinbu have done a long time ago. Although not meticulous, some of the famous black forces in the country of fire have not fallen. At this moment, Chiyu and the Root Ninja are not idle either. The Root Ninja and Umbu Ninja are watching the powerful Nami and Rebellion to avoid casualties when Konoha Ordinary Ninja faces them. Chiyu took the documents given by Danzo and bombed the big black markets in towns by virtue of God's deeds. If the country of fire still needs something like the black market in the future, it must be Tsunade's. Otherwise, Chiyu has done a great job and even deliberately angered the gold owners behind these industries. On the third day, the country of fire was still in deep waters, and public opinion was boiling. It's all applause. After all, the properties of these criminal organizations that have been removed have been returned to the victims or distributed. In order to win the hearts of the people, Tsunade has a way to make huge profits. When the hearts of the people are in hand, she doesn't believe that there is anything else that can restrict her now. The so-called loyalty and service to the country must be based on the good education of the people. In this era, who has an AI or is a mother? That's why there are so many emperors. The so-called control of the people by the daimyo is actually only a slight control over the officials and the powerful. This is why Tsunade deliberately seeks out the powerful in the follow-up. Of course, the person who blames Tsunade is indispensable. Then dozens of hundreds of ninjas came to buy tea and caught the town's large courts to use a set of illusions. Facts have proved that there are no purely good people and noble people in this world. Instead, the Tsunade project entered the next stage. That's how powerful the landlord is. That's right. Those who jumped out to call out 2 sentences were all chess pieces pushed out by certain forces. Even if they are doing it perfectly, in front of the ninja, they are still ordinary people after all. It is not difficult to catch the people behind the scenes, and even the roots are umbu. Therefore, with the help of Tsunade's arrogance to suppress thieves across the country, when the people praised Tsunade's power, it exposed many of the gold masters behind the black forces. For a while, the people across the country were in an uproar, and no one thought that behind many thieves, bandits would be cultivated and supported by these local dignitaries. The outrageous people demanded a large number of illusions to torture these people. The public opinion was boiling, and Tsunade was naturally rude. People with dark hands were pushed out one by Tsunade's orders. What can you do if you kill more than 100 or 200,000 thieves? Killing tycoons, officials, and powerful, this is reform. Chapter 113. Tsunade's attack on the powerful. For a while, the country of fire went directly into the place and exploded from the thunder. The unspoken rules for thousands of years. Everyone has played for so many years and so many generations. Now this thing is like a meteorite falling into a calm lake. Can you live this life? Whether it's the local government or the powerful, who doesn't have any mud in his hands. It's a pity that the unspoken rules, assassinations, financial means, interpersonal relations, and identity suppression methods that were easy to use in the past can no longer be used. Konoha is not only the largest force in the country of fire, but now even the daimyo is firmly pressed at home. What else can he play with? The people didn't even dare to continue spreading the rumors. Look at the front. As soon as the rumors came out, a piece of magnate was publicly executed by illusions among countless people onlookers. After being named, many dignitaries immediately dictated themselves. Obviously, in the face of fame, life and death are just trivial matters. Nowadays, there are even more powerful people with poisonous pills in their mouths at any time. If they are named, they will just kill themselves. Of course, Tsunade also has a degree. After all, although the technology of Ninja World is crooked and advanced in many aspects, Rao is the wealthiest country of fire, and most of them are still in the farming era. Citizens don't even talk about watching TV or watching movies. Most of them are illiterate and fail to receive education. The intellectuals in the ninja world, a very large part, are still in the hands of the powerful and powerful. The next social structure will also need these intellectuals. Therefore, it is enough to kill some of the crimes that are worthy of death and kill the rich and powerful who will affect the reform. Compared to the expensive operation, Tsunade prefers the operation of his relative. Obviously, Tsunade killed hundreds of thousands of Konoha shinobi thieves all over the country, and the daimyo became seriously ill again with fright. But even at this level, what he still thinks about is how to move Tsunade and Danzo. Not only contacted the forces and dignitaries he secretly cultivated, but also contacted other countries. Unfortunately, when Tsunade and Danzo decided to break the taboo, Daming's side was already infiltrated by Umbu's roots. Tsunade smiled, because he already knew what to do with this relative. If it wasn't for the time, she wouldn't have to agree with Danzo's Black Hand action and rush to crush someone's head by herself. But think about the stage that was prepared for the relative, daimyo, is not over yet. Now that both parties have reached this point, Tsunade doesn't mind letting him carry more scapegoats. Tsunade didn't believe it. By then, the people of this country could still follow him or not. If the people are so ignorant, then Tsunade can be relieved, either, or leave it alone. It's not a pity that everyone died. The time is right. It's time for the meeting. Tsunade murmured in Hokage's office. The Konoha encirclement and suppression of thieves across the country is about to end, and the suppression is not thorough in a short time, but leeway is enough. When leeway is finished, it's time to start the next step. With the deaths of hundreds of thousands of thieves, Tsunade took out the traffic plan and economic development zone plan approved by the daimyo. In these bloody days, Tsunade has planned the 4 major economic development zones, as well as cobweb-like traffic plans. Today, in the country of fire, the national towns and villages are too scattered, and the urban population is actually not large. Therefore, Tsunade will build a national economic development zone in the southeast, northwest, and northwest of the country of fire to gather population, develop the economy, promote the country's commercial development, and then promote the active development of a series of domestic industries and expand foreign trade. If you want to complete it as soon as possible, you must let all the forces from all over the world participate. After all, Konoha's manpower is really not enough, and there is no talent in this area. I don't know if these people are sensible. Do you need to kill more? Tsunade murmured again. She sincerely hopes that these people will be more sensible. Of course, she doesn't mind continuing to use violence. If you take the first step in everything, you will become proficient when you continue, and then become addicted. Killing is no exception, especially those who are unhappy. Is Tsunade so cruel? When the powerful and powerful people in the country of fire looked at the invitation letter in their hands, a group of people in the country of boss looked at the information dumbfounded. The Uchiha Obito who has already been in the gang will not be cut again. Watching the movement of these heavenly fire countries, for a while, he is completely speechless and feels like living in a dream. At the beginning, Danzo Tsunade forced the name of the country of fire on the palace, and he felt that Konoha was over. No matter how strong Shinobu is, it is obvious that the class of the daimyo is more prestigious and connected. The famous officials and the powers of various places will surely cause Konoha to collapse. However, Tsunade smashed the quartet with lightning speed, and hundreds of thousands of bloody lives directly suppressed the entire country of fire. Even the powerful and the officials were arrested and killed, but those powerful officials who made Shinobu Village immobile were like lambs to be slaughtered, without even decent resistance. The world of ninja world has changed. Has Tsunade changed, or has it stabbed? He murmured without cutting. I didn't expect Tsunade to have such courage, but I don't know what kind of result this will bring. Kisame on the shark's face echoed, looking at the Itachi sitting in front of the sea and looking out. Brave? Tsunade? I'm afraid it's Danzo. Obito, who was still wearing a mask, took Kisame's words. My lord, what do you think? Kisame asked, looking over in surprise if he didn't cut it. As far as I know, Tsunade has been wandering in the ninja world for many years. Only 3 years ago, he encountered Fenghua Xiaoxue who was living outside, and he came into contact with the trains of Snow Country, and established the Transportation Alliance. But in such a short period of time, to perform such a domineering action, the personality change is too abrupt. I'm afraid that behind all this is the man who pushed it. Obito said slowly and gloomily. To say that a well-known drunkard and gambler became such a hockey in an instant, Obito would not believe it. What the adult said is possible. After all, Danzo had failed in his calculations with Ma. This time he found out that he had calculated several ninja villages with Ma. He immediately returned to Konoha and then turned to the capital of the country of fire. He has been targeting daimyo and officials all the time. There was a lot of trouble, and then it was Tsunade who forced the palace in the past. Maybe it was Danzo who pushed everything behind. Qualified perfect hitting workers immediately perfected the boss's point of view, so that he did not nod again and again. We should move too, Obito murmured. My lord, what's our next move? Kisame asked. Go to Black Zetsu and Orochimaru, Obito said solemnly. In these days, he has gradually become familiar with Shuang Kimyui and gradually used it perfectly. Did you rush? This is not a question of rush or rush, but a question of our attitude. Danzo has obviously been searching for us. Black Zetsu has white Zetsu, so it is easy to investigate us and cause Danzo to encircle us. However, compared to us, Black Zetsu and others who own Rinnegan are more dangerous. I am afraid Danzo would like to get rid of them first. As long as we find Black Zetsu and argue with Black Zetsu, Danzo will definitely support us in secret. He has always wanted to be a fisherman. Kisame thought it made sense, and there was no reason to refute it without cutting it. So a group of people began a wandering journey looking for Black Zetsu. As for Black Zetsu and others, Black Zetsu and Uchiha looked at the information White Zetsu gave, and they couldn't calm down for a long time. I didn't expect Danzo to be so cruel. After fighting with the horse, Danzo backhanded directly to the name of the country of fire. Yes, they all think that Danzo is pushing behind all of this, and Tsunade doesn't have that courage. After all, it was Danzo who went to the capital of the country of fire first, and it was so violent that Tsunade passed by when the time was right. And there is one more thing that others can't see, but Black Zetsu sees one thing. That is, Konoha Village's nationwide suppression of bandits is too quick and smooth, and the purpose is very clear. In this view, preparations have already been made. If you act in a hurry, you will never be able to do so efficiently. This kind of tricky thing, who else can Danzo be? Only Orochimaru on the other side grinned for a long, long time. He already knew something about what Tsunade wanted to promote. It seems that Tsunade has finally acted. He thought he would have to wait a few years. So vigorously and resolutely, it seems that Tsunade has broken through fear and humanity. Even Tsunade, a class in ninja for thousands of years, dare to step on it grandiosely, and Orochimaru thinks things are getting more and more interesting. The drastic changes in the Land of Fire also made the entire ninja world tremble. For a while, everyone was honest, and the ninja world became silent. Chapter 114. The undercurrents of the Fire Country and the sudden silence in other parts of the ninja world had nothing to do with Obito and others. At this moment, he is leading the team, wandering grandiosely in the ninja world, looking for the whereabouts of Black Zetsu and Orochimaru. He even deliberately wandered around the place where there are Konoha shinobi, hoping that Danzo will find out that his masked man is going to be Black Zetsu as soon as possible. At this moment, Black Zetsu, who received the news, had a dark face and sent a large number of White Zetsu to stare at the whereabouts of Obito and others. Now that White Zetsu can't build up combat power, Uchiha's letter is still not enough. Orochimaru and the group bluntly fear the time and space pupil technique. So they can only keep insight into Obito's whereabouts and avoid collisions with Obito. And the four Heima who were on the run, after seeing the great humiliation suffered by the daimyo of the country of fire, Heima headed to the Temple of Fire with a black face. Daming was threatened blatantly, and Hima was very uncomfortable, so he had to look for opportunities to act as soon as possible. In response to a letter from the daimyo asking him about the calculation of the 3 ninja villages and the Transportation Alliance, Heima almost cried out of grievance. He admits that he did have a crooked mind at the time, but he just wanted the turmoil not to stop. Besides, he was just taking part in the late stage. The Transportation League, Tsunade and Iwagakure, their conflicts in the early stage have nothing to do with him and the horse. How can they give me all of them? It's a pity that now the entire shinobi world has pushed all the responsibilities onto him and Ma. And Ma is very sad and wronged. He held back his anger again, and when Konoha was killed one day, he would not let Tsunade and Awagakure go. My lord, when I went to inquire about the news, I found a Konoha spy who was about to die in the wild and got a message. The unwind who went out to collect information hurried back, panting. Oh, what information? Heima asked. My lord, they seem to be chasing a spy from another country who has been lurking in Konoha for many years. Should we get involved? Let's go and see. Let's try our best to add some enemies to Konoha. After thinking for a while, Kazuma stopped walking to the Temple of Fire. Go and see what spies Konoha is chasing. I hope they belong to the 5 ninja villages. Even if you can't cooperate with them, use them to make Konoha sick. Boom, 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 bang. Hima and the others followed all the way and almost cut off the clues several times. It was only a day later that they could be chased to the border of the country of grass and finally caught up with the opponent's battle. Then watching the ninja pursued by Konoha Umbu continue to run away, they quietly followed behind. After a few hours, Konoha's ninja finally arrested the target in a jungle, and the Heima people who followed all the way also found clues. That is, from the very beginning, the person who found Konoha had always wanted to catch him alive. Then obviously the other party has extremely important information. Now that the target is obviously fatally wounded, Konoha's ninjas are cursing and treating the target. Who are you? After a while, the Tide Xianning looked up with difficulty. 2 men and 2 women caught the eye, and the 4 of them had just taken action in an instant, killing Konoha Umbu, who had relaxed his vigilance in seconds. No Wind. Heima looked at the dying old man and said to No Wind, Yes, my lord. The Wind stepped forward and used illusion on the dying old man. Who are you? Why did Konoha round up you? My name is Xuanning, the spy of Yanyan village, the country of mountains that perished 30 years ago, and his identity was discovered by Konoha. The old man who had been hit by the windless illusion replied. Hearing this answer, he was surprised with Ma. They don't kill you, but capture them alive. Do you have any important secrets of Konoha? I don't know. After the country's village was destroyed, I have been working and living everywhere in the country of fire, and I haven't explored any secrets. Hima frowned upon hearing this. The wandering people after the country broke down and the family died? I am afraid there is no valuable information. Tell me about your experience of coming to the country of fire and what you learned about Konoha. Although a little dull, Heima asked. At the time when our Yanyan village fought with Konoha, I accepted the village's task to camouflage workers and came to Konoha and arranged a large number of invisible detonators throughout Konoha. Before planning to destroy Konoha, our village, and Konoha the war ended. After Konoha retired, the village was raided by Takinan village. Huh? What? What did you say? What did you put a lot in Konoha? Heima didn't react at first, and then suddenly became stunned. I accepted the mission from the village back then and sneaked into Konoha and arranged a large number of invisible detonators that could destroy Konoha. Destroy Konoha? Are you saying it again? He was confused and asked several times. Suddenly breathing quickly, his face flushed. The spy is good. The detonation talisman is good. Under the reminder of the wind or fate, Himakai tremblingly asked Xian where he arranged the detonation charm and the magic seal to activate the detonation charm. Hima took out a large scroll from Xian and opened it tremblingly, looking at the map above with trembling excitement. The Hokage Rock in Konoha Village, the Hokage Building in Konoha Village, the school hospital, etc. These invisible detonators almost cover most of Konoha Village. If this is a bit burst, just thinking about this scene, Kakuzu's mouth was cramped as if he had been beaten up. Now that I have this stuff, why have I worked so hard to perfect the forbidden technique? Didn't the whole Konoha fly into the sky after making a seal? My lord, shall we act now? The burly immobile asked, equally excited. No, it's not the best time yet. Wait a while. Danzo hasn't returned to Konoha. Isn't Tsunade going to convene a meeting of the nation's dignitaries? At that time Danzo returned to Konoha and exploded Konoha. Ha ha ha. Speaking of laughing wildly with the horse, Wang Zhun was in hand, and Ma's last bit of sensibility still resisted doing it now. If you go to bomb it now, you won't get the best result. Now that Danzo is still in the country of fire, what if Konoha is blown up? Danzo is still there, still able to gather ninjas stationed across the country, threatening dependence. But the dignitaries from all over the country came to Konoha for meetings to discuss major issues concerning the establishment of transportation and economic development zones. At that time, not only Hokage Danzo will be there, but almost all of Konoha's senior management will be there to get them in one pot. After leaving with Ma Jiren, several figures appeared. Oh, this is very humane to Ma, and even set up a tomb for Xiannan. Chiyu teased. Danzo beside, looked disdainful. That's right, Chiyu and Danzo are behind this, and Tsunade is behind them. This is the daimyo's dishonesty. Tsunade is going to give him a huge black pot. Chiyu manipulated Xuanning and Konoha Ambu. With illusion, Danzo was worried about coming to determine the direction of the situation. As people who know the plot, Chiyu and Tsunade will naturally not ignore the detonation charms that cover Konoha. So Tsunade made a plan, and Chiyu used Mangekyo Sharingan's illusion to control Xiannan and several Nongren, and performed all this for Heima. This is a very important step in the layout, which not only gives the Deming a huge scapegoat, and even the Hyuga clan and Konoha's internal forces have been calculated. For more than 30 years, Xuanning has arranged the detonating talisman. Tsunade does not believe that there are so many Byakugans in the Hyuga clan. They have not found them in these years. Even if they didn't notice it, Tsunade decided to take the opportunity to beat it. As for calculating things in the village, it is mainly aimed at the ninja clan. Tsunade has drafted the 4 major economic development zones in the country of fire, and the development zones in the southeast, northwest, and directions of the country of fire are connected to the central point of Konoha. So Konoha will naturally increase its efforts in construction, and Tsunade will expand Konoha, build a large and beautiful city, absorb a huge population, and develop a super large and diversified city, which involves replanning and demolition. It's a pity that most of the ninjas in the village do not agree to demolition, and that Konoha village is a military village, not suitable for introducing population and building luxurious buildings. Of course, the main reason is that Tsunade deliberately revealed that Konoha wants to implement the land and village ownership bill. This directly shook the industry of these ninjas, and they naturally had a lot of excuses. And Tsunade is not a fuel-efficient lamp. While talking to them about the system and development, they secretly promote and engage in trouble with the horse. That's right, Tsunade, the wolf extinction, is to use this detonation talisman event to demolish Konoha for free. When it was in ruins, Tsunade had the final say. Konoha was re-established, and she was the biggest landlord wife in Konoha. Now there is no time to slowly transform these ninjas humanely, and they can only use violence to make them succumb. Chapter 115. In the secret base at the root, Chiyu is lying on the experimental platform at the root at the moment, because Danzo has taken a fancy to his Mangekyo Sharingan cells. Since acquiring White Zetsu's possession, coupled with Tsunade's first-generation cell research technology, Danzo has naturally perfected cell transplantation early. During this time, he also felt that the newly transplanted pair of 3 Tomo Sharingan seemed to have enhanced pupil power under the support of White Zetsu and his transplanted first-generation cells. So I found Chiyu and made a deal with Tsunade. Tsunade needs Danzo to come forward and do something. And by the way, he is also interested in Danzo's research. After Chiyu agreed, Tsunade was in the root laboratory at this moment, and Tsunade himself had the needles, preparing to remove some cells from Chiyu Mangekyo for Danzo to study. Those who are not from the Uchiha clan may also allow Sharingan to evolve to Mangekyo. Uchiha letter is an example. Chiyu and Tsunade also want to see if Danzo has this fate. So after the matter was completed, when Tsunade once again consulted the high-level ninjas in the village to discuss the whole Konoha demolition and reconstruction plan, Danzo's autograph document was also placed in front of everyone. In order to avoid getting into trouble with Ma in advance, Danzo can't show up in Konoha yet. Danzo's support for Tsunade's documents also made many people at the meeting serious. For thousands of years in the ninja world, the property rights of land have been perpetually owned by all races, and even their reputation has no national symbol. Now Tsunade is going to implement a village ownership system for land, and each household only has the right to rent and use it. The land ownership is in the hands of the village and is protected by the law, and no family or individual may infringe. The future use of land must comply with the relevant provisions of the village law. Now the buildings in the village are scattered and unclear, and many places are not in line with the development of transportation and safety. In order to make the village safer and beautify, and to make people's lives more convenient, the land system must abandon private ownership and be fully managed by the village, so as to avoid private construction of illegal buildings in the future, which will affect people's lives and village development. Increasing the expansion of cities and gathering a large number of people and powerful businessmen can better promote the development of the times. Business, technology, education, etc. will go further with the gathering of population. Then it will lead to the progress of manufacturing and agriculture. At the village meeting, Tsunade gave her speech again. The people below listened with different thoughts. Although no one refuted Tsunade's proposal in several meetings, it was too late to push it forward, let alone the demolition plan. But now Danzo's support is on the table, and many ninjas' faces are not good. Had it not been for the disappearance of hundreds of thousands of lives in the country of fire and the execution of countless dignitaries, it would have been a showdown in the face of such a proposal to deprive them of power. Tsunade drank a sip of tea, ignoring the thoughts of everyone below, and gave a speech in his own way. Obviously, the truth is stated very clearly. After the implementation of the plan, everyone's interests are great, but these people just don't obey. It just changed land from private ownership to village ownership, from ownership to use rights. The only effect is that in the future, when individuals have conflicts with the village planning, they have to obey the village first, and these people will not do it. Now Tsunade faintly understands why his second grandfather wants to establish a ninja school and implement a policy of cultivating civilian ninjas. Now that the plan is in hand, Tsunade seems to have asked these people in multiple meetings to implement policies and seek support, but in fact it is just forcing them to give an attitude. The attitude of these people determines what kind of charity they can get Tsunade in the future. That's right, it's charity. Yoshi, is everyone here? I didn't expect us to gather at the meatball shop again after so long. This is a youth school meeting. On Konoha Street, a few young people walked into the meatball shop, and a thick eyebrow and green skin yelled happily. Next to him are Kakashi, Shiragashi, and Yamato, whose hair has become short-haired. The two looked at the Maruko shop, tears faintly. These days, the two of them lived inhumanely. Nearby are Asuma, Yurihong, Anko, and others. Even Shizen is here. Shizen looks the same as Kakashi and Yamato. However, the first two were intimidated by Hokage and practiced desperately, while Shizen was almost driven crazy by countless documents. Now Hokage recruits the powerful and powerful from all over the country for a meeting, and they get a little extravagant vacation before they prepare to maintain the security of the meeting. Chong, when the crowd gathered in the small shop to wait for the boss to serve the balls, a figure suddenly appeared. When Kakashi, who was directly attacked by the Black Shadow, reacted extremely quickly, but he did not see it in his hands and blocked the move. Bang! Then how quickly he reacted, but underestimated the strength of the attacker. The powerful force directly flew Kakashi out, and his hand quickly entangled Chakra's kunai, and it almost broke. But now Kakashi is not what it used to be. It is a powerful attack that blasts the airflow in one blow. Kakashi not only reacts to the defense in an instant, but also cleverly twists the body at the moment of discovering the opponent's great power. Flip it in the air, and still fall firmly on the wall. The whole person is like a cheetah, and the wall is accumulating energy. Leaf Hurricane. The sneak attacker among the lightning and flint succeeded in one blow, but he didn't have a chance to make a combo. The mic guy next to him kicked over. The nearby Yamato, Asuma, Anko, and others immediately formed seals with both hands and withdrew to a suitable place to stare at them. The person in black and black mask was naturally Chiyu. Facing Guy's kicking foot, Chiyu quickly raised his left foot to greet him. The Emperor Guy who doesn't open 8 inner gates. Chiyu is still worthwhile. Boom, another burst of air exploded, and the two of them froze on the kicking foot. But as a top physique expert, Mike Guy is straightforward, but the battle is not limited to the form. His body shape was instantly reversed in an unscientific way and kicked back. Bang Chi-Yu in a hurry was kicked off immediately. Of course, even if Chi-Yu wears a black mask to block Mangekyo, but he has turned on the ultimate focus state steadily. How can the guy in the normal state successfully hit it? It's just that Emperor Guy's kick is just enough for Chi-Yu to take advantage of his strength and rush towards Kakashi. Chi-Yu, who seemed to be kicked by Might Guy, suddenly turned around in midair. Hey! At the same time, thunder and lightning light up. This incident surprised Might Guy and others, because they were familiar with this technique, which is Kakashi's signature ninjutsu Chidori. Boo! Just as the black man Chidori was about to attack Kakashi, Kakashi's eyes, who had only his right eye, condensed, his right hand bursting with thunder and lightning, and a purple light gleamed. Except Yamato, everyone present was amazed. Boom! Boom! The Chidori of the two collided together. The blue and purple thunder and lightning collided with each other in stalemate, and the electric flowers shone in all directions. Now Kakashi has not only developed the purple thunder in the cruel and inhuman practice, but also has a good, strong physique with countless resources. Therefore, against Chi-Yu's tremendous strength, he can also contend one or two. Boom! During the stalemate, two ninjutsu lightning exploded, and the two retreated. With the exception of Shizune, everyone else rushed to the vicinity of Kakashi to beware of the men in black. Everyone is Konoha. There shouldn't be any conflicts? Asked the straightforward Might Guy. Yes, I have made progress and barely pass, but this is just the beginning. From now on, the test for you will come whenever and wherever, and will not stop until you can beat me in an instant. Chi-Yu ignored Might Guy and others, and said coldly to Kakashi, then turned and left. Call out, Chi-Yu turned around, and just when everyone thought the matter was over, Chi-Yu suddenly sent 1,000 copies of his body to Kakashi like lightning. Rao Kakashi was also taken aback, and subconsciously tilted his head to avoid it. But that's it. No, Kakashi, who had escaped from Kanai, subconsciously turned his attention to the back of Chi-Yu once again. At this moment, Chiban passing by Kakashi suddenly turned into a man in black with a bang, and the sword in his hand was thrust at the back of Kakashi's neck. Bang Emperor Guy is still Emperor Guy, kicking away the shadow clone to help Kakashi get out of the siege, leaving Kakashi in a cold sweat and stunned everyone. Hey, is it too much? Asuma murmured, slamming her mouth. This is the responsibility he owes. He needs a contribution almost equivalent to salvation in order to atone for his sins. Remember Kakashi, anytime, anywhere. When sleeping, it is best to consider whether to close your eyes or not, because it may never be opened again. Chi-Yu said coldly, and immediately drove off after he was forced to install it. When the genius Kakashi returned, Tsunade was happy for a long time, and when he was excited, he arranged for Chi-Yu to come over and give Kakashi a review. Chi-Yu used Naruto's classic shadow clone and transformation technique to attack Kakashi to stimulate his growth. And without space-time secret art, this trick should be more effective against Obito. Chapter 116. Oh, poor that kid just got out of the sea of suffering for a while. You go to beat him again. I'm afraid this meatball will not taste good. After Chi-Yu left for a few moments, he took off his mask and went to the next street to go shopping leisurely. Jiraiya followed up and said, Don't use the image of your hippie smiling face to hide your sad worries, Lord Jiraiya. Chi-Yu sighed when he saw him. In the past 3 years, Chi-Yu's ultimate focus mode, although not ideally into the state of selflessness, can reach the point of insight into a few emotions, especially when it comes to killing intent. Well, we don't meet many times, and we are not familiar with you. I don't know what attitude and opening remarks are needed to talk to you. Why? What do you want to find out about Tsunade from me? Chi-Yu still didn't stop. The street shop bought 2 popsicles, threw one to him, and walked slowly to the nearby square. Jiraiya took the popsicle and smiled bitterly. He had talked to Tsunade many times before and made many rounds of Tsunade's words, but he obviously didn't succeed. In addition, recently, many ninjas and village leaders have asked to see him several times. After all, Tsunade's words and deeds are a bit too aggressive. Jiraiya faintly felt the internal and external troubles of the village and was very worried, but he couldn't talk to Tsunade anymore. I want you to persuade her. Oh, Jiraiya couldn't hold back her expression as she looked up to the sky and sighed. Coming to the corner of the square, Chiyu sat on the wooden bench, nibbled the popsicle leisurely, and then said, "She walked this way. It was all driven by me. What should I persuade her to do?" Chiyu answered indifferently, and Jiraiya was taken aback. He didn't think about whether Chiyu changed Tsunade, but he was not sure. After all, Chiyu grew up in Konoha's Uchiha, and then escaped by chance during the extermination and followed Tsunade. His life history can almost be described in white paper. How could it be possible to push Tsunade to do all this? But Jiraiya has always been cautious. He neither believed nor denied what Chiyu said. "Then your purpose for doing this?" Jiraiya sat down and asked Chiyu's words. "Of course it is a man who wants to become the lord of the world," Chiyu answered while chewing on a popsicle. Seeing Chiyu's leisurely and freehand gesture, Jiraiya stared at him for a long time, always feeling that Chiyu was serious and perfunctory. Konoha is ninja village after all, and now the situation is already suffering from internal and external troubles. If you don't stop, you will really make a big mistake. Can you persuade her? Persuade? What did Tsunade do wrong? Chiyu chuckled lightly and asked Jiraiya back. Jiraiya is right now. Is Tsunade wrong? Although there are many unfavorable voices in the village, in the country of fire, and even in the ninja world, what is wrong with Tsunade? This is also the predicament of Jiraiya today. If Tsunade is really wrong, he can take it for granted, stand opposite Tsunade and accuse her, and even force her to persuade her. It was because Tsunade did the right thing that he was in a dilemma. Having traveled in the world of ninja for many years, he knew the pattern of ninja too well. Tsunade was right, but what she did would really bring disaster to herself and Konoha. However, this will increase conflicts within the village, cause riots in the world, and break the hard-won peace now, and you will become a sinner. Puff, riot, peace. Your time and distance to travel through the world of ninja claim to be second. No one dares to say first. What is riot? What is the reason? Is there peace? Where? A world that cannot tolerate truth. I think it is better to destroy it. Lord Jiraiya, if I remember correctly, your mission is to find the son of prophecy, right? Did you manage to be a bit wider? But we are in an environment where the status quo should not be broken. Obeying the majority of people is correct only if we get the approval of the mainstream. Otherwise, it is very, very dangerous. Jiraiya patiently persuaded. Chiyu is already one of the few directions he can work on. If there is no way to change Tsunade from Chiyu, then everything will be really difficult. The so-called mainstream and recognition are nothing more than the rulers used to fool the ignorant in the past, and the lower powers want to restrict the upper ones. This village was established by Master First Generation. Master Second Generation is the younger brother of Master First Generation. Third Generation is the disciple of Second Generation. Fourth Generation is your student as the disciple of Third Generation, not to mention Tsunade. The so-called recognition by everyone is just a joke. What determines right and wrong? Master Jiraiya, Hataki Sakumo, did you say he was right or wrong? In the new era, there is no ship that carries the remnants of the old era. The stubborn people will either give themselves a dignity, or someone will give them a dignity. No one can stop the progress of the times. After Chiyu finished speaking, he stood up and prepared to leave. For 3 years, Tsunade still failed to change Jiraiya. But Jiraiya was shocked by Chiyu's words, which was obviously more radical than Tsunade said. "Stop." Chiyu interrupted him and continued. "Master Jiraiya, your mission is to find the son of prophecy? You still have to do what you should do. You are now more lenient, bringing unprecedented changes or destruction to the world. Your son of prophecy student is really very special. If you don't want the world to be destroyed, what are you doing to hinder Tsunade? Can't you see her change? Or do you want your disciples of prophecy to make changes? Or is it that what you actually want is the destruction of this world?" Chiyu turned his head, looked at Jiraiya seriously, and asked. The prophecy of Toad Pill to Jiraiya is that his disciple will bring unprecedented change or destruction to the world. Although the original work proves that Nagato, the son of prophecy with destruction, failed, but Naruto, the son of prophecy, only saved the world and did not bring unprecedented changes to the world. Maybe the problem is not with Toad Balls, but with Jiraiya. Because in all the education that Naruto has come into contact with, there is no word for change, only inheritance. Inheritance of the will of fire. Inheritance of the ideals of the ancestors that he does not understand. If it's not Sasuke going to Orochimaru, but Naruto going. But now, Jiraiya was directly shocked by Chiyu's words, changing and destroying, constantly haunting his heart. In an instant, he discovered that it seemed that for many years, what he had subconsciously searched for was to avoid the destruction of the world without a deep understanding of the word change. And it was an unprecedented change. Did you know? You walk around the world with the will of a group of toads. It's sad. Chiyu continued to mock. No, that's not the case. Mount Myaboku is also for humans. Jiraiya, who was shocked just now, woke up to retort when he heard Chiyu's words. Cut for humans? Did you know that the existence of humans is unreasonable to everything in the world? You don't think that the group of animals really care about humans, do you? Be sober. Humans are the world's biggest destroyers and disasters. Does Mount Myaboku really want to save humans? The known history of mankind is so long that it is imperceptible. What is vaguely known at present is the age of the most ancient legends of gods and demons. Fortunately, under the dust of the ninja world, the shadows of the ancient gods, evil gods and monsters lie. After the gods and demons, there was an era of great unification. An ancient empire ruled the world and created a paradise on earth, but it was instantly destroyed, causing half of the world to be destroyed, and only a few people survived. Then came the Sage of Six Paths period, and now. Humans have gone through so many disasters in history. Why don't holy places such as Mount Myaboku come out to save humans every time? The number of times they took the initiative to come into contact with humans is only in the Sage of Six Paths period and now. Not to mention before Sage of Six Paths, after Sage of Six Paths, mankind has been in war for thousands of years, and countless people have struggled in the war. Why don't these holy places come out to help mankind? Chapter 117. Looking at Jiraiya, who was already dumbfounded, Chiyu did not stop and continued. That's because of the life and death of our human beings. What does it matter to them? Do you know why they helped Sage of Six Paths back then? Because it was a disaster that would destroy the entire world and would affect them. They helped Sage of Six Paths. Do you know what it means when you become the spokesperson of Mount Myaboku looking for the Son of Prophecy? It means that the world-destroying catastrophe that even those holy places is afraid of is coming. Not the catastrophe of human beings, but the catastrophe of the entire world. The Son of Prophecy? The prophetic son of Fart. Only because the disaster happened in this era, and then the Son of Prophecy was pushed out. Behind all of this, there are just some programs that have been dubbed praise. If there is no disaster in this era, then the so-called destined person will not become the child of prophecy. If disasters occur in other eras will naturally have pushers pushing others out as the sons of prophecies. A child of prophecy to be taught by someone like you who is ignorant, narrow, and whose mind is limited. Lord Jiraiya, what can you do to convince us that you can do well? Ask you a few questions. Is Hatake right or wrong? Who is right or wrong between First Generation and Uchiha Madara? Who are you and Orochimaru who have contributed to this world? Everything that Tsunade has done clearly allows everyone to move towards a better society. Why can't they be recognized? What is the meaning of Ninja Village? What is the meaning of Daimyo? Think about it, Lord Jiraiya. If you can't give us an answer to pioneers who open the way for mankind, then in the future, I don't mind killing your disciple in the reputation that he might bring destruction. Chiyu finished Jiraiya coldly, ignoring him who was desperate, and left leisurely. For Jiraiya, Chiyu and Tsunade, they are all quite defending him. It's a pity that he seems to be free and easy, but he carries a lot of things on his back in his life and restrains himself by himself. In the original book, it seems that he desperately blocked Nagato. Maybe it was not for his own relief? Because he has always lived with the thinking that he is a loser, especially when he has such an idea, he doesn't find anyone to confide in, just hold back. There are really few people who really care about Tsunade now. Chiyu and Tsunade don't want Jiraiya to actually walk across from each other. Randomly planned. How to break Jiraiya's mentality. Burden too much. Very sad. 2 days later, Konoha ushered in a very lively day. Hosted by 5th Hokage Tsunade personally, the National Transportation Construction Plan and the National Economic Development Zone Construction Plan were held. Representatives of officials from all over the country, as well as the powerful who received the invitation letter from Tsunade, came one after another. Many Konoha ninjas returned to the village to carry out thorough security work. All Konoha high-level officials were busy receiving the rich and powerful from all over the country. After a full afternoon banquet, Tsunade had a meeting in the Grand Plaza of the ninja school. First of all, thank you all for coming to the meeting. I also thank the daimyo for your support and trust. Due to the daimyo's health, I will hold this meeting on behalf of the daimyo. The head wears a Hokage cloak and wears a Hokage imperial robe. Tsunade, vigorously and bravely speaking on the high platform. The thousands of dignitaries sitting honestly below did not whisper, but their expressions were different. Bang, bang, bang. After Tsunade finished speaking, he looked at the venue for a few breaths. Then his face gradually became gloomy, and he suddenly patted the table a few times. Why don't you give me some applause? Tsunade's cold killing intent instantly spread everywhere, and said coldly. Instantly frightened everyone, including Konoha's senior management. Papa, Papa. Immediately someone took the lead and applauded. Papa. Disorganized applause rang out for a while. Everyone is very confused. There is no precedent for such a large-scale, upper-level meeting in the ninja world, let alone applause. After all, most of them are pampered people. How do you understand this? Very well. Then before the next meeting, I will continue to talk a few words. First of all, congratulations to all of you for coming. Thank you for thinking about the future of the country of fire. Daming, and I sincerely thank you all. As for those who received the invitation letter but did not come, obviously the world can no longer bear them to bow down. I sincerely wish the noble them that they will be healthy and happy in other worlds. At the moment when night fell, a huge cold current swept through the hearts of countless people in the venue, as if they were in the ice and snow. Tsunade, Jiraiya, who was working behind the scenes of this meeting, saw the situation through the backstage, and went silly, standing up and moving forward with a pale face. Chong, a ninja in a black dress and black mask, instantly moved away from space, and the cold sword hit Jiraiya's throat. All the staff and ninjas behind the scenes were all dumbfounded. Jiraiya, Danzo, Uchiha Koharu drank Jiraiya, wishing him to calm down, and Minato Hamura yelled Danzo, wishing him peace. In Konoha, except for a few people, everyone still believes that Flying Thunder God technique ninjas are Danzo's subordinates. Jiraiya also woke up. Then her face was gray, and she returned to work bitterly. Danzo snorted softly, grinning at the corners of his mouth, and a few moments reached the top of the tall teaching building. Facing the breeze of the evening breeze, Danzo took a deep breath and looked at Tsunade, who was speaking loudly and powerfully below, his smile getting more and more victorious. Then, he raised his head and shed tears. Sarutobi, if there is spirit in the sky, have you seen it? My ideal has found like-minded people. I always thought I was right. Originally, the person standing on the stage should be you. Such a pity. Danzo whispered softly, looking down below. A certain figure gradually overlapped with Hiruzen, and suddenly felt that the world seemed more radiant. My lord, at this moment, Konoha's ninjas are almost focused on the venue and outside the village. We can move. For people gathered to talk at a hotel in Konoha. Well, by now, everyone should stay calm and don't get stubborn in the last step. Hema said after taking a deep breath. They had tentatively wandered outside Konoha several times before they were almost spotted by a large number of closely patrolled Konoha shinobi. It was only today that they entered Konoha mixed in with the rich and powerful who came to the meeting. It's a pity that Konoha had ninjas in almost every street and alley at the beginning, preventing Kazuma from exploring the detonation charms. The invisible detonation talisman all over Konoha was very imaginary, and he was uneasy if he didn't detect it well. So now Buffon probed into this situation. They began to take action, first to investigate whether these detonating symbols are true. Connect some detonating symbols that may have been disconnected. After all, after decades, many buildings have been changed. The four of them mixed into the crowd, looking at the ninjas on the roofs around them, but they were relieved. Because the number is indeed small, and it seems that everyone's attention is near the ninja school. Not only was it the site of the conference, but many villagers also gathered nearby. In the other surroundings, There are only a few patrolling ninjas in the form of walking and walking. The four with Ma, in pairs, began to explore. Yo, they are starting to move. Danzo, here, a figure suddenly appeared and said softly, "Has the show started? It's really exciting. The security outside the village is no longer needed. Let all the ninja teams enter the village." Danzo also said softly, very calmly, "Haole, let them know now." Chiyu finished speaking and immediately sensed Kakashi's location. Chapter 118. At the meeting, as Tsunade continued to speak, everyone present was silent, and there were faintly increasing ninjas in the surrounding buildings, and everyone thought they hadn't seen them. After all, Tsunade was the one who ordered the bloodbaths of the thieves in the country of fire. The corpses of hundreds of thousands of thieves were in front. Now it is only natural for people to speak arrogantly. Of course, many people don't think that Tsunade arranged this for security. They think that this is what Tsunade showed to everyone present, which is to warn everyone not to jump. "My lord, come and take a look. I found it here." Konoha was cautiously missing somewhere in a remote place, and whispered to Kazuma next to him. Heima, who was still looking for, rushed over to investigate. Through the technique, the invisible detonating talisman was indeed found. Following the line connecting the detonating talisman, the two people found the connected invisible detonating talisman in several houses in this area. Xuanning is worthy of being an organ master. Heima sighed with emotion, flushed. The opponent not only arranged an invisible detonation talisman, but also arranged it in a position that could perfectly destroy the building. Suddenly, the excited Heima immediately became alert. Unfavorable to hear this. He looked at the position where Ma was alert. Swish, Heima's face turned dark, and he chased him out immediately. It was really terrible to be discovered at this critical juncture. Bang, but the two were still too late. They saw the person they were chasing, wearing a black costume and an animal mask, and quickly jumped to the roof and fired a flare into the sky. "Damn it, it's not destiny. Send a signal to let the wind and move out of the dangerous area. We were found. We can only act in advance. First, detonate the explosive, and in the chaos, we will follow the blueprint to repair the other damaged connection areas." After talking with the horse, he killed the ninja on the roof. Swish swish. When the ninja saw the horse rushed forward, he didn't use ninjutsu again, but swiftly retreated like a ghost and threw countless hidden weapons. Heima dodged for a while, and when he jumped to the roof, he happened to see countless ninjas coming after the flare in the distance. "I just feel them on my scalp." After throwing a few concealed weapons immediately, he went down the alley and fled quickly. At this time, Buyuan also successfully fired a flare, and Heima disappeared in a deserted alley. "It's a pity that I stayed with them for a few days, and I didn't get any more handles. You do it. Remember that the one who called you unfavored left me alive." Somewhere, Danzo smiled and said to Chiyu, who was next to him in black and black mask. Oh, the younger generation understands. The younger generation understands. I did not expect that Elder Danzo not only has a young body, but also has a youthful mentality. It is not for that girl I must be tied to you intact. Absolutely no accident." Chiyu was taken aback for a moment, and then replied teasingly, "It's not a big girl. It's a superb beauty, or a super-dressed Yamato Nadeshiko beauty. It's a combination of gentle, intellectual, and mature charm, with a very good temperament." Danzo, an old bachelor who has been single for nearly 70 years, heard Chi use teasing words. It wasn't that he had any thoughts about not being destined. After all, he had never seen each other. "It's just that I learned from Tsunade that the secret of ninjutsu for unfavored ninjutsu is very special, and it is the talent he needs from his roots." Konoha surprised many people by the exposure of Heima and the two signal flares. In just a dozen breaths, and the horse was jumping between the houses, he could vaguely see hundreds of people crowded around the roofs from far away. "My lord, what should I do?" The beautiful Wani-san asked Heima, unfavorable by Huaro. "We are surrounded. I hope to leave without the wind. I can only detonate the detonation talisman, so that we can cover our escape." Falling into the alley, Heima replied while running. "Sahe." However, at this moment, the two of them shook their eyes, and a ninja in black and black mask appeared in front of them in an instant. The two of them were too late to react. Only a pair of scarlet cross pattern Mangekyo was reflected in their subconsciously constricted pupils. Ah, although I am not good at illusion, my brother. But who said you are not strong? Chiyu of Versailles murmured. It was Tsunade and Danzo that allowed them to live until now. Let's see how much contact they will have with the daimyo during this period of time, and how many things they can make, but unfortunately not. Then Chiyu flashed with the two of them, and then disappeared again. Afterwards, many ninjas came and threw themselves out. If you want to get rich, build roads first. The Northwest Transportation Alliance has proven this. As traffic increases people's communication, the massive flow of people brings a business blowout, which drives a series of manufacturing and production industries. In this way, the entire nation of fire can get an economic upgrade from top to bottom and open up economic sources. When everyone gets rich together, we in the country can become more prosperous and strong. Therefore, it is imperative to improve the progress of the country of fire. You also know the mature operation of the Northwest Transportation Union. Therefore, in order to promote the rapid development of the country, Tsunade has reluctantly gave up your love and let you participate in the investment. At the venue, Tsunade left the table and stood on a high platform, talking to thousands of people. At this moment, a piercing flare burst into the sky above the venue and exploded. Who? The speech was interrupted, and Tsunade immediately yelled. Whoosh! In an instant, the surrounding buildings immediately jumped out of the dense ninjas, looking for people who disrupted the meeting. Everyone, let's talk today. A loud voice came from outside the conference hall, where the powerful and powerful subordinates concentrated. In an instant, countless ninjas surrounded, causing a noisy riot. Swish, only one person flew out and landed on the high fence beside the conference hall. It was Hema who came here, and at the moment his body was covered with detonating charms, and he was holding a comatose child hostage. Seeing this, the thousands of dignitaries who were in the meeting were immediately frightened and rioted. Hema, you dare to show up Konoha, looking for death. Tsunade screamed, and a huge aura gushed out of her. Suddenly Tsunade turned on Sage Mode, Baihao Technique, and Golden Haki broke out. #FL+F equals as soon as Haki opened, Tsunade was full of pale golden light, and the surrounding 100 meters were in her golden chakra realm. At the same time, the vast coercion and terrifying killing intent directly suppressed the thousands of dignitaries who were rioting below, and everyone was trembling on the ground. I'm not here to find you, Hema Lee said coldly on the high wall at the edge of the venue. Immediately, he looked at the countless ninjas surrounding this place and the thousands of powerful people below, and then said loudly, Everyone, you all know that since Ninja Village was founded, Ninja has been in the riots of these ninjas and restless. The country's military power has been deprived, and the daimyo has lost power. How can one mountain allow two tigers? A country can only have one jade. Therefore, Shinobu's existence is wrong. I hope you all understand the righteousness, right and wrong. I don't want to kill a lot, dear ninjas, as long as you hand over the heads of Danzo and Tsunade, and then give them to the daimyo. We can become a complete and powerful country. A country with everything. The blue veins on the horse's neck were violent, and he drank to the surrounding with decisive expression. For a time, a place with thousands of people, and tens of thousands of people nearby who heard this, were all silent for an instant. This is a battle between Shinobu and the daimyo. No one dares to take such a word. Answer me. After a few breaths, Hema, who had just decided to excite himself, immediately flushed his eyes and yelled towards the surroundings angrily. I really don't want to kill everyone here. You answer me. Hema angrily shouted hysterically around. Just you? You are also qualified to say this. On the high platform right in front of the meeting, the majestic and golden Tsunade sneered, and at the same time broke out a real killing intent, step by step towards Hema. Then you all go to death. No fate. Do it. Boom rumble. In an instant, the entire Konoha land shook. Chapter 119. At the moment after yelling with the horse, somewhere in Konoha, a woman's eyes were finished with a dull knot, and her hands patted the map on the ground. Enchantment Gate Sealing Technique. The 8th gate is closed. Boom rumble. For a moment, Konoha continued to vibrate like an earthquake. At the venue, Everyone was horrified to discover that a huge door was suddenly upgraded above the Hokage rock next to it, as if it came from hell. The gloomy giant gate is 100 meters wide and nearly 200 meters high. The door was engraved with the ghost face of the Hades, which was horrifying, and many people at the scene were scared to pee. Notify all ninjas and immediately transfer the villagers to the refuge. Danzo shouted right here. The ninjas who were immediately awakened by Danzo immediately communicated orders noisily. Thousands of ninjas dashed on the roofs of Konoha's buildings and loudly directed the villagers to enter the shelters. Woo-woo. At the same time, the sirens ringing all over Konoha sounded. Damn Chiyu, can you say something nice? Danzo cursed with a dark face. Chiyu controlled the horse and killed the Hokage effect. Why would you take him, Danzo? Rumbling. Whem. Konoha instantly appeared huge gates of hell in 4 directions, and then between the 4 giant gates, a black semicircular energy barrier of several kilometers in size was quickly propped up, directly covering Konoha. Not bad. When Danzo saw this, the corner of his mouth grinned. Tsunade really picked up the information of these people. This forbidden technique was enough for him. Danzo liked it very much. Within a dozen breaths, the huge change directly caused countless people to be dumbfounded, including the thousands of ninjas everywhere in Konoha. Only when oneself is under this vast, terrifying barrier as vast as the mighty sky, can one discover the fear and coldness revealed from the soul. Did you see it? Did you see it? Tell me your choice. I will really kill you. As long as you kill Danzo, kill Hokage. As long as you disband Ninja Village. We can all live well into the future beautiful world. In the panic and riots of countless people, Hama continued to yell. The ninjas who surrounded him looked at this dangerous man with sweat. The opponent has a hostage in his hand, and countless detonation symbols are attached to his body. Lord Hokage does not issue an order, and they dare not act rashly. And the horse, that's enough. Are you going to continue to make mistakes again and again? Country of Fire. After the confrontation for a while, a bearded man hurried over. Shut up. Asuma. You didn't kill me back then. Then it proves that I am not worthy of death. God let me live for this mission and for this country. Do you know Laming Leirin? Asuma. I have practiced the forbidden technique to revive the lightning style. If you don't kill Danzo and Hokage, then the forbidden technique will be launched, and the entire Konoha will have to die. He and Ma's crazily distorted face roared hysterically. Seeing Asuma's horrified face, countless people were extremely solemn. The venue was silent for a long time, but now, no one dared to be cautious, let alone chaos. Do you deserve to talk about the righteousness of the country and the shinobu system? Tsunade was covered with haki at the moment, and said to Kazuma with disdain, Don't force me to kill everyone. This is the final warning. Bomb. Seeing Tsunade Haki's full momentum with Ma, he suddenly yelled hysterically. Boom rumble. After he finished shouting with the horse, after a breath, a continuous roar came. In the horrified eyes of countless people, under the black enchantment, the high Hokage rock sparkled and roared continuously. Accompanied by the thick gunpowder, the 5 historical Hokage stone statues representing Konoha's highest honor were all destroyed by a sudden roar. Boom, boom, boom. Part of the Hokage rock collapsed, throwing up huge dust in an instant. The Hokage building, the hospital, and the school below are all affected by the collapsed Hokage rock. Fortunately, most of Konoha and ninjas are nearby, and immediately use Earth-style Duryubi to block them. Hands. Tsunade's angry voice came out loud as everyone flees in horror and panic. Call out in the thick gunpowder, in the blind spot of Hema's vision, a small Shinbin silently rushed towards him. Just when Hema realized it. I saw 2 black figures instantly appearing in Shinbin's position, almost close to Ma. Those who paid attention here saw 2 black figures appearing. One of the people in black with his eyes exposed was suddenly a pair of scarlet cross-pattern Mangekyo. Seeing that Hima was subdued in an instant, many people looked at the 2 figures, and they all understood that the previous rumors to Elder Danzo were true, that they really had a flying thunder god subordinate in Mangekyo, who was controlled to become a puppet. At the same time, thousands of dignitaries in the surrounding area watched the development with trepidation, not knowing what to do. This is why people in the ninja world hate ninjas, because they are really powerless when facing ninjas. I order you to remove the barrier that surrounds Konoha and stop Laming's forbidden technique. After seeing Heima being subdued, Tsunade came slowly and said gloomily, "Enchantment is the forbidden technique. Only she can solve it. I haven't perfected the forbidden technique, so I didn't use it." Heima, who was controlled by the illusion, replied, "Then how did you destroy Hokage Rock?" Tsunade asked murderously. "That's the detonating charms all over the Hokage Rock, and there are detonating charms all over the entire Konoha village." "Impossible. Who can place the detonation charm on Konoha?" "How did you do it?" Tsunade asked loudly. Everyone in the neighborhood could hear it clearly. "We didn't do it, but Xianyang, the spy of Yangyan village 30 years ago. He worked in Konoha many times as a worker for decades, and thus arranged invisible detonation talisman throughout Konoha. He is a master of top agencies." The controlled Heima replied, "Then you still have partners? How about Xuanning?" "Xuanning was killed by us. My 3 subordinates are investigating whether the old detonating charms are damaged." "They are." Ima, controlled by Mangekyo's illusion, made countless people's backs chill with his words. "For all Umbu roots, immediately go and investigate these 3 people to prevent them from detonating the detonation talisman again," Tsunade yelled. Suddenly, the roots of Umbu, who heard the order nearby, leaped away. At the same time, the transfer of villagers in Konoha village was staged everywhere, and under the command of the ninja, they quickly entered several air raid shelters. Tsunade burst into a terrifying chakra instantly, and the vast chakra caused an air current that swept hundreds of meters. Summoning technique. Bang, a huge white fog of more than 100 meters appeared, and after the fog dissipated, a huge katsu with a length of 100 meters appeared. Rainy, I saw the huge katsu, and immediately split into countless katsu clones of several meters. With Tsunade sitting on the seat, use the katsu, space transformation technique, to send these katsu to every corner of Konoha. The katsu avatars that were transmitted to all parties split again from a few meters into multiple 1-meter splits. Fortunately, when Tsunade was in the position of Hokage, her legend was once again popular. At this moment, the appearance of countless katsu clones in Konoha did not cause panic and did not affect the villagers to move the air raid shelter. Boom rumble. A few minutes later, starting from the Hokage building, there was a continuous explosion. Not good. There was a violent explosion, and everyone's eyes were cracked. Just now Elder Danzo arranged for the ninjas to transfer the villagers. Although most of the villagers were having dinner and spreading out, there were more than 100,000 Konoha. In a short time, only a small part of them were transferred. Boom rumble. The continuous flash of light, the prolonged explosion and roar, mixed with countless looming crying. Everyone watched with fear. Watching the explosion that lasted for several minutes, it affected Konoha. 10 minutes later, here at the ninja school, the lavender cuboid barrier opened, and inside were thousands of frightened dignitaries. Countless ninjas used wind style to blow away the smoke from the sky after the explosion, exposing the devastated earth. The village that once made countless people of Konoha village proud has become a ruin filled with gunpowder. After the roar, it was pitch black, and some ninjas immediately went to the broken Hokage rock and various high points to set up bright lights. Konoha, now reduced to ruins, shouted everywhere, mixed with the sound of burning wood, and countless ninjas shouting for disaster relief. "It doesn't matter, right?" Chiyu changed into Umbu's clothes and asked softly when he went to his wife. "Cut. It's a little bit off, but it doesn't matter. It's just the detonation talisman, how powerful it can be." Tsunade wiped the sweat and said, "In the original book, she was able to protect all the villagers at the time with summoning katsu when pin nuclear here at Konoha. This time they considered a good time to detonate the detonating talisman against the building. Using the katsu split to protect 70 to 80,000 people is much easier than the original. Not to mention Tsunade is now several times stronger than the original. Oh, why haven't many of them blown down?" The barrier covering Konoha also disappeared. On the half-cliff of Hokage Rock, Tsunade complained when he looked at a few strong buildings in the thick smoke. "Is Danzo not doing everything well? Can you be careful when you connect and repair those invisible detonators?" "It's okay. It will be treated as a dilapidated house when the time comes. Who dares to say not to demolish it? Chiyu comforted. Duh. Chapter 120. That's right. The event planned from start to finish was a success. Someone can't understand that the old school doesn't support her. In fact, he is reluctant to give a lot of demolition fees, so the effect is remarkable. Looking at the flattened Konoha, Tsunade is like drinking honey. As long as there are no casualties, it is not that there are no casualties. There are a few hapless people who died unfortunately, and then dozens of others were simply scared to death. Nowadays, many people have come out of the protection of the Katsuyu separatism, holding their families for the rest of their lives. In this situation, I am afraid that most of the people's property is gone. This is exactly what Tsunade wanted. People who have no house, no property, and nothing will be obediently obedient. Besides, it's Konoha village. In fact, ordinary people don't have much property. They are only owned by the ninja family. Tsunade wants to destroy their property. Today's ruined ruins, Tsunade is like looking at uncultivated fertile soil. I was afraid that my happy expression would be discovered, so I pretended to come to the heights to be quiet. Danzo is more direct. He is now at the part of the internal base exposed by the Hokage rock next to him, happily drinking tea while admiring the outside. Swish, Chiyu disappeared. When reappeared, there was a beautifully dressed woman in his hand. Ahem, Lord Danzo, I brought you the woman you wanted. It is worthy of the eyes of an adult. This woman is really superb. When Uchiha Koharu, Jiraiya, and others rushed to the emergency meeting, Chiyu, dressed in black, arrived with a beautiful Yamato Nadeshiko just in time. All of a sudden, several people all looked at Danzo. Their expressions were quite stunned, but it was fleeting. After all, there were more important things waiting for them to deal with. Danzo was stunned. He has never encountered such a thing before. How can this be explained? Looking towards Chiyu, his eyes slowly turned from stunned to suffocating. The next morning, the sun shone on a ruined Konoha. Konoha's appearance resembled the scars in the hearts of many villagers. And the thousands of dignitaries who suffered the disaster of Wuwang stay in a tent arranged by Konoha obediently at this moment. Someone yelled last night that it was not safe here and wanted to leave and go home. There are dozens of corpses hanging at the Konoha gate now. I heard that it was a thief who was discovered by Konoha patrol at night. Who would dare to move this time? How about the casualties? Hokage building was also razed to the ground. At this moment, Konoha was working in a big tent. Thank you Hokage-sama for taking action. Konoha has few casualties. Nara Shikajiu replied respectfully. In the past, he could still be ambiguous and watch the development of the situation, but now it doesn't work. Tsunade's tough attitude, Danzo's power, and those villagers rescued by Hokage, the grateful heartfelt gratitude. Lugio knew that no one could stop Tsunade from moving forward. If he didn't want to die or leave Konoha, he naturally knew what to do. From the busy night to the morning, Tsunade has been dealing with casualties and espionage issues, not mentioning Konoha's heavy losses. When the sun came out, and everyone was busy on the ruins, Tsunade took Konoha and Umbu's roots all the way to the Hyuga house. Countless people looked silly for a moment. The Hyuga family does not live in Konoha village. Because the bloodline boundary Byakugan is the reason for the perspective ability, their family took the initiative to avoid suspicion, and the family land is on the more fringe of Konoha. Here, only their Hyuga family. Therefore, the explosion last night did not affect them here. In fact, many buildings that are not in the main city are okay. Tsunade came all the way aggressively, and Hyuga Hayashi hurried out to greet him with fear. Boom! After Tsunade slapped Hyuga Hayashi with a slap, he lifted his leg and hit the guardian's foot, and directly destroyed the gate of the Hyuga clan, and a huge ravine rushed into the Hyuga clan's land for several hundred meters. So 200 Byakugan gathered in panic, and with a bang, hundreds of ninjas immediately reduced the entire Hyuga clan to ruins. Jiraiya and Uchiha Koharu, who were behind Tsunade, blocked them and were beaten by Tsunade. Hayashi, come here, kneel here. Tsunade's face was blue, his eyes were bloodshot, and the killing intent scared hundreds of people nearby into silence. Hyuga Hayashi watched his wife and daughter beside Tsunade's clenched fist. He was not arrogant or unyielding. He knelt down to Tsunade in front of hundreds of people. It's so good. Are you convicted? With Tsunade's words, everyone was stunned. because no one knew the reason why Tsunade rushed here angrily. Is it possible that behind this explosion, the Hyuga clan could not promote it? That's impossible. Hokage-sama, Hayashi swears that what happened last night has nothing to do with the Hyuga clan. Please be aware of it. Hyuga Hayashi was terrified, thinking that this was Tsunade's offending them or suspecting them, and immediately squatted his head to explain out loud. My God, the entire Konoha main city was almost razed to the ground, and the entire Konoha city was hit by hundreds of thousands of people. The Hyuga Hayashi and Hyuga family, even the Fire Country daimyo, can't afford this crime. Tsunade jumped up with anger, ready to step on a Tensho foot. Tsunade! Jiraiya and Danzo came over to stop Tsunade. Udatain Koharu and Mitokado Hamura quickly came to stop Tsunade. Several people pulled, and the chakra flow broke out, making the people around tremble. Tsunade, wake up! How can you put such a clueless thing to Hyuga's house? Haven't you talked about it with Ma? It's Shinnon. Pop! Tsunade slapped Jiraiya with his backhand skillfully and shouted angrily. Yes, it was not made by the Hyuga clan, but Shinnon installed the detonation talisman 30 years ago. For 30 years, no Byakugan of the Hyuga clan has found this all over the place. Is the detonation talisman for the whole village? Tsunade roared hysterically. A breeze blew, and everyone woke up like a dream. They all looked at Hyuga Hayashi and the 200 Hyuga people. For 30 years, for several generations, Tintin had Hyuga people walking on the village streets. Has the Hyuga clan really not found it for 30 years? This is also Tsunade's question. Although the detonating talisman is invisible, in the original work, Neji and Hinata easily used Byakugan to detect the invisible detonating talisman spreading over the entire village. Even for 30 years, the Hyuga clan has been very disciplined. But many of their tribesmen have studied in ninja school, right? Have you taught Byakugan in the actual combat class? The Nine Tails incident, the Uchiha genocide incident, Tsunade did not believe that no one in the Hyuga clan opened Byakugan to watch it. When the Byakugan is opened, the lowest perspective is a few hundred meters. The ninjas of the Hyuga clan can see through a distance of 1 or 2 kilometers. The top ones can even see through a radius of 10 miles. Little Konoha, for decades, generations, hundreds of Byakugan, really haven't found these invisible detonators? Master Hokage, please tell me, the Hyuga clan stayed safe and didn't find it. I'm sorry, I'm very sorry. The Hyuga clan has no ambitions, just didn't find it. Now that I feel the cold, killing intent of Tsunade up close, Hyuga Hayashi dare not maintain the arrogance of the previous family. At this moment, what happened to the Uchiha clan reappears in his mind. If he does not give in, the Hyuga clan will definitely follow the Uchiha clan's footsteps. I only believe in the facts, and the Yamanaka clan will help me get the truth. Tsunade said coldly to Hyuga Hayashi, whose forehead was broken. All the people of the Hyuga clan who are over 40 years old come to the front. Tsunade drank to the Hyuga clan who was standing together. Then he pointed to Yamanaka Keiichi, who was trembling next to him. Let's start your performance. Let everyone see if the Hyuga clan has been wronged. Tsunade, it has happened. This is done by Schwanning, Heima and others, and has nothing to do with anyone in the village. Besides, this is an invisible detonation talisman. Even if you open Byakugan, how can you find out if you don't pay attention to it? Jiraiya was sweating profusely. When Konoha suffered such a disaster, Tsunade would only distract the people in the village. How many things have you done right in your life? How many times have you guessed the answer? Tsunade said nothing. Danzo, who was next to him, said in a strange way. Although he was tsundere, after acknowledging Tsunade's ability, he still maintained Tsunade very well. Tsunade. I saw Jiraiya kneel directly to Tsunade, and everyone was stunned by this scene. Tsunade looked at Jiraiya, who was kneeling and holding his head. His eyes couldn't help, but he took a deep breath and spit out tremblingly. It turned out that Shiyu was not indifferent to this world because he came from Blue Star, but as he said and thought, the concept of this era is not in the same world as his 3 views. Shiyu persuaded her that when she took this path, the only things she could get along with in this world were lunatics and followers. Seeing Isshin doing his own good Jiraiya, the two of them have come this far. Tsunade is also very weak. Chapter 121. I guided Jiraiya many times, and even Chiyu almost told him a few days ago. Unfortunately, Jiraiya may be born like this. Last time the Transportation Alliance and Tsunade and Iwagakure incidents, Tsunade specifically let Jiraiya know the plan, hoping to change him. But Jiraiya's reaction disappointed her, and the plan for this incident was not told to him. Looking at what he looks like now, Tsunade knew that if he told him, I am afraid that the situation will not be the same, and Jiraiya will definitely stop him desperately. Tsunade quickly cleared up his mood, perhaps as Orochimaru said, since you have taken this path, don't be afraid. Ignore Jiraiya, but Tsunade did not tell Yamanaka, who was terrified, to continue. I heard that when your daughter ran away from home when she was a child, she was bullied by a bear kid, and Naruto happened to appear as a hero to save the United States. Hayashi, you come and tell me that your daughter has been hijacked by Cloud Shinobi village ninjas, and therefore took the life of your brother. How did you do so carelessly? Who was the guard of your house at that time? Who is Hinata's servant? Who is secretly protecting the future heir of the clan? It's too incompetent. How about I clean up the door for you? The seated Tsunade looked down at Hyuga Hayashi and asked, or, I will find out the bear kids who bullied Hinata and hang them at Konoha's gate? I want to see, which be ********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* Tsunade. Uchiha Koharu hurriedly pulled on Tsunade's clothes. Among all the trembling crowd, beside the wife of the patriarch Hyuga, a 10-year-old girl shuddered all over. Tsunade looked at Hinata, raised his head and thought for a moment. His eyes were fierce, and he continued to say to Hyuga Hayashi, who was kneeling on the ground, Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, the son of 4th generation, was born in that position. You started so early, Hayashi, you really have you. The son-in-law is Hokage, or the future Konoha, and even the strongest Nine-Tails Jinchuriki in the ninja world. Grandson can sit in this position as expected, so this position is called Byakugan. You said you are so smart. Tsunade is a weak woman. Why are you not afraid? Tsunade spoke the weakest words with a cannibal look, but blasted a huge wave in everyone's heart. Countless people quietly glanced at Hyuga Hayashi. This kind of thing is clear. Even Danzo thought about it, and glanced at Hyuga Hayashi. The Uzumaki clan has almost disappeared, the Senju clan has fallen, and the Uchiha clan has been destroyed. Hayashi, you don't know how bright your Hyuga clan is. Especially the chair I was sitting on in Hokage building. It was almost blinded by you. I searched and searched, searched and searched, but I couldn't find the handle of your Hyuga clan at all. Tsunade was very anxious. No handle, no handle. How can I trouble you? Seeing you standing proudly on the side of the couch, I can only do nothing. Do you know what people outside say? Many people admire your wisdom and promote your transcendent existence in Konoha. Yeah, Tangtang Konoha can't even use a Byakugan ninja. The Hyuga clan is so powerful that it can be seen in general. Better than the uncle, better than the ancestor. When Tsunade was gentle, he heard Hyuga Hayashi shiver all over. At this moment, Hyuga Hayashi panicked completely, because Konoha was no longer the Konoha he had been familiar with. Panic, not just Hyuga Hayashi. Tsunade's words, like a heavy hammer, knocked into the hearts of some people present. I thought and thought, thought and thought, finally thought of a crime. You help me to add up, see if it is enough? The weak little woman Tsunade found out that you quietly fished the future Hokage to be the son-in-law, thus making Byakugan become Hokage. You have the ability to rebel. This is your sin. You see, is it feasible? Master Hokage Mingjian, the Hyuga clan is intermarried within the clan, and the clan girls do not marry outside. Hayashi does not have this idea, and dare not. Hyuga Hayashi's bloody forehead knocked loudly. The scene was silent for more than 10 breaths. After Chiyu, disguised as Umbu, handed his wife a cup of tea, Tsunade took a sip, then slowly got up and left. Looking up at the sky, Tsunade's mouth curled slightly. Threatening Hyuga's family shouldn't make such a big scene, but what if it is more than just threatening Hyuga's family? As for destroying the Naruto and Hinata pair, Tsunade sighed secretly. If fate is true, it is not her bad mother-in-law who can stop the marriage. Besides, Tsunade feels that Naruto is so naive. If not for the title of Son of Destiny, he really doesn't deserve Hinata in the original book. Danzo, Tsunade said to Danzo on the way back with the team. I know. Danzo nodded and replied. With a wave of his hand, He hurriedly left with the route team. With cold sweat on their foreheads, everyone didn't dare to ask or look around. Today's Konoha, Tsunade, and Danzo, two extremely carnivorous dinosaurs. No one dares to mess around anymore. The news has arrived? A few hours later, Danzo asked when he watched Chiyu suddenly appear next to him on an airship above the beautiful scenery. Properly, now the whole country has spread. Chiyu stretched out and replied. What happened last night was naturally deliberately revealed to the capital of the country and spread quickly around it. Danzo, who was rushing to the capital of the country of fire, was still a little worried and arranged for Chiyu to check it out. After all, it would be boring if things weren't sensational enough. Now transplanting first-generation cells, wearing white Zetsu, Might on the left and Chiyu on the right, Danzo is no longer as afraid of who is afraid of famous pigs. Take your name to make the world? Ah! Danzo laughed frantically. Be low-key, rampant, and excessive. God will not be able to stand it. What if you are condemned by God? And if you fail, you will be nailed to the historical pillar of shame forever. Chiyu felt that although Danzo was not a good bird, he had helped his couple so much after all, and he should be kindly reminded. No, haha. There are one or two things like this. As long as we do, more people will imitate it. Shame and swearing are unavoidable, but those who know a little bit in their hearts will learn well. Danzo took a leisurely sip of tea and said, as if the flathead brother got into the snake's nest, he was so happy. Chiyu shook his head. People didn't care. He naturally didn't care anymore. I thought that Danzo would not dare to accept this job of being a white glove for Tsunade, but it was unexpected by Chiyu and Tsunade. When he heard this plan, Danzo was shocked. He trembled and confirmed to Tsunade several times, and then happily showed off. As expected to be the ninja pot king, the attributes of this matter are 2TM fit. Look at Danzo happy. In the scorching sun, Danzo and a group of Ma and Danzo entered the capital, and one of them was privately hidden by Danzo. The destruction of Konoha last night has now caused a sensation in the entire country, and everyone knows the truth behind it. At this moment, I saw Danzo and his group with a dark face and menacing, and countless onlookers pointed and pointed. When Danzo and others left in the evening, a sensational news spread. The former daimyo had been suffering from a serious illness before, and for many days he was worried about his citizens being persecuted by bandits. So the children who were in their 10 years old, under the witness of the ministers, quickly ascended the throne. When the new daimyo took office, the first thing he did was to express his sympathy for Konoha's disaster last night, and to order the heinous people such as Heima to be sentenced. He also expressed that he personally led the ministers to Konoha to visit the affected Konoha village residents, and continued the unfinished meeting with Hokage. At night, the airship in the sky slowly flew, and in the cabin, the 10-year-old new name was beside Danzo tremblingly, and the drinks and fruits on the table. He did not dare to move when he was hungry. Under the light, he didn't even dare to look at this person's shadow. At this moment, there are only scenes in his mind where his father is dying and struggling on the hospital bed, and the scene of this man holding his hand and stabbing his horse to death with his own hands. On the airship behind, a group of officials were also uneasy. Chapter 122. It was midnight, and Konoha was in trouble, but many people couldn't sleep through the night. One day has passed, and the whole world has gone through the vicissitudes of life. The death of the former daimyo and the ascension of the new daimyo left countless powerful people in silence. They are all upper-class people in this country. Maybe they don't have much force, but their brains are much better than ninjas. Who are the horses? They naturally knew, and they could also perceive what Heima wanted to destroy Konoha. It's just that they didn't expect Konoha to be so decisive and so ignorant of taboos. Konoha was destroyed by Kazuma at night, and the next day he went straight to change his name. Now that the new daimyo and officials are voluntarily coming to the ruined Konoha, then these powerful people will naturally become more sensible. Bang Tsunade. Although it was midnight, Tsunade still worked in the temporary Hokage tent. Jiraiya pushed open the gatekeeper, Moonlight Hate, and Yuzuki Yuyen, and rushed in. Danzo came with the new name and the ministers of the state, and naturally put the news into the village in advance. After hearing this, Jiraiya turned pale and sat on the ground for a long time. However, he didn't come to Tsunade right away. but kept sitting and thinking deeply. It was not until they learned that Kakashi, Asuma, and others had received Tsunade's order to recall the ninjas stationed across the country back to the village that Jiraiya rushed to the village. Tsunade ignored the incoming Jiraiya without even looking at him and continued to receive the information from the various engineering teams across the country that Shizune and Anko had handed over. Tsunade, do you know the consequences of letting Danzo do this? Why do you want to withdraw the ninjas stationed everywhere? In the current situation, have you ever thought about the border? Jiraiya hurriedly asked. Regarding the death of the former daimyo, even if Jiraiya knows that it must be Danzo's black hand, it has already happened, let alone condemning Tsunade and Danzo. Even if they admit their mistakes, even if they overthrow them, what can they do? Now that the country of fire has changed drastically, there is a high probability that other countries and Ninja Village will be tested, which will lead to war. At this moment, Tsunade has almost withdrawn all the border ninjas, which is tantamount to inviting other countries to invade since opening the country. It was precisely because he was aware of the huge war crisis that he could bear Danzo's plan for his daimyo, and he did not question Tsunade now. But now Tsunade recalled all the actions of ninjas, which really made him not understand. Jiraiya, you have too much trouble. At this moment, an indifferent voice sounded outside the tent. Danzo in the tent next door, wearing huge sunglasses, walked in after the two boys Yamanaka Fong and Aburame opened the door. Jiraiya turned blue when he saw Danzo coming in. Danzo ignored him. Instead, he talked about it. After all, Konoha is the deterrent to the existence of all parties. Now that the ruins are in ruins, where's the face? Gather all the ninjas and craftsmen from all over the country to build Konoha as quickly as possible. Moreover, if someone invades, then the target will definitely be Konoha. At this moment, gathering troops will kill two birds with one stone. But have you ever thought about the people on the border? Jiraiya asked. Jiraiya, as long as your mind is a little more normal, you won't ask that. But I can tell you one thing clearly. Danzo, I really want this to happen. Wars are never justified. Only excuses are needed. If there are other forces doing this, I will be very happy, because we have an excuse to start a war righteously. Danzo looked at Jiraiya contemptuously and said, letting go of the past situation, Konoha will definitely have powerful vanguard troops entering the country of fire to test. But you must know that Konoha's combat power has not been lost now, and there is even a force called the Ally of the Transportation Alliance, which is actually a force of Tsunade's personal organization, and only people with no brains will enter the country of fire on a large scale. Danzo begged Tsunade to recall all the ninjas on the grounds of restoring Konoha because he was afraid that others would not dare to make small moves. I just want to see if there are any forces who dare to come to the undefended frontier. If it comes, well, Danzo should also show off his useless military talent for many years. Instead of being targeted by other forces overtly and secretly during the time of the policy of arguing for the world, it is better for us to detonate the war and engage the disputes abroad. This is Danzo's idea. He used powerful force to make a jump outside to buy time, and then Tsunade quickly used his name to change the country's policies. As long as they survive, they will return to domestic development when the time comes and sit back and watch the turbulence of the world. The reform of Fire Nation was successful, but he did not believe that other forces were indifferent. Many people say that he is scheming, but it is clear that Tsunade has a bigger picture. After the reform of the country of fire, what will other countries do? The daimyo watch out for his own ninja village? Where's Ninja Village? There is no such thing as Ninja Village and the daimyo at the same time. Otherwise, it would have been integrated into the country's political system. So why continue to maintain Ninja Village's detached status? Even if you don't move the village, the daimyo won't believe you. At this time, the conflict between the village and the daimyo will really come to the table. Everyone will fight for time and dare not stop. Did the other party move because you didn't move? Isn't this waiting to die? So are you defensive or not? It can be said that Tsunade's plan is an upright and arrogant plan. Jiraiya felt weak after hearing Danzo's words. Mount Myaboku let himself find the son of prophecy, who is the one who saves the world. Only when there is a disaster in the world does it need to be rescued. Will the actions of Tsunade and Danzo now become the source of disaster in this world? Thinking of this possibility, He looked at Tsunade anxiously and said, "Tsunade, Chiyu said before that he pushed you to do all this because he wants to be the man who is the lord of the world. In the current situation, have you ever thought about, yes, he is my man. I have become the lord of the world. Isn't he the man of the lord of the world?" Tsunade continued to look at the information in his hand and interrupted Jiraiya impatiently. At this, Jiraiya was stunned, and Danzo was also stunned when he heard the words. Well, is this the relationship between Tsunade and Chiyu? Why doesn't he know? That be asterisk 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 D. Baba, that kid is young and handsome, so Tsunade is so good. Jiraiya, people have to be self-aware. Now, Konoha nowadays, your existence is no longer useful. Aren't you looking for the son of prophecy? Seeing how peaceful the land of fire is, where does the son of prophecy need to be rescued? However, there are many places with deep and hot water in the ninja world, so you should go and take a look. Here, the old man will send you away from Konoha and wish you a smooth journey outside. Danzo finished coldly. Yamanakakes and Aburame took the roots of the two boys and took the rope to Jiraiya. Jiraiya was hit hard by Danzo's words. His eyes flushed, but he gritted his teeth and said nothing. In this way, Jiraiya was sent out of Konoha village by Danzo himself. Oh, I have to make it clear. I don't think Jiraiya's brain is good. What if he doesn't understand the truth? What should he do afterwards? Let's not talk about his strong strength. He is still very popular. After Jiraiya left, Uchiha Koharu came to Tsunade and said worriedly that Jiraiya's IQ can really become Konoha. Is there a way out? Can he really become a man of Kabuto? They had discussed sending Jiraiya away before. First, everyone was clean, and second, some people in the village should be honest. But Tsunade and Danzo didn't reveal anything to Jiraiya, which made Uchiha Koharu unexpected. Relax. Tsunade waved to Uchiha Koharu indifferently, not paying attention. Chapter 123. Jiraiya resisted the sorrow and anxiety in his heart and was sent out of Konoha by the Danzo group in a daze. Seeing Danzo making no other movements, but really watching him slowly leave, Jiraiya laughed at himself. I thought that Danzo would have a black hand against him, but I didn't expect it to be because I thought too much. Is he really useless to the village? Boom. In vain, Jiraiya's inspiration flashed, and his heart felt like a heavy hammer, and he realized that things were not so simple. The recent series of actions by Tsunade and Danzo have not only calculated the ninja world, but also the inside of the village. Nowadays, in the village, not only oneself opposes them, but there is even a lot of conflict between the ninjutsu and Tsunade in the village. During the period when the project was set up and the village was under system, many people came to him to complain over and over. Although he didn't argue for anything, but a small part of the voice was already on his side. You have the power to rebel. This is your sin. Yesterday, what Tsunade said to Hyuga Hayashi rang in Jiraiya's mind. He was convinced that even if he had a reputation for Hokage, Tsunade would not target him. What is the purpose of Tsunade and Danzo for him? You must first settle in the outside world. What did Jiraiya think of? Then immediately sprinted away from the village. Tsunade will not target himself. He is still a little bit confident about this. Then Tsunade targets those who support him. Danzo and Tsunade were ostentatiously expelled. Those who were secretly dissatisfied with Tsunade would inevitably find ways to get in touch with themselves and use themselves against Tsunade and Danzo. Then Danzo, or Tsunade, using this method of treating himself, must be to find out those who have strange intentions to contact him. Jiraiya was horrified for an instant and immediately drove away, not giving anyone a chance to find himself. Although he is not happy with those who are dissatisfied with Tsunade and Danzo, but now Konoha can only deal with the difficulties that follow if he is united. Even if those people were dissatisfied, they would still have to be obedient, and they shouldn't bring turmoil to Konoha anymore. Jiraiya was sprinting late at night. After being away from Konoha for tens of miles, a sword sound suddenly rang in his ears. Jiraiya was shocked, and his body twisted away subconsciously. Puff! Both sides reacted quickly, but Jiraiya was still winning. Then Jiraiya ignored the injury on his chest, fell on the big tree next to him, and stared at the person who had just assaulted him. After seeing the familiar dark shadow, Jiraiya knew it was him, otherwise no one could get close to him. Yes, it was Chiyu who raided Jiraiya. How could it be you? Jiraiya was surprised. He didn't care. He was sure that Tsunade would not kill him. So what was Chiyu's purpose? I came quietly. Didn't tell Tsunade. Do I need to wait for you to open Sage Mode? It will be deadly. Chiyu said softly, with a knife in his hand. Boo! Chakra erupted, and lightning was wrapped around the knife. Need not, Jiraiya said, staring at Chiyu at the same time, and didn't believe Chiyu's words. No anger, no fear. Jiraiya just wanted to see if Chiyu had the power to guard Tsunade. Fire style. Call out. At the moment Jiraiya set up the seal, Chiyu's 1,000-bird blade in his hand struck Jiraiya like a meteor, forcing him to stop the seal in his hand. Saw, as expected by Jiraiya, when the flying Chidori blade approached him, a black shadow suddenly appeared at the Chidori blade. As an experienced ninja, Jiraiya's Jin just tested was a false move. After seeing the opponent's move, when he turned sideways, he switched to ninjutsu using toad oil. Puff. It's a pity that, as the person who knows best how to deal with flying thunder god technique, Jiraiya still looked at her abdomen stabbed in horror. Just now, Chiyu appeared instantaneously, and he avoided him instantly. It was obvious that Chiyu was still in front of him. Why did he suddenly come behind him? And he was very sure that when he was in the air, there was absolutely no kunai shuriken thrown by the opponent as a fulcrum for flying thunder god. How did you do it? Jiraiya, who fell from the sky and knelt on the ground, asked Chiyu suspiciously. Could it be that Chiyu had left the mark of flying thunder god on him? After all, he really didn't specifically guard against this trick. Actually, I haven't practiced flying thunder god technique. I always use Mangekyo's spatial displacement pupil technique. That's why there is a distance limit. I can't do flying thunder god technique to span a long distance. Chiyu looked at the seriously injured Jiraiya and answered. Is that so? What is Tsunade's purpose for asking you to come? Jiraiya asked with a wry smile. He still believed in his instincts and didn't think that Chiyu would attack himself with Tsunade behind his back. Did you know? Actually, the death of third generation surprised us. He should have been killed by Orochimaru. Chiyu ignored Jiraiya's words and took the sword away. After all, some people's intuition is more unreasonable than a woman's sixth sense. It is not accurate, but a dead brain. You. Cough, cough. Jiraiya's face suddenly changed when he heard the words, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood with excitement. How come Orochimaru? Since Tsunade knows why. Jiraiya was confused, excited for a long time, and didn't know what to say. You really don't understand people's hearts, alas. Chiyu sighed. One sentence stunned Jiraiya. It is said that you have the best relationship with third generation among Sannin. But do you understand that? Third generation's favorite is Orochimaru. And for those who really understand third generation and think for the sake of third generation, Orochimaru also happened to have an idea. Jiraiya was said to be dumbfounded again and squinted at Chiyu in doubt. What is this? It seems that Orochimaru wants to kill third generation. It is good for third generation. Do you know? Orochimaru has learned Impure World Reincarnation and is preparing Impure World Reincarnation first generation, second generation, and fourth generation as a farewell gift for third generation. Is this what you mean by understanding? Jiraiya almost laughed. The saddest thing about people is death, especially ninjas, not to mention that the reputation of third generation has gradually fallen to its lowest point. If at that time, the Konoha S-class rebel, Orochimaru, appears to destroy Konoha, Impure World Reincarnation, first generation, second generation, and fourth generation will fight third generation. Think about it. At that time, third generation will defeat Orochimaru and Impure World Reincarnation at the expense of life. What an honor is this? Orochimaru used Hokage and himself as a stepping stone to send third generation away. Look, if you can beat Hokage and Orochimaru's third generation at the same time, will you be able to claim his name as the strongest Hokage? There was also a conspiracy that prevented Orochimaru from attacking Konoha and left with the highest honor. Let me tell you quietly, Orochimaru is also going to seduce Luosha to attack Konoha with him, and then he secretly made Luosha, disguised as a wind shadow, and brought one tail and a lot of Sunagakure. At that time, third generation will not only leave with the highest honor, Konoha can also control Sunagakure after Luosha's death. After Chiyu finished speaking, Jiraiya stayed in place completely, forgetting the serious injuries on his body. Why do you want to do this? Jiraiya's thinking turned sharply, and naturally he could conceive of such a scene. I have to say, putting aside the indifference to life, Orochimaru's method is indeed M. Because he left from the Akatsuki organization and knew the purpose and strength of the Akatsuki organization, no one in the ninja world could stop them. After Konoha took control of Tsunade, he had the confidence to counter the Akatsuki organization and also arouse the military guard of other forces. On the one hand, it can effectively resist Akatsuki's future goals, and on the other hand, as you know, Orochimaru likes lively, and the ninja world is moving, which facilitates his research. After Chiyu finished speaking, Jiraiya appeared in a trance. He appeared next to Jiraiya, and even gave him the seal of the 5 elements and the seal of the 4 elephants, and Jiraiya fainted directly. Chiyu carried Jiraiya and disappeared instantly. Boom boom, several dozen kilometers east of Konoha, Chiyu knocked on the door of an accommodation in a certain town. The door opened, and 3 beautiful women appeared. For the first, beautiful one Isan, with short and capable orange hair. She looked at Jiraiya with blue eyes and revealed surprise. Then, seeing Jiraiya's injury, Chiyu's killing intent immediately swarmed. Chiyu saw that the situation was not good, and hurriedly used Shinshin to disappear and escape. This person is Xiangya, the current head of Fuzi village. Back then, Jiraiya went to the Fuzi village where they were all women to take materials and was entangled by this woman. Although Jiraiya did not agree to her marriage request, she has been single until now. After Tsunade got the results of the investigation, she made a deal with her, so Chiyu took this action. Tsunade was also worried that Jiraiya would escape the marriage and asked Chiyu to give him a double seal. His injury plus 2 seals are enough for him to be a son-in-law in Fuzi village for a long time. Chapter 124. At dawn the next day, facing the golden early sun, Konoha Earth began to move in full swing. Hundreds of thousands of villagers are continuing to take care of everything on the ruins, searching for useful supplies. More than 10,000 ninjas stationed abroad are also coming one after another. Elder Konoha, Mitokado Hamura, with his teenage new daimyo, visited the affected Konoha village everywhere. The officials next door and the dignitaries from all over the place were trembling at the sight, very uncomfortable. Because Konoha doesn't even do it, Hokage doesn't show it. It's also a big name anyway. Hokage won't be with him, and Danzo, the most famous, will be with him. Forget it. No one wants to be with Danzo. Moreover, Konoha's roots also brought hundreds of heads and new dignitaries. These people did not come after receiving the invitation letter. Tsunade said that if you let them go to another world, let them go to another world. After they left, their heirs naturally expressed their willingness to contribute to the development of the country of fire. At this moment, at the meeting inside Konoha, Tsunade enthusiastically explained the plan on the huge map. The patriarchs and the high-level Konoha below all listened obediently. With sunglasses on the side, Danzo's vigorous temperament kept grinning, very comfortable. These people used to be ambiguous, didn't give Tsunade and Danzo's face, and had a lot of small actions behind their backs, but now they are all obedient. So the new Konoha New Deal Land Village system was released. Tsunade immediately planned Konoha's various departmental buildings, local landmark buildings, and commercial and residential planning, especially transportation, on a huge map. Uchiha Koharu is also a record of beauty, and she is the most diligent. She manages Konoha's finances, and now there is no need to pay for demolition, and Konoha wants to develop into an international city. There is a lot of financial income, especially real estate income. Tsunade drew a big cake for her, that is, building roads and houses, introducing population, developing commerce and manufacturing. When Konoha's real estate income, even rent collection can receive her Uchiha Koharu's hand cramps. Up to now, all Tsunade's plans are progressing smoothly, one by one small meetings, and everything is immediately finalized. In the morning, the village meeting will be held, and the national meeting will continue in the afternoon. In front of the thousands of dignitaries, there are dozens of officials. On the conference stage, the teenage dame sat in the middle with a little pale face. On the left and right are Tsunade and Danzo. He probably doesn't know what Tsunade said, because most of his attention is scared away by Danzo next to him. However, when the parliament was opened again the next day, the meeting place became lively, and officials from the countries of fire enthusiastically spoke, leaving Konoha's high-level officials and thousands of dignitaries dumbfounded. Nonsense. Dozens of officials at this moment have long let go. If they hadn't known that this was Konoha and not the scary Danzo above, they would have been even more crazy. The reason for all this is that the new daimyo, please Hokage, instead announced one thing, and that is to carry out national political reforms. From the original daimyo dictatorship, power was delegated to the republic. The daimyo actively means that he is young, he can't be busy alone, and he thinks that one person can't completely govern the country. After all, even if you are named Kuin for 10 consecutive times, as long as you encounter a faint Kuin, everything will fall apart, and the people will suffer. But there is no shortage of wise people in every era. If a country is guided by a group of wise people, it can avoid going the wrong way. And this group of people are mainly officials from various state agencies. As a result, the new daimyo decentralized power, and Tsunade proposed a republic, which was adopted by the new daimyo to separate powers. At the same time, Tsunade drafted the administrative, legislative, and judicial departments, prepared to expand officials of all levels, and invited current officials to speak actively to improve the national department. Starting from Tsunade, the Industry and Commerce Department, Transportation Department, Aviation Department, Scientific Research Department, etc. were put forward. He even expanded the scale of the land and villages where Konoha was operating, and drafted a plan for state-owned land. Compared with the reluctant people in Konoha, these officials and dignitaries are much more refreshed. First of all, I dare not disobey Konoha now. I dare not disobey the new name. Moreover, on paper, it has changed from private ownership to state ownership, and ownership has become the right to use. But as long as it doesn't conflict with national laws and plans, it should be their land. Are they still using the same? In essence, there is no loss. When these officials with high minds in the world understood that all of what Tsunade proposed was to lead the country and manage the people, they became bold. This courage even surpasses life and death. Adhering to the system of the supreme power of the daimyo to this day, when officials like them stand up one day, how can they let this opportunity pass? This is not a treason. It was suggested by the daimyo and agreed with Shinobu. It's the country's system reform. What did Master Hokage say? Yes, it means progress, the progress of civilization. Besides, the former daimyo Jin and Ma were going around, and they were not happy in their hearts. What's more, there is now a strong Konoha Kabuto. If Hokage wants to play for hegemony, they can deal with it. But if the big good things come down today, who cares about them? And they also understand that even if they don't do it, a lot of people will do it for them. So why waste the opportunity? In the visible history, have officials had this kind of glory? The daimyo and the various ninja clans are suppressing, and in recent decades they have come to the ninja village. Now that the power is divided, the power status and reputation of their officials have been elevated, regardless of whether you are using a big name or something. Seeing this, Danzo chuckled in disdain. Although Danzo didn't understand when Tsunade proposed this plan, why should these people get the most benefit for no reason? Later, after Tsunade explained, the elderly of them immediately supported them unconditionally. As Tsunade said, it is impossible for Konoha to gather talents to manage the country. It is useless to rely on force alone. In order to completely break the old system, it is necessary to let all parties benefit, so as to achieve the goal of becoming a rule maker. The first benefit that Tsunade gave is that these officials who manage all aspects of the country have gained power and become supporters of reform. They have no identity to spy on the position of the highest power and no force to look ahead. Now that Tsunade pushes them up this step, it is strange that they will oppose it. They are the most intelligent and capable group in a country. As long as they agree with and implement this policy, it will surely be perfected quickly and steadily without any hindrance. As for how to maintain Konoha's supremacy, Tsunade also gave a plan. Konoha's military power is here, and the most basic things are there. Then the ownership of the transportation department is held in Konoha, and Tsunade also plans the agricultural development department and the industrial development department, as well as the scientific research department and economic development. These things, absolutely few people realize the importance of them. Even if they do, they don't dare to come out and fight Konoha now. Then Konoha will then add new departments and officials across the country, and their training and selection must go to Konoha's newly established institution for testing and review. Take this step by step to establish an important high-end educational institution in the country in Konoha. In this way, the institutions that run through the entire country and human society from agriculture, transportation, industry, technology, economy, military, education, and politics are here in Konoha. That Konoha is the authority, the so-called holding the big name to make the world. It is only now. Konoha will go in the future, but it has taken all the authority of the entire country, and even the authority of the entire ninja world. What is the dominance of people and land? Domination of authority and knowledge is the most beautiful. After the hard-fought officials struggled, everyone drafted many systems in a week and started to increase the number of officials. The dignitaries are not stupid. Now that they have reached this point, how can they just make money by investing in national transportation? Naturally, they should also volunteer to participate in the selection of officials. The bureaucratic dignitaries add to the ninja village, where the land of fire is here, and a combination of civil, military, and merchants immediately appeared. In addition, a new prosecutor's office was established, and a large number of talents from all parties joined. Tsunade set an example and invited the prosecutor's office officials to stay in Konoha in turn to supervise the ninja and military operations. Similarly, all departments must accept the mobile supervision of the procuratorate. With all sorts of calculations, Tsunade finally exhausted the upper class of the country of fire and started the reform. Chapter 125. A month later, except for the enthusiastic reforms in the land of fire, the entire shinobi world was unexpectedly calm. In Danzo's regretful expression, he still didn't see any other forces invading the land of fire. Although there were a lot of spies, there really was no excuse for Danzo to send troops. In fact, it is easy to understand that the internal turmoil of Fire Nation is indeed turbulent, but Konoha has not lost his combat power. What's more, the strength of Tsunade and the Transportation Alliance was shown some time ago. Who wants to touch this mold? What should you do if a nuclear witch comes to your house? Now that the border of the land of the country, that tens of miles long road, can be described as deeply imprinted in the hearts of all forces. You can run at that level of destruction, but what about your base area? Besides, in such an era, there are not a few forces that are of one mind. What if the country fails to unite and engage in fire? We'll be preyed by wolves. People dared to do it grandiosely even with big names, and even the dignitaries across the country would cut it if they said it. What if he gets angry, and the warrior takes flying Thunder God and 8 inner gates secretly poking over? Of course, at this moment, all the forces in the entire shinobi world are worried about one thing, let alone whether to engage in the country of fire. I am afraid that even if the country of fire comes over, they may not be in the mood to pay attention. F***K. Nowadays, the country of fire is in trouble. First, the daimyo Anzi and Ma are in trouble, calculating Konoha village Tsunade Iwagakure and the Transportation Alliance. Of course, only a few people know the truth. Konoha was also very ruthless. Danzo backhanded the daimyo directly, forcing the daimyo to establish a transportation department and an economic development zone, and then slaughtered hundreds of thousands of riots across the country. Then the Fire Country daimyo secretly contacted many other daimyo and Ninamura to make trouble, and Heima even waited for an opportunity to destroy Konoha. If it weren't for 5th Hokage Tsunade's summoning Beastock's Fork, Konoha would have suffered heavy casualties. Konoha defended against the movement of the horse. Danzo killed the daimyo directly with his backhand and established a new daimyo to use the daimyo to win the world. Of course, when things are here, other countries and forces still have gaps in staring at the prey of the country of fire. After all, the name is not right. Just find a few more allies and everyone decides. Isn't it possible to help you clear the coincide? He holds the invitation letter of the former Fire Country daimyo in his hand. However, Konoha once again proved that with Danzo's power, how could he do nonsense? Backhanding a new big name, take the initiative to delegate power, officials and dignitaries fully supported it after gaining profits and improving their status, and instantly changed from being unjustified to a reform that was made by the whole country. The dictatorship of the daimyo has become a national republic, delegating power to the world. Now the bureaucrats and dignitaries in the country of fire have obtained huge benefits and jointly safeguard the interests here. Countless citizens have also received the above-mentioned propaganda and look forward to the future, all of which are looking forward to the new era. Let alone attacking such a system. Even some people can't do it. So who would invite you to the Chinkuan side of the country of fire? And Konoha Mushi always guards the safety of the new daimyo, and he can't get in touch with the new daimyo of the land of fire. If such things happen, if they are to be avoided, they can only be wiped out in an instant, just like the country of the vortex back then. However, in the entire ninja world, who would dare to say that he could beat Konoha? In addition to the changes in the country of fire, the entire Northwestern Transportation Alliance has all sent help. All the people and goods have gone to work in the country of fire, and the entire country of fire is an employer. Well, now they have joined together grandiosely. In this situation, even if the 4 great ninja villages fight against Kirigakure, there is no chance of victory. Moreover, they may not be able to unite with each other. After all, historical contradictions are very large. What's more, in the reform of the country of fire, all the problems have come to them. The daimyo of the country of fire was completely reduced to a mascot, the powers were separated, and the various policies were combined to manage the country. So what do you think of other countries' big names now? What is the country of fire? The #1 power in the ninja world, not only in the military, but also in the culture and economy. Now that the benchmark in the world of ninja has been reformed, can you learn? Now the other daimyo looks at the country of fire, and then at their officials and shinobu village. It's a shivering, and it's a sleepless night. What if someone threatens them and let them become mascots? Okay, daimyo has a phobia, or shinobu. You can stay still, but the daimyo has been wary of you. Are you moving? If you move, it's a bloody storm. If you don't move, the name that may have moved will target you step by step. Besides, how can shinobu not think carefully? If you hadn't thought about it carefully, the national military power of Ninja Village should have been placed in the hands of the daimyo or the national government a long time ago. Why should Ninja Village be independent and maintain the same status as the country? Konoha's movements are panicked by the daimyos of various countries, but many shinobu villages are surprised and then watch out for Konoha while secretly observing. Between the shinobu system and the daimyo, in this game, how can you not know where you are? Why didn't you think about breaking the game? What should we do now with the strange one country, one village system, and the 2 parties who are not in harmony? What's more, not only shinobu and daimyo, but the bureaucrats and dignitaries are also staring at the changes in the country of fire. Who hasn't thought about it carefully? Besides, even if you say you don't want to, will other forces believe it? Oh, I didn't expect. Far northeast of the Red State Islands, near a huge archipelago in the Land of Thunder, somewhere on a large and small round high mountain, Jiraiya sighed. Unexpectedly, he was forced by a woman, and unexpectedly Tsunade and Danzo would be so successful. Although Jiraiya is a bit older, but with a burly height of 1.9 meters, strong strength, and as the spokesperson of the Holy Land Mount Mayaboku, he is extremely welcomed by Fuzi Village, a village that worships the strong. Thinking that Xiangye had been single since she even met him, Jiraiya touched her nose and put on her pants to recognize it. Master Tsunade said, "Come here with an attitude of your firm opposition. Konoha needs multiple attitudes. There are radicals like Tsunade and neutrals like the shinobi. Naturally, there should be opposition like you. She is blazing a trail. In case of failure, with you, Konoha can quickly recover after the failure, so that Konoha will not be destroyed because of her failure." Before being brought back to Fuzi Village by Xiangye and getting married, after Xiangye conveyed Tsunade's words, Jiraiya stopped resisting. Now that I saw the situation in Fire Country and Konoha Village, nothing that I was worried about happened. Looking back on the journey, Jiraiya suddenly discovered how ridiculous he was persuading Tsunade and Danzo before. Wiping her hair hard and exhaling heavily, Jiraiya watched her new daughter-in-law teach her disciple Shizuka to go. "Father, the spies are here to report that the daimyo has gone to Lulon and the Snow Country." The Wagakure, Huang Tu hurriedly gave the latest information to his father. The small and old Oyemu frowned several times, accepting the message uncomfortably. After hurriedly scanning, Inoki continued to meditate. Deming's reaction was expected. My God, Oyemu whispered softly. At the beginning, he thought he was the top tactics, and exploded the contradiction between the country of fire daimyo and Konoha, and wanted to see how they ended up. The next thing is really exciting. Danzo threatens the capital of the country of fire, and Tsunade pushes the palace daimyo. Even later, the Iwagakure also received a secret agreement, and even the daimyo of the land of the earth also sent the secret agreement. Onogi is sure that other countries and Shinobu village also have it, and he was planning to sit on a high platform to watch the show. But then he and Ma destroy Konoha. Danzo stopped pretending, and the former daimyo died with his backhand. Lee-sen daimyo used a daimyo to win the world, and then the daimyo takes the initiative to delegate power, and then played a reform with Tsunade. Well, now all the problems have been thrown out again and sent to the hands of various countries. Not only is it a pity to have a secret agreement in hand, but also to beware of major problems that may occur in the country. Huang Tu sent a few capable subordinates to accompany He Tu to Lulan. Father? And Deming grab? Huang Tu stuttered and asked with a shocked expression. This is to test the attitude of the Transportation Alliance and observe the reaction of daimyo. Inoki looked at his son and sighed. It would be great if someone like Danzo was accompanied by him. Baki, you personally lead Temari. Go to Lulan. Similarly, Luo Sha and Tsunade said solemnly at this moment. Luo Sha didn't think so much about Yemu's thoughts and calculations, simply because he received a gift from the envoy of the great name of the Kingdom of Wind to Lulan. Luo Sha, who has worked together for several years, knows what the Transportation Alliance wants, so he knows that he has no advantage over Deming. But his daughter has friendship with the senior officials of the Transportation Union. No matter how drastically changes and dangers in the country of fire, he must first handle the embarrassing situation. He naturally saw the reforms of the country of fire, but he was powerless, so he could only watch out for the great name of the country of wind to start, and he was also rushing to do what he was doing. The prosecutor's office must be established, and Shinobu must also join and accept inspections, otherwise the people will not worry about it. Lei Jigua, the pure man, and the reckless Reikage AI aggressively lined up. In order to keep up with the progress, we are solely responsible for the transportation department to ensure the satisfaction of the people. Reikage AI did not show any weakness. You can come to the traffic guard. Don't interfere with others. Can you still understand us? Deming Lei Jigua replied with disdain. Yes, but each testing and review organization must be located in Cloud Shinobi Village. Reikage looks like a reckless man, but in fact it is a kind of reckless and subtle, with top IQ and will. The name of Lei Jigua seems to be domineering, but in fact he is very enlightened. As for what happened in the country of fire, the name of the country of Lei immediately contacted Reikage to ask Cloud Shinobi Village to find out more details throughout the process, and took the initiative to invite Cloud Shinobi Village and state officials to hold meetings for many times. A very straightforward person who delegated a lot of power. During the discussions between the ministers and Shinobu Village, many departments and policies were drafted. After many meetings, Lei Jigua immediately became a three-legged political system of daimyo, officials, and Shinobu. In order to avoid any disturbances by other forces in the country, the three parties immediately cooperated to form a new political system and carried out the construction of transportation and economic development zones and quickly framed the powerful in various places. As for the mind and the future path between the three parties, it depends on the time. Chapter 126. Compared with other big countries, the water country is much more peaceful. After taking office, Terumi May has been representing the Transportation Union and the Daming Company, limited in cooperation and development. After the reform of the Fire Nation, she found her name and immediately stated that the ninja military could be owned by the national government. Of course, as for the government of this country is a big name or an official, she will not interfere. Needless to say, the daimyo has always maintained his kindness to Terumi May and Kirigakure like a straw. After getting information about the changes in Thunder Country, the daimyo immediately found Terumi May. Although the officials haven't made any radical voices yet, he knows that it will happen sooner or later. After all, Kirigakure is not his personal. After the officials have thoroughly studied the reform of the country of fire, Wouldn't they find Kirigakure in advance? Let Terumi May inquire into the country of thunder in detail, and then he immediately learned, and also came a power three-pointer. It is sensible to put the power of the Procuratorate on Terumi May, so that officials and powerful people can be more restricted. Anyway, ninja military power he has never been able to have, and now using Kirigakure to restrict state ministers, he can continue to maintain the supreme status and power of some daimyo, and will not become a mascot. Ninja Village has always been a pure ninja military, and its political capital and foundation are simply not too low. As long as he wins Kirigakure, the two sides can rely on each other, and the rest is left to the time to play with each other. Now Sarah and Fenghua Xiaoxue are very busy. As the second of the Big Four in the Transportation Alliance, it has now received visits from famous envoys from various countries. The Big Four of the Transportation Alliance, now Konoha, led by Tsunade, has just slashed the daimyo. The new daimyo takes the initiative to delegate power and make changes. It can be said that everyone is evasive. Mithriya is the honorary ruler of the country of ghosts, but the country of ghosts has always been in the country of witches, regardless of the affairs, and the officials below run them by themselves. Many people think that Tsunade was inspired by the country of ghosts in the reform of the country of fire. Among the Big Four, Fenghua Xiaoxue of the Snow Country still maintains the Kuan Master system, and she has the final say. Sarah's Lulan is small, but now she is also the queen of her words. Many countries do not want to be the big names of the mascots. They have come over to show their favor. After all, they are helpless. Fenghua Xiaoxue and Sarah have been taught by Tsunade's precepts and deeds over the years. They are ambiguous when they talk about other things, and when they talk about transportation cooperation and commercial cooperation, they immediately start talking. The Big Four of the Transportation Alliance have planned and discussed with each other a lot. Although the death of third Hokage put Tsunade in a hurry, many plans had to be carried out before they were well planned. But everyone's idea is to look at the self-evolution of the world, not to overplan their evolution. Whether they are Tsunade or themselves, they all want to see the huge world, such conflicts and changes, whereas the ultimate way. Moreover, all this is just the beginning. When transportation connects the entire ninja world to promote communication, when people in the entire ninja world understand each other better, when the historical truth of the ninja world is unearthed step by step, and when the knowledge and vision of the next generation of people rise, it is the time to truly test mankind. Even the Tsunade they admire can only helplessly answer that they don't know the result or what is really correct, but they think that the old class and ignorance should be broken and establish a springboard for the future. Even within the Transportation Union, there is no unification in this regard. Mithriya and Tsunade follow the Republic system. Fenghua Xiaoxue and Sarah continue the Kuan system. The Xingren village of Summer Star and the name of the Bear Country have mutual visits and continue to maintain the one country, one village system. In Tsunade's words, you can't put eggs in one basket, and you can't bet all of them. As for the country of rain, it seems that the daimyo can only manage his own capital in theory. After all, the country was born with demigods, and the subsequent demigods were killed by the gods, and they would be Amitabha if they did not die. Following the changes in the country of fire, Conan invited the daimyo over by the way, and everyone changed the system together. Anyway, daimyo has always been a mascot. After some time, Konoha carried out the first large-scale official selection in the country and set up the Military Academy and Management Academy. At the same time, a large number of schools of philosophy, economics, law, education, literature, history, science, engineering, agriculture, medicine, and art have been approved by Tsunade. Of course, these are just Konoha's preemptive pits. Although there are already high schools and rare universities in this world, they are not so detailed and complete in other categories. Tsunade is to further establish Konoha as a major education base. No matter how you move forward in the future, any evolution will be inseparable from Konoha's education base. What is the most noble symbol? That is the place where everything originated, and the place where everything evolves is the most noble. No teacher? It's okay. Take your time. No textbooks? Take it slowly. Anyway, the project has been confirmed and it will provide sufficient benefits. But are you worried that no one will study it? Sooner or later. Of course, with the help of this opportunity of national attention, and even the attention of the ninja world, Tsunade asked many people to distribute leaflets to all visitors in Konoha. The content is very simple. Konoha will gather the best educational resources in the country, gather the most advanced industries, gather commerce from all corners of the world, and become the most important political center of the country of fire. Well, if we want to build a house, we will first set a small goal to build a city with a population of 1 million. Not only are there strong military defenses, but also the best industries and resources in all walks of life across the country. Are you coming? The down payment is only 88,000 am. I'm sorry to say it wrong. This is just a deposit, the kind of non-refundable. The first batch of money was the officials and dignitaries who were trembling here. Uchiha Koharu was so stupid to collect money directly. There are too many, so much that she thinks these powerful people are secretly making money by themselves. Originally, she thought that Tsunade had set a very high price range, and your house was not built and the price was uncertain. What are you selling? It turns out that you don't understand what the rich do. So Tsunade was in a good mood, once again increasing the housing price range and restricting purchases, and then raising the urban planning to a higher level of construction. As for the high housing prices, what about ordinary people? Nonsense. Aren't there still 4 directions to engage in satellite cities? Is a big city with 1 million people satisfied? The next step is to encourage childbirth. Regardless of the hundreds of millions of people in the country of fire dominating the world of ninja, it is no problem to continue to increase by 4 or 5 billion. Years of wars have been chaotic, and many places are deserted. I see how much Tsunade is distressed, and they are all resources that can be further developed. Therefore, this incident perfectly embodies what is meant by upper and lower effects. The actions of officials and dignitaries immediately attracted the chasing of rich people from all over the country and caused a sensation across the country in a short period of time. Well, there is no need to continue to increase investment now. The other 4 major economic development zones and the first stage of railway construction have all the money. As the plan got off to a good start, Tsunade happily invited Mithreya and other friends and partners to celebrate. Nowadays, the reforms continue, and the wholeheartedness within the country of fire is very penultimate. The ideal of talking about heaven and earth has now begun to blossom. Hearing that Sarah talked about Tsunade sending Temari to Lulan to study, and Oyemu also sending her granddaughter Hei to Lulan to study, Tsunade was even more excited. Those 2 girls had been spotted by her early, and that was part of her plan to subvert the old age. Now they are in Lulan. Sarah and others are very precious to the 2 girls. The era of great change led by women is coming. Chapter 127. Really? Obito murmured in the ice and snow far north of the Iron Country. Nowadays, the world of ninja is changing drastically, as if the world has gone through the vicissitudes of life. But for him, it is just repeating yesterday, tracking Black Zetsu and others everywhere. Since deciding to find trouble with Black Zetsu Orochimaru and others, Obito has been searching all the way with high profile. At first he thought that Danzo might be waiting for him to get some results before contacting him, but he didn't know that he was busy with a coup. Seeing that Kisame and Itachi were bored, and no longer arguing with the Black Ho Leifong holding the intelligence of the country of fire, Obito felt heartbroken. Wandering a while ago, Black Zetsu could not find it, but the old Black Ho Thunder Teeth who had collected the 7 ninja swords in Kawa no Kuni. He is still dreaming of returning to the village to grab the position of Mizukichi. Now the reforms brought by the country of fire, the 2 of them are frantically studying. Obito almost didn't laugh. These 2 political idiots can't even keep following his subordinates and want to compete for the position of the movie. However, Obito is very interested in Black Zetsu's follower Banlon Maru. His bloodline boundary red eyes can see through objects, perceive power and danger, and is helpful for him to find Black Zetsu. After all, after Ramaru's red eye fluoroscopy, White Zetsu, who was tracking nearby, cut several waves. You have everything in your dreams. Why do you want to work so hard? Obito whispered softly. He also studied what happened in Konoha recently, and he also guessed the motives and behaviors of Danzo and Tsunade. However, such a reform that is obviously beneficial to the world has not been praised and respected in the shinobi world. Instead, there have been a lot of negative comments. No wonder that for thousands of years, the ninja world is still in a mess, and there is no peace in the quartet. Because the person who promotes the truth is often hindered by ignorance, just as his ideals are not recognized by Nagato and others. Nowadays, although the country of fire has changed, it has limitations after all. It seems that Uchiha Obito will have to create new world for everyone. Obito has gotten more motivated recently because he found that Danzo's roots began to appear among those who occasionally tracked their whereabouts. Obito's mouth curled up, and it seemed that Danzo had stabilized the interior of the country of fire and began to pay attention to the remnants of their Akatsuki organization again. Orochimaru, I can't let Uchiha Obito and others continue to quarrel like this, or it will affect us. Black Zetsu and Yukihashin found Orochimaru in the laboratory in a desolate rocky mountain in the country. As you know, the three ninja swordsmen are no small trouble, and Uchiha Itachi, which I can't beat, plus Uchiha Obito's mysterious space-time pupil technique. We have almost no chance of winning, and we have to rely on you. Rinnegan, Orochimaru said with a smile, seeming to refuse, but his eyes flashed brightly. If you want to ask him, that's great. That time and space Mangekyo can be used for trading, or even more energy from the Geto statue. In the end, the two parties reached an agreement, and Orochimaru gained a lot of organization and energy from the Geto statue. Of course, after this, the plan of Uchiha Obito and others will begin to ambush. Nowadays, although Yukihashin's strength has improved rapidly, it is ultimately limited and not enough to face Uchiha Obito and others. Orochimaru not only has a lot of forbidden techniques, but several subordinates are also good at strength. Black Zetsu really needed Orochimaru's help to eliminate Obito or let them stop. Unexpectedly, there was a ninja who could find White Zetsu among the men gathered by the other party. Now that Obito is acting in a high profile, it is obvious that he has deliberately set fire to them and brought the attention of the ninja world to Rinnegan again. If it's just Obito and others, Black Zetsu doesn't care, but the high-profile Obito is followed by a lot of spy agents. Especially White Zetsu recently discovered that Danzo's roots also follow Obito, which is dying. Since Danzo came into contact with Danzo, Danzo is like a god descending from the earth. Its strategies and methods are better than once. Black Zetsu people are stupid. Now that Black Zetsu is born, how can Danzo be born? Now Danzo seems to be free again. If he really stares at himself and others, Black Zetsu will be very scared. Then Orochimaru took his subordinates, slowly preparing, testing Black Zetsu's bottom line time and time again. After joining Black Zetsu, he was always planning his ultimate goal, but no matter whether he insisted or wanted to play tricks on White Zetsu, he failed. At this time, Orochimaru discovered that White Zetsu was not only made by Geto statue and first-generation cells, but also seemed to completely obey Black Zetsu in terms of will. He failed many times with his hands and feet. Although his hard power is good, he doesn't have time and space pupil skills, and it is difficult to find a chance to plan Rinnegan. Uchiha believes in transplanting Rinnegan, and now it is indeed much worse than Nagato, but Orochimaru can't help him. One day later, in a desolate desert somewhere in the Kingdom of Wind, in front of the impatient Sasori, Orochimaru looked at Impure World Reincarnation's third Kazekage awkwardly and broke free of Impure World Reincarnation. Sure enough, the quality of outsourcing projects is always worrying. Orochimaru sighed. Recently immersed in new research materials, I did not expect that Desona's progress on Impure World Reincarnation was so low. Seeing Orochimaru sighed and led his subordinates to leave, Sasori, who was still in anger, was full of inexplicable expressions. I'm crazy. Is it here to fight or to play with me? Impure World Reincarnation third Kazekage collided with his puppet third Kazekage, and the matter ended hastily. Ahem, Sasori, how about joining us? Then Uchiha letter came, and Black Zetsu on him said. Orochimaru wanted to test the effects of Impure World Reincarnation first, and then deal with Uchiha Obito as appropriate. Black Zetsu suggested to come to Sasori to try it, so this meeting was held. Black Zetsu, who has always been on guard against Orochimaru and others, naturally hopes that Sasori will join them to relieve the pressure from Orochimaru. Sasori heard the words, thought for a while, and Rinnegan, who saw Uchiha's letter with his left eye, agreed. After the civil war in Rain Shinobi Village, he continued to wander to the Kingdom of Wind. Although he has confidence in his own strength, nowadays the strong men in the ninja world are coming together. If someday comes a few more neuroses like Orochimaru, wouldn't he die wronged? Still find an organization to mix in. Who are you? Somewhere in a remote place in the country of fire, Hyuga Hayashi brought a few troops here. In the open Byakugan, they looked at the terrifying chakra inside each other in horror. Hyuga Hayashi suddenly became serious, and first received a secret letter inexplicably, mentioning that Hyuga could help them improve their strength and need to make a deal with them. Of course, if Hyuga Hayashi revealed the information or did not attend the appointment, the Hyuga clan would be retaliated. Hyuga Hayashi didn't dare to ignore such threats. After weighing it repeatedly, he still didn't report to the village. Now he came out on the grounds of going out to discuss business. Improving strength, evolving Byakugan. If Hyuga Hayashi is not moved, it is fake. It doesn't matter who I am. I need a pair of Byakugan. The man in the black robe and cloak in front said indifferently. Presumptuous. How dare you spy on Byakugan? The two guards of Hyuga Hayashi immediately shouted, preparing to attack the man in black. Stop it. Hyuga Hayashi stopped them with a drink. At the same time, the people in front of them burst into chakras with a mighty presence. The airflow swept hundreds of meters, and the hair and robes of the Hyuga Hayashi fluttered. The faces of Hyuga Hayashi changed drastically. After all, it was one thing for Byakugan to see each other's chakra, but it was another thing for them to burst out. The strength of this person is so strong that Hyuga Hayashi is suffocated by his aura alone. He is very glad that he is here, otherwise it would be really troublesome for such a strong person to target the Hyuga clan. Byakugan, it's impossible to spread it out. Hyuga Hayashi said this sentence forcefully. Now that your Hyuga clan is in Konoha, do you still have to refuse? Although the words of the man in black hit hard, Hyuga Hayashi's expression remained the same. Some time ago, Tsunade came close to the Hyuga clan, and it did have a great impact on the Hyuga clan's reputation. But Hyuga Hayashi knew very well that while Tsunade suppressed Hyuga, it was also for some people to see. Now that any of his own strengths and methods are useless in front of Tsunade, Hyuga Hayashi doesn't hold any grudges. Anyway, he is very weak. You said there is a way to evolve Byakugan. Let's hear it. Chapter 128. That depends on whether you have the strength to know it. The man in black finished speaking, and he instantly struck him. Be careful of the patriarch. 8 trigrams. Empty palm. Several guards of Hyuga Hayashi immediately went to the front of Hyuga Hayashi, and the two Byakugan ninjas slapped their hands. Boom! Then in the horrified eyes of several people, as the Hyuga clan's extremely powerful attack, it was crushed by the opponent's physical power alone. With a blast, their attack did not even smash the chakra that broke out on the opponent, only limiting the opponent's body shape. Wind-style palm of Gale. The man in black put his hands together, and then the compressed wind-style ninjutsu attacked them. Revolving Heaven. One of the Byakugan guards instantly turned in front of the crowd and immediately turned to use Revolving Heaven. A huge blue energy ball spinning rapidly in place wrapped him. Boom! The opponent's wind-style air cannon struck and slammed into Revolving Heaven. This Hyuga clan's proud defensive ninjutsu was almost shattered by the impact and backed out a ravine of tens of meters. However, perceiving this situation, the brow under the cloak of the man in black frowned, as if he was not satisfied with the result. Seal technique, adamantine sealing chains. I saw the vast chakra of the man in black explode. Then 8 golden quaint energy chains surged over a distance of 100 meters. The Uzumaki family? Revolving Heaven. Hyuga Hayashi was shocked and immediately used Revolving Heaven to defend. Puff! With a few soft sounds, a few huge blue rotating Revolving Heavens, like tofu, were easily penetrated by adamantine sealing chains and plunged into their bodies. Hyuga Hayashi watched in amazement that all of her people were suppressed by adamantine sealing chains and could not move. He was unable to catch a cold. When he saw the man in black coming, he asked, "My name is Uzumaki Nagato." The visitor took off his cloak, revealing a cold face. Seeing Uzumaki Nagato with bright red hair fluttering and white eye bands, Hyuga Hayashi was horrified. The leader of Akatsuki, How could he not know that Rain Shinobi Village had such a big trouble? It's just, isn't he dead? You said you can help the Hyuga clan evolve Byakugan. What is the method? Even in such a desperate situation, Hyuga Hayashi still asked. After knowing the identity of the other party, Hyuga Hayashi expected a bit of what he said, but worried about his situation. Uzumaki Nagato has been practicing and thinking quietly during this time. After knowing what happened to Konoha, he took this opportunity to secretly contact the Hyuga clan. Rinnegan is temporarily unable to take it back, and Sharingan has no channels, just so he can come and seek Byakugan. Unfortunately, Byakugan can only be captured by the Hyuga clan. The branch house has caged bird, which is impossible to capture. These days, after being dazzled and walking through the gates of ghosts, in the follow-up retreat, Nagato discovered that excellent pupil skills are related to physique. Although he doesn't know the principle of his own Rinnegan, he still knows that Rinnegan has squeezed his chakra and vitality for a long time. After Rinnegan left, he knew how huge his vitality and chakra were. And in Akatsuki's organization, the masked Madara would have with style. Obviously, there are first-generation cells. He can use pupil surgery many times in a row, which is probably related to this. Uchiha Shina and Uchiha Shina are both studying White Zetsu and enhancing physical fitness. Experiment. Especially his Rinnegan, who had noticed Uchiha's letter at the beginning, after he entered the Akatsuki organization. Within a short period of time, the chakra in his body increased greatly, and his pupil technique also vaguely increased. With a few top pupils in the ninja world together, he would naturally not fail to study it, and now he has got a little guesswork. That's why he didn't follow Conan's suggestion to transplant ordinary eyes first, but kept looking for the opportunity of Sharingan and Byakugan. Byakugan of the Hyuga clan also has strengths and weaknesses, and Nagato hopes that his guess will be useful. Even if it fails, Nagato also thinks that Byakugan's perspective ability is better than Sharingan. Of course, Mangekyo is another. After a while, Hyuga Hayashi and others left. Hyuga Hayashi frowned, and the powerful pupil technique needs to complement the powerful living body. Therefore, the other party can provide him with first-generation cells that will not run away to promote Byakugan. Although it was a bit dry and unfounded, he wanted to try very much. After all, the opponent was the owner of Rinnegan. Moreover, the Hyuga clan is not a Kaga-level powerhouse, and it is already their pain. Now that the world has changed drastically, only strength can be at ease. However, for the Byakugan given to Uzumaki Nagato, Hyuga Hayashi will naturally not deduct the Byakugan of the current clan. During the Third Ninja War that year, the Hyuga clan followed the village to deal with Kirigakure on the eastern battlefield. However, due to the insufficient protection provided by the village, the Hyuga clan elder Byakugan, who led the team, was taken away. However, Konoha ignored the complaints of the Hyuga clan, and even did not seek to get back from Kirigakure through the government for many years. Then there was the Cold War between the Hyuga clan and the village, and then there was the game of the death of Hyuga Hisashi. When the patriarch came back, he was so ashamed and depressed, he closed the other eye, hoping to return Kirigakure's eye one day, and then burn it to him together. Now with the Nagato deal, it happens that Nagato can get that eye back, and he will give Nagato a pair of the one in the clan. Hyuga Hayashi looked at the sky and sighed. He thought that when the world was peaceful, he didn't know that the world was changing too fast. Now the Hyuga clan only has self-improvement. Just like Tsunade said, the Uzumaki clan has almost disappeared, the Senju clan has retired, and the Uchiha clan is annihilated. The Hyuga clan is indeed more conspicuous. Nearly 200,000 people were busy building Konoha. Chiyu did not join in the fun, but stayed in the root organization base inside Hokage Rock, sweating like rain. Whether it is large-scale development or national reform, Chiyu seems to be dull as water. In the past few years, these are the results of many studies and planning in the spiritual space between him and his wife. For Chiyu, no matter how the world changes, computers have not been updated for several generations. There are no online games. Mobile phones have not been developed, no pesticides and chickens. What could have moved Chiyu's heart? It is better to continue to practice steadily. Since the daughter-in-law made up her mind to change the world, she came to do something about reforms. Chiyu specialized in training to make up for force, and then Chiyu has been practicing diligently. Relying on the white Zetsu body cells and first-generation cells transplanted by himself, together with Greer, the source of life energy, Chiyu squeezed his limits every time. Now Chiyu has mastered lightning-style, fire-style, chakra nature transformation, but lightning-style chakra mode is still trying to explore. Only through the extension of the Kakashi Chidori series, it involves the chakra mode with incomplete coverage of the hands. As for the fire-style chakra mode, Chiyu shook his head. Really dare not try too much. God knows if he will cremate himself. I don't know if I will have the opportunity to consult lava-style chakra mode of Four Tails Jinchuriki in the future. That guy turned on the lava-style chakra mode with the help of the tailed beast. He was very handsome, although he was seconded by Kisame's water style. Now Chiyu, who has initially merged the white Zetsu body cells and Geto statue cells, is strong again. Huge vitality, tens of calories of chakra, strong body, and promoted pupil power. Chiyu is a little fluttering. If it wasn't for his wife to stop him, Chiyu would have to go to see Emperor Guy's 8 inner gates. Of course, only the former 5th gate. Chapter 129. Here at Konoha, Tsunade is now taking Mithria Fenghua Koiki and others on Hokage Rock, watching the Konoha main city below and the construction site on the wide ground behind Hokage Rock in full swing. This is the country she smashed down. In addition to the original Konoha residents who built their own houses under Tsunade's plan, most of Konoha's construction is currently underway in various government and unit buildings. The large open space behind Hokage Rock is mostly planned for various research centers. After planning by Tsunade and several elders, the residential area of hundreds of thousands of raw wood leaves will become a high-end residential area with a population of about 400,000. They are all Konoha natives and officials from all over the country. This is also Tsunade's one-step plan. Konoha in the original book collapsed, and the Tsunade ninja who invaded Konoha did not dare to move the audience who were stunned by illusions when they fought against Konoha at the Chunin exam site. Because there are many dignitaries of nations and dignitaries from other countries among them, Tsunade ninjas dare to destroy Konoha building, but they dare not hurt these people. Because Shinobu still needs a big name and the support of these powerful people, otherwise there will be no military expenditures and no local tyrant clients. Of course, they are also worried about these upper-class people's revenge. The older generation believe that Ninja Village should become a pure military village and should not gather many ordinary people. After all, although Ninja Village has strong military power, ninja wars are frequent and will affect the people who live here. Tsunade sneered. Since I know Shinobu dare not attack the powerful, I, Tsunade, gathered hundreds of thousands of officials and powerful in Konoha. Now, let's ask, who else would dare to make trouble in Konoha? Countless bureaucrats and dignitaries can kill you if you take revenge for money. Even if you can destroy Konoha in an instant, there are still many family members and relatives outside of so many dignitaries. Konoha nowadays doesn't have to worry about any forces at all, unless you can ignore the bureaucratic and powerful forces in the country of fire. The surrounding wall line with high log leaves is all planned for hospitals, schools, markets, parks, stations, and so on. Outside, there is the planned expansion of the residential area, and then outside, there are various newly built manufacturing plants. After all, Konoha is also regarded as the central area of the country of fire, and the manufacturing industry is concentrated here, which is convenient for protection, management, and connection. With the help of the ninjas' labor force, most of the top construction teams across the country were concentrated, and Konoha gradually became the appearance of Tsunade plan. A few days later, Tsunade took a group of women, big and small, Hulala to the northwest of the country of fire in an airship. After the officials and dignitaries of the fire country cooperated with Konoha, Konoha's construction and basic railway, and the 4 major economic development zones started at the same time. Konoha stabilized. Tsunade should also visit other places. The first stop is naturally here in the west. This Western Economic Development Zone is on the border of the country, connecting the country of Sichuan and the country of Rain, and will also be the most important economic development zone in the country of fire. After all, this is regarded as the center of the ninja world, and it can be connected to the Lulan Transport Alliance. And among the people following this time, there is also a delicate young girl with brown hair and white tenderness, Kurama Yakumo. After Tsunade returned to the village, he naturally did not forget this outstanding illusion girl. Accepting her as a student, of course, Shirihong still has to continue to teach her the knowledge of illusion. Then Tsunade carried out an emotional offensive, enlightened Yakumo, and entered the illusion space of Kurama Yakumo, encouraging Yakumo to defeat his own demon, Ito, and wipe the monster. In order to provide Yakumo with a good educational environment and prevent the demons from breeding again, Tsunade asked Mithriya to take Yakumo away. As Tsunade was going to patrol the places, Chiyu moved. Although the reforms led by Tsunade were successful, they did not dare to sit back and relax Wuyu. During this period, although other forces did not move, I am afraid there were many small actions behind them. Chiyu and Jinbu began to go to various countries to inquire about information and master the true attitudes of all parties to the reform of the country of fire at any time. Chiyu-kun, long time no see, ha ha ha. Before going to various places to find out the news, Chiyu went to a secret place in Taki no Kuni to meet with Orochimaru. This guy has a secret letter to Tsunade, asking for money for Greer energy. Chong, as soon as they met, Chiyu stabbed Orochimaru instantly while holding a sword. The daughter-in-law said, something can be given, but Orochimaru must be beaten to vent her anger. How can anyone resign and come back to benefit? Chiyu sighed. Who else can do this except Tsunade can headshot Orochimaru? Without using the pupil technique, Chiyu, no matter how strong Chiyu is, will not be able to get close to Uncle Snake. It is very unreasonable for people with full escape skills. Dang, Kimimaro, who was next to Orochimaru, flashed, holding a bone spur to block Chiyu in front of Orochimaru. His purple eyeshadow suddenly appeared, Sage Mode was turned on, and the blindfold of his left eye fell, suddenly revealing a Mangekyo Sharingan. Chiyu was surprised, but he didn't expect Orochimaru to get Mangekyo Sharingan from Uchiha letter. Did they make any deal? Bang! Chiyu forcefully smashed Kimimaro's bone spurs and flew away. Orochimaru pulled Jungo and Girin back quickly. Shoo-hoo! Suddenly Kimimaro quickly launched more than a dozen bone spurs. Chiyu didn't even use Sage Mode and Mangekyo, but entered the ultimate state of concentration. After avoiding it elegantly, he pulled the knife and took Kimimaro straight away. Kimimaro had already prepared and immediately flew into the air. At the same time, the dozen bone spurs that had just rushed towards Chiyu immediately turned back quickly and quickly. Ding ding dong dang. At this moment, Chiyu knew what pupil technique Uchiha believed in he had obtained. It really wasn't the pupil technique of time and space, but the Mangekyo that manipulated matter. Seeing Kimimaro flying in the air with dozens of chakra bone spurs around him, Chiyu was helpless. Obviously, Uncle Snake didn't even have the idea of warming up with himself. Chiyu guessed right. Orochimaru is very self-aware. Chiyu's powerful pupil technique, Jinwei Chakra Mode, plus Xianshu, and powerful physique after transplanting white Zetsu and Geto statue cells. In terms of strength, they are not as good as Chiyu, and they don't want to use the forbidden technique to really fight. So why bother? Tsunade said, I hope you can make internet-connected computers and mobile phones. She wants to develop a communications empire based on transportation. Chiyu threw a scroll containing Greer to Orochimaru and said, in the 2 years that Uncle Snake has followed Tsunade, what airplanes, cars, computers, phones, and Tsunade have mentioned to Orochimaru. Improve the computer, integrate it into the TV station system, and then improve the technology that enables cross-border video calls. These technologies can find existing technical personnel. Orochimaru replied, still unwilling to waste time on technology. Nowadays, there is research on Mangekyo, and there is research on Geto statue that is suspected to be beyond first-generation cells. Many of his forbidden techniques have been delayed, and even impure world reincarnation has to be outsourced, so there is no time to research technology. These days, I have to be distracted to study Mangekyo cloning technology with Uchiha letter and perfect the ghost shoots Luo technique left behind by Bulu. He didn't expect that Xin had learned the knowledge of cloning technology from him at the beginning, and now the cloning technology has faintly surpassed himself, which made Orochimaru a little surprised. But of course, after all, Xin only specializes in cloning technology, but he can use him to improve his system. Don't look at him now, Uchiha Xion and Black Zetsu are like honeymoon, helping each other to do research together. But when the research progresses to a certain extent, they will inevitably tear themselves apart. Black Zetsu and Uchiha believe that Orochimaru needs the scientific research ability and strength of Orochimaru, and Orochimaru also needs to use their resources to improve their research, and they have been coveting Rinnegan and time and Spaceman Gekyo. So Orochimaru didn't have enough time, and he didn't want to be distracted by researching technology, and he had to look for Tsunade for Greer energy. He doesn't have many whole cards in his hand. Kimimaro and Shigego have Sage Mode as one. Coupled with the super life energy of Greer energy, the advantage of impure world reincarnation has not yet taken shape. Chiyu was not surprised when he heard the words, so he had no choice but to spread his hands. Uchiha Xion transplanted a Rinnegan. Although he is weaker than Nagato, but with Black Zetsu possessed, he can frequently use space-time pupils and Rinnegan's burst, which is very tricky. After receiving the benefits, he will naturally pay back, although he can't help in the direction Tsunade's heart desires. But give Tsunade some information to see if Tsunade has any next actions against Black Zetsu and others. Impure world reincarnation's imperfections made it difficult for him to find a way to calculate Black Zetsu and others in a short time. If they want to take action against the Transportation Alliance or the Fire Country, please let us know. Chiyu said, this is the purpose. Today, Tsunade's reformed country of fire and the growing Konoha and Transportation Alliance is not worried about the various shinobu villages, but worried about unfounded forces like Black Zetsu and Obito. Orochimaru smiled and led his subordinates to leave, and Chiyu also rushed to the neighboring country to inquire about information. Chapter 130. Kirigakure's Byakugan is lost. Who do you think is most motivated? Tsunade asked after being warm and gentle. Relying on his own ability, Chiyu traveled all the way to the land of earth and wind, and then to the land of thunder and water to inquire about information. I ran a lap for nearly 2 months. The main time was spent tracking the elite spies in the ninja village. Collecting information, although Chiyu has the ability to easily enter and exit the ninja villages, he is still unable to inquire about the secrets of the village leaders and sneak into their secret rooms or something. Leaving aside the authenticity of the secret room, the true attitudes and actions of the ninja village towards Konoha are generally only those important high-level officials, and I am afraid that there will not be any documents in hand. Chiyu can only find out if he keeps track of some of the elite spies they go out to work on. However, it is much easier to inquire about the information of famous officials of various countries. They are ordinary people and warriors, and it is very simple to get information from them. As for the last stop of the water country, Chiyu found out this information. The blue right eye transplanted Byakugan, which was captured from the Hyuga clan in the 3 wars, and even Kirigakure only a few people know about it. Now that it was taken away, they naturally did not promote it. It was only when Chiyu tracked some elite spies that he obtained this information through their actions. Subconsciously think it belongs to the Hyuga family, but after thinking about it, with their habitual character, they probably won't. You can see that they never mentioned it in the original work. Even if they worked with Qing during the 4th World War, they did not mention it. Nowadays, the pattern and direction of the ninja world has long been chaotic. As for who it is, I can't say for sure. It feels like Cloud Shinobi Village may also be. After all, they have always been greedy by Byakugan. Or Obito. Now that he and Black Zetsu have turned their faces, I am afraid that you need Byakugan to guard against Black Zetsu's White Zetsu. Chiyu replied. Tsunade thought about it for a while, and then stopped paying attention to it. Regardless of whether the Hyuga family participates or not, Tsunade doesn't bother to care about it. After intimidating Hyuga's house before, there are now more than 20 Byakugan ninjas in the village, and Tsunade's goal has been achieved. As for the Hyuga family, will they feel hatred because Tsunade went to intimidate and demolish their house before? Tsunade didn't care. Unless they cooperate with the Moon Zatsutsuki, what can they churn? Besides, look at the Hyuga family in the original book. In the end, they are very honest. Even if Hinata becomes Mrs. Hokage, they are even more low-key. Oh, it seems that these daimyo and shinobu are really cautious. Tsunade sighed with emotion. Chiyu ran down during this period and quickly collected a lot of information. Nowadays, the lively reforms in the country of fire have indeed had a great impact on the entire ninja world. Although the former daimyo of the country of fire secretly sent some secrets to daimyo and ninamura of various countries, the daimyo died out of illness too quickly. There is no matchmaker to bring outsiders to the Chinkuan side of the country of fire. The new daimyo's active decentralization and the rapid concerted reform of the country of fire also left outsiders with no breakthrough to come in. And the reform of the country that cannot squeeze the fire instantly, then other forces must prepare for the next impact. Tsunade's calculations are very good. The changes in the country of fire have directly exposed the conflicts between the big names of various countries and shinobu, and even increased the bureaucrats and dignitaries. However, they were very tolerant, and there was no excessive behavior. It was the methods of various forces that made Tsunade and Chiyu amazed. They immediately established diplomacy with the Transportation Alliance, preparing to use the development of transportation to increase the power in their hands, draw in and suppress domestic powers, and win the hearts of the people, so as to avoid the powers and officials from undermining them. The master can avoid the chaos in Shinobu Village by having officials and powerful people. After all, there is no right time and place like the Land of Fire, and it is impossible for Shinmura to overthrow the daimyo. Of course, these are only temporary. The country of fire has proved that Ninja Village is threatening to the daimyo, so in the remaining time, it depends on how to reasonably cannibalize Ninja Village. Ninja Village is naturally aware of this situation, and is also seeking to cooperate with the Transportation Alliance, hoping to open up its own economic sources so as to get rid of the economic sanctions imposed by the daimyo, and then learn from the daimyo to win the hearts of the people and officials. After all, Shinobu has super military strength, and many powerful people still don't refuse to win. The daimyo has the advantage of being well known, and Shinobu has the military advantage. It depends on how those people choose. Leiji Nation moved very quickly, and before the influence of the Fire Nation reform spread to them, the daimyo, bureaucrats, and Shinobu Village immediately implemented the separation of powers. The Nation of Water also has the same lesson, but to be precise, it was Terumi Mei and the daimyo who joined forces to rigidly frame the officials and the powerful. Are they really worried about those little actions in secret? Chiyu asked. Although these countries did not come to lively during the reform of the country of fire, internal contradictions can stabilize the existing situation. But starting from the clever man Onogi, he made some small moves. That is, while spreading the rumors of the malpractice of the reform of the country of fire, the morality and etiquette of the new system of the country of fire have been destroyed. Then a lot of threatening theories were issued. What kind of extreme violence? What is going to start a foreign war with the country and the people? In the past, wars were conducted between ninjas and ninjas. Now the extreme of the country of fire is about to use ninjas to engulf thousands of ordinary people into wars. Anyway, there is no need for Chiyu to investigate. Now the news has spread to many places, just waiting for a complete outbreak. In such an era when information is blocked and countless people have a low vision, I am afraid that countries and people abroad will most likely believe it after listening to it. Now Danzo is sharpening his knife, but he can only lead Umbu to guard against rumors outside into the country of fire. After the reform of the country of fire, many big names from countries visited Sarah and Fengwaxiexu. As a result, the Transportation Alliance will further expand the development scope of the Transportation Alliance. However, behind this incident, there are many black hands appearing. That is, many small countries have received threats and cannot join the Transportation Alliance. Cut. Don't care. These things happen. We should also observe and observe. Tsunade said indifferently. Actually, I think that if you take the initiative to engage in diplomacy, you can draw in any small country near the country of fire. No, diplomacy is indispensable to get out of favor. It's not necessary. When time passes, the Shinobu Village and the daimyo outside will make trouble sooner or later, and these small countries will ask us to take them in sooner or later. The Transportation Alliance can't develop further in such a short time. Chiyu said with emotion. I want to make it clear, there is no need to be so urgent. The current regime of the country of fire needs time to continue to grow and strengthen. Yamato is stable, and many forces are also wary of the country of fire and the Transportation Alliance. The transportation that connects the entire ninja world will not continue to develop. After all, I didn't think about really destroying other countries and forces. Even if we now accept many small countries, if someone deliberately engages in trouble, we still cannot protect all countries. Let's take a look at the internal development of the other four major countries. When the time comes to calculate them, they will all be young people, and it will not be too late to implement the final plan. Tsunade replied, and then continued. However, Luo Sha, maybe we can find something to do for him. Luo Sha has been frowning these days, but after receiving some advice from someone secretly, she did something Tsunade frowned. Nowadays, many forces are secretly engaged in rumors of attacking the Land of Fire and Konoha village in the ninja world, but Luo Sha actually reached out to Konoha to contact some of the ninjas in Konoha, as well as some officials and dignitaries in the Land of Fire. This makes Tsunade upset. Originally, it was for his daughter's sake. Tsunade was going to let him live longer than the original. Now it is unnecessary. Although she doesn't do anything now, it's okay to find something for Luo Sha. Chapter 131. Step by step in the past few years, Tsunade also knows how to judge the situation and adapt to circumstances. In the current situation of Ninja World, she did not blindly continue to expand the development of the Transportation Alliance. It's too late, since there are black hands obstructing, then wait some time, pinch all these black hands before continuing. The Fire Nation, which is most worried about, has been completely stabilized. In the next time, the Fire Nation and the Transportation Alliance, which have no internal problems, will soon enter the rapid development. In other countries, either reforms follow the development, or they can only see themselves falling behind. As it develops, the contradiction between shinobu and the daimyo, and even the contradiction between bureaucrats and dignitaries, will unfold one by one. Without any action, you can only watch yourself being quickly widened by others. Regardless, as long as no one takes action against the Transportation Alliance and the Fire Country, Tsunade can quietly observe their evolution. A few days later, Tsunade set off again to inspect the transportation construction and economic development zone construction in the Country of Fire. This time I went to the Southern Economic Development Zone, which Tsunade has not been to. After Chi-Yu followed Tsunade to the Southern Economic Development Zone, which was under construction, he headed for the vast sea in the south. The ship airship was not used, and even the chakra armor of Snowland was not used to fly. Chi-Yu simply used the pupil technique to rush on his way. Open Mangekyo for 3 years, combined with cell transplantation of White Zetsu, first generation and Gedo statue, and often practiced at the limit of the body. Today, Chi-Yu's pupil skills plus Sage Mode's maximum perception distance. When he tried his best to use his magical action once, Chi-Yu could move about 10 miles in space. And now the increased pupil power is enough for him to use the gods to the maximum for about 50 times. Although the pupil power has increased, it is a pity that the Eternal Mangekyo has not been touched. The original work mentions that the Eternal Mangekyo needs a transplant to also open the eyes of Mangekyo Sharingan's blood relatives. But the original book can't mention everything comprehensively. When Indra opens Mangekyo, you can directly use Susanoo. Sage of 6 Paths was promoted directly from 3 Tomo Sharingan to Rinnegan. Therefore, Chi-Yu and Tsunade have always believed that the Eternal Mangekyo is a rank of Sharingan, and it does not necessarily have to be achieved by the eyes of a blood relative. Transplanting the blood relative's eyes is a way to integrate the Mangekyo's pupil power, which is a shortcut to the Eternal Mangekyo. Chi-Yu didn't have this way to go. He could only continue to practice and promote the fusion of first-generation cell nucleus Gedo statue cells and enhance vitality and nourish the eyes. Ordinary meditation and the pain of squeezing the limits of physical fitness have exercised Chi-Yu's will for many years, so as to test whether he can touch the Eternal Mangekyo through the progress of both will and vitality. In fact, they all follow the combination of yin and yang, which is mentioned by Uchiha Madara. At this moment, in just a dozen breaths, Chi-Yu used a series of dozens of maximum distance magic. Immediately crossing a distance of about 500 miles, Chi-Yu stopped using his pupil power as his eyes were sore and began to run swiftly on the sea. After the pupil technique is used, the physical strength is connected, except for the sore eyes. The mental strength has dropped a lot, and he is a little tired. While running, he recovered his pupil power and continued to use Shinshin to advance intermittently. After a few hours, Chiyu had crossed thousands of miles and finally came to a new continent. This is the southern continent of the ninja world, where Hyde Timothy and others are located. In this new world, Chiyu wandered around several prosperous places. In one of the largest cities, I saw the mobile fortress that was more than 100 meters high and was being built. Chiyu is also very interested. In fact, some of the technologies here are still very good. For example, this mobile fortress that Hyde is building is a mobile fortress that can open mountains and crack rocks, walk on land and sea, and even walk underground directly through tunnels. In addition, there are relatively complete huge battleships, as well as telescopic and deformable armors and weapons, and even radar and stereo projection. Because of the advanced technology of Master Hyde, Chiyu and Tsunade prepared to invite him to play in Ninja Continent. Seeing a large number of people here sing praises to Hyde, Chiyu also sighed with emotion. Hyde is an ambitious person, even a dark person. After learning the secrets of Timsey's family, he directly killed Timsey's parents and seized the Greer Stone. Even in the study of Greer's Stone, a brutal and bloated deformity brainless armor warrior was created. However, he gained a lot of support through extremely high research ability, super high speech methods, and ended part of the war here. Even now, the establishment of a mobile fortress is to rush to the ninja continent to find the Greer vein to gain stronger power, so as to rule the southern continent and rule the world. It's just that Chiyu is very puzzled. How can such a person who wants wisdom and means, after encountering Naruto, he can muggle to such an extent? Perhaps this is the aura of destiny of the Son of Destiny? Not to mention Nagato Obito and others. It seems that facing Naruto's villains, they all died in the end. Chiyu was dangling in the lively streets. After Mimi finished her dinner, she headed towards the mobile fortress that was about to be built. Woo-woo, enemy attack. In the huge mobile fortress, the sharp sirens sounded, and the guards yelled immediately, so countless burly armored warriors moved quickly. Inside the high mobile fortress, countless elevators moved towards the enemy's location. Report to Master Hyde. An enemy has invaded our mobile fortress. At the top of the mobile fortress, there is a huge platform layer with yellow hair and blue eyes. Hyde, who is about 50 years old, is suddenly here. Hyde, who was reading the Book of Greer, frowned when he heard the voice of Li Fugai on the radio speaker. He really couldn't understand. Anyone in this place could break into the mobile fortress? What does the guard do? Fugai, tell the people below, these invaders, I want to live. Hyde wanted to know what forces dared to oppose him. I was in a good mood, but now it is destroyed. Oh, Lord Hyde. News from the people below says that the invading enemy is very powerful and we have suffered heavy losses. What? Hyde was stunned, thinking he had heard it wrong. He has been invincible ever since he obtained the Greer Stone, analyzed and used the energy inside. Without mentioning a few powerful subordinates of his own, the burly armored warriors he created alone can sweep this continent. How could a force that could slaughter his subordinates suddenly appear? Hyde took a steady hand and immediately summoned Camilla and King Kong, as well as the three beautiful blonde and red-eyed men of Fugai. Clang! Huh, boom! When the four Hyde took the elevator to reach the floor where the enemy invaded, they happened to see three black-clothed slaughter in the passage here. Dozens of burly armored warriors were unable to fight back under the attack of the three. One of them has a weird body and a superb sword technique. Wherever he goes, the burly armored warriors are divided into corpses. Even the thick armor can't stop it. The other two breathed out huge fire, and the other threw a hidden weapon that would explode. Catch them alive. Hyde instructed the three Fugai with a gloomy expression. So three beauties with blonde hair and red eyes and gorgeous big armor rushed to the three enemies respectively. Chapter 132. Fugai, dressed in gorgeous armor, took the lead. With thick arm guards, he immediately stretched out a thick knight's sword and rushed towards the black-clothed man holding the enemy's sword. Camilla and King Kong, who were also dressed in gorgeous armors, also rushed towards the other two of the enemy. Seeing this, the black-clothed ninja holding the knife was in a trance and instantly arrived at Fugai, who was rushing all the way. Fugai only felt his eyes sway, and the enemy with the knife flashed in front of him, and the strength of the milk burst out of shock and slashed away. Seeing this, the black ninja rushed forward unabated, turning left to block with a vertical knife. Turning to the left was extremely rapid, turning his left hand for most of a circle, pressing an elbow against Fugai's abdomen. Although Fugai horrified the opponent's agility and blocked and unloaded her own attacks, she did not pay attention to the opponent's unarmed attacks. Not to mention that the thick armor is stronger than ordinary steel plates. After receiving the gift of Master Hide, their physique is still better than ordinary people, and ordinary attacks are not considered at all. Boom. Then Fugai flew upside down towards Hide with a dull sound. Hide avoided subconsciously, and Fugai was directly embedded in the steel plate wall. Camilla and King Kong, who were rushing towards the two men in black, were all taken aback by this incident. Then Camilla became solemn, but looking at King Kong, he vaguely revealed excitement and bloodthirsty. Shoo-hoo. One of the men in black threw more than a dozen at Camilla and Fugai and started violent. Boom rumble. As the gunpowder smoke filled, Camilla drew away flexibly, while King Kong on the side dodged, raising his hand, and violent lightning entangled his hand. Thunderstorm lightning strike. King Kong, the blonde and red-eyed beauty, shouted in excitement at this moment. Boo! A bucket of thunder and lightning lit up in this enclosed space, and instantly rushed straight ahead. Fire style, great fireball technique. The last ninja in black swiftly set the seal, and a fireball of several meters in size was spit out from his mouth, facing the lightning attack of King Kong. Boom! When the thunder and fire collided, it exploded immediately, and the floor burst into flames for an instant, and the powerful flame air current hit the place in a mess. The scent of armored warriors who died all over the ground was scorched in the flames spread everywhere. Shoo-hoo! Camilla and King Kong, who retreated after the explosion, were attacked by Kawu again. While fighting on one side, the man in black who had just dealt with Fugai immediately rushed towards Hide. Woo dash! A terrifying howl of a wolf came, causing the man in black who rushed towards Hide to have a stop. Fugai, who was directly inlaid in the iron wall, changed drastically at this moment. It was no longer a beautiful blonde with red eyes, but a burly werewolf. Go to hell. On the other side, King Kong, who was rushed up and down again by the detonation, immediately yelled, approached the enemy, and suddenly attacked the two enemies leaning together. When the opponent saw King Kong rushing forward, he immediately took out Kawu to meet him. Drink! King Kong yelled, and thunder and lightning entangled his hands, blasting directly regardless of the sharp weapon in the opponent's hand. Boom boom! Although the opponent did not evade, King Kong did hit. But before she had time to be happy, she watched the two enemies that had been hit turn into white smoke, and then she was stunned. After all, they had never been in contact with ninjas, and they didn't even know that there was a profession like ninjas. Puff, puff! Just when King Kong and Camilla were stunned, the two of them were suddenly attacked. Although they reacted to the limit, their armor was still pierced by the other party's kunai. At this moment, they brazenly discovered that these two enemies suddenly appeared intact. Thunder lightning strike. King Kong didn't care about the little injury on his body, which was fatal to ordinary people, but it didn't affect them at all. Boom boom. Then they once again watched the enemy in front of them being attacked and shattered, turning into a white mist and disappearing. Boom bang bang. Then a series of noises sounded, and only a dozen people who were exactly the same as the two men in black appeared. At this moment, Camilla and King Kong were completely stunned, and even Fuga and Hide, who had just become werewolves, looked at them dumbfounded. Bang bang bang. I saw the sword-holding ninja Jane, and there were three more identical black-clothed men with the sword beside him. Ding ding dong dang. Boom rumble. When the young Timsy brought a large army to support, he saw that this place had long been reduced to ruins, roaring everywhere, smoke filled with gunpowder, and the stumps of the armored soldiers on the ground were broken. The wailing of Fuga and Camilla, the roar of King Kong and Lord Hyde. The werewolf-shaped Fugai and the bat-shaped Camilla, the two of them were relatively weak, and they were able to defeat these clones, but they were repeatedly attacked by the clones, and they were already scarred. Camilla's flight mode is not good. After all, this is inside the building, There is not much space, but the wings are seriously injured. King Kong has changed form, becoming an ugly and deformed and bloated person more than 2 meters high. She is surrounded by thunder and lightning all over her body, but she is rampant and invincible. But the enemy's real body was never found. Countless detonation charms and fire-style ninjutsu attacks made her furious. At this moment, Hyde, who was grayed out by countless explosions, reacted as if he had really encountered a powerful enemy. Hyde's angry form changed from a blond old man to a grayish-eyed, muscular form. Puff! What? Then he was taken care of and continued to suffer the knife. The screaming screamed too loudly. TSK Tusk, it's really pathetic. Chiyu murmured on the first floor above this floor, shook his head with a cup of tea. Fuga and Camilla are very familiar. He can understand, but Hyde seems to be tortured to the death, still not as good as his performance in the animation. Could it be that it was more than 2 years earlier, and his scientific tool gloves, the red energy ball that resembled the truth-seeking ball, had not been studied? After more than 10 minutes of fierce fighting, Hyde looked at the 4 powerful men who were still alive next to him and cried vaguely. It's all because of too much injury and pain. The 3 enemies were finally consumed by 5 of them and hundreds of armored warriors. Fortunately, they did not escape because they were not familiar with the interior of the mobile fortress. When the enemy's energy was exhausted, the 2 were blown to dust on the spot, relying on the miserable Camilla to control a dying man in black with illusion. But halfway through their interrogation cautiously, the person broke free and woke up, and then lit the detonator on his body. Grell's stone. Rao was extremely miserable, with countless bloodlines, and Hyde still looked excitedly at the few egg-shaped green luminous crystals in his hand. Through Camilla's illusion interrogation just now, he also learned the identities of the 3 men in black. They are people from the northern ninja continent, because they accidentally got the treasure of Greer's stone and got information to come here to grab the Book of Greer and to find underground ruins to get more of Greer's stone. Hyde was surprised and delighted. Greer had more information in his heart, but the ninja continent in the north was very dangerous. It seems that a powerful organization is also looking for the Greer stone. They have the Greer stone and the incomplete treasure map in their hands. Because they can't provoke them, these 3 ninjas come here to look for the Greer book. Hyde's expression was very gloomy. That power was Tsunade of the Kingdom of Wind, the weakest of the 5 nations in the world of ninja. But like the 3 strong people just now, there are at least thousands of Tsunade. When Hyde learned of the news, he was stunned. 3 almost wiped them out. What is the concept of thousands? What about the other 4 stronger powers? There are countless small ninja villages. However, he was not a person who gave up halfway, and he finally prepared to this day. How could he stop? The reason why I am so embarrassed now is only because I don't understand the strange abilities of these 3 ninjas. If they are tough, wouldn't these ninjas have nothing to do with them? So Hyde immediately took the chakra training scroll from the ninja and asked several subordinates to practice quickly. Chiyu left, this time sending warmth to Hyde, not only for backstab Tsunade. The biggest motivation is Hyde's research ability. Through this kind of stimulation, let him make the scientific props earlier, and at the same time, let him contact the shinobi world to see if he can make further progress in scientific research. Fenghua Xiaoshui's snow country has been working for so long, and still can't make a steel armor. Knowing that science and technology is away, it is very difficult to go. The technological progress of chakra armor is very slow. Although Hyde is a bit worse, his scientific research ability is worth squeezing. Chapter 133. What? The Stone of Greer? A huge special energy. Tsunade, Luo Sha looked at the things Umbu Elite gave him. There was an attack on a ninja a few days ago, and Luo Sha arranged for the Umbu Elite to go there and see what forces it was. Unexpectedly, it was a group of lucky people who encountered special treasures and obtained powers that were completely different from those of ninjas. Then he looked at the incomplete treasure map in his hand and a few green egg-shaped crystals. The next morning, Luo Sha hurriedly confessed a few high-level affairs and then left with a few cronies. From last night to now, he has never slept. He did not expect the energy in the Stone of Greer to be so powerful, which made his strength visible to the naked eye a little bit overnight. Recently, the ninja world has changed so much. He has been seeking to increase his strength. Isn't this coming? Before he could carefully study the few Greer stones in his hand, he took the incomplete treasure map and went to the southern coast of the Kingdom of Wind. It's been a month, and Luo Sha is still dangling along the south blue coast of the Kingdom of Wind. Hyde can't help, but he didn't come. Could it be that I acted too hard and Hyde became stable? In the brand new small villa Hokage, Chiyu told Tsunade, who was off work. If you didn't come, you didn't come. The red energy ball of his science glove didn't work out. So even if this chess piece comes, it's boring. Tsunade replied lazily. The huge Greer veins in the underground ruins had long been transferred away by the couple's dual-use large number of seal scrolls, leaving only a few tanks to engage in trouble there. Tsunade, who wants to increase scientific research by Ishin, has such an arrangement with Chiyu. As for why not take Hyde? At first, Tsunade didn't look down on the character of Shanghai-da, and he was very ambitious and restless. Secondly, it is the struggle that promotes the fastest growth of people. She wanted to see if Hyde, who had gained more Greer energy and experienced the ninja system, could make a better breakthrough. Shizun hummed a small tune and put up the cooked food. After the three of them had finished eating, Chiyu and Tsunade went for a walk. Now Konoha Hokage Rock is restored as it is, but the buildings that used to be uneven are now neatly arranged garden houses. Except for the buildings surrounding the various departments around Hokage Building, other buildings are similar, with roughly the same height. The original wall of the village was also demolished, and schools and commercial centers were being built nearby. As for the station, it was repaired early. More outside, there are tall commercial houses being built on one side, and various factories and workers' living quarters on the other. Konoha, the focus of development, has now changed everything except Hokage Rock. After the walk, Chiyu and Tsunade went to the root training base to practice. Now Tsunade's work is much easier. Now the Land of Fire is slowly on track, and after a few months, everything is running properly. Officials and dignitaries are very honest. After all, they are vested interests. Moreover, after encircling and suppressing thieves throughout the country and attracting officials and dignitaries, Tsunade gathered ninjas and samurai scattered across the country. Even the ninja warriors raised by the rich and powerful paid half of them. So Konoha added thousands of qualified ninjas and tens of thousands of samurai. Although ninjas are the mainstream, there are actually a lot of samurai, and there are some samurai raised by the nobles everywhere, but they are weaker. Immediately Tsunade began to recruit ninjas and wanted to train an army of samurai. And Konoha's ninjas are now mostly trained in newly built military schools, and then they are ready to be assigned to military bases and government offices in various regions. Not only is there an additional traffic guard, but even major cities have more public security bureaus and urban management, mainly ninjas and samurai. These urban managements are carefully set up by Tsunade. Now Tsunade has gradually realized the nationwide military control. The process is very smooth. After all, it is the policy of the Dai Ming's order. After thought out by various state departments, the government approved it unanimously and asked Hokage to establish and maintain national order. As the system has been improved step by step, Tsunade has now begun to relax and is no longer as busy as before. The Transportation Alliance is managed by Mithriya and others, and the Fire Nation government and Konoha are managed by the following people. Shizun and Lugio and his sons help to deal with the documents every day. Small days are very moist. I happened to see Shikamaru skipping class to get some sun, so Tsunade naturally accepted the child labor unceremoniously. Poor Shikamaru, who was only 11 years old, had no chance of howling. Kuaha followed his father to process documents and became Konoha's youngest hitman. What's more bitter is that I was threatened by Tsunade not to lose to Sasuke in any aspect before graduation. Of course, I don't have to count in terms of appearance. Little Sakura was still smart. After getting Sasuke's initiative to approach, she knew in a short time that Sasuke had a task to surpass her in learning, so Sasuke happened to score little Sakura on the exam one time. Chiyu had to scratch his head and told him Shikamaru's name, but Sasuke was dumbfounded. It wasn't until Chiyu said that Sasuke couldn't beat Shikamaru not only in wisdom, but also in strength. Needless to say, after being warned by Tsunade, Sasuke has never beaten Shikamaru. Maybe Shikamaru is not as strong as Sasuke, but they rely on their brains to feed themselves. Moreover, being threatened by Tsunade, Coupled with Sasuke's frequent challenges, his progress can be described as rapid, and Sasuke has almost doubted his life recently. In the peaceful days, time passed by in a hurry. The Fire Nation wants to precipitate the politics of the new reform, while in other countries, the various forces are gradually seeking a balance while guarding each other. Now Naruto, Sasuke, and their ninja are about to graduate. Chiyu and Tsunade just went outside, and when they came back, they brought 3 people. The Traveler of the Earth Spider Warfare and his granddaughter Earth Spider Firefly, as well as the entourage of the guards. The forbidden technique created by the journeyman back then was very terrifying. Not only did it destroy a city at that time, and given enough time to gather natural energy, this forbidden technique can even destroy hundreds of kilometers. Too fancy, Tsunade did not sign an agreement with the forbidden technique like Third Hokage to seal the forbidden technique, but instead invited them to Konoha. It is better to control this kind of power in your hands. Senior Chiyu, where are we going this time? 12-year-old Sasuke asked after Chiyu. Yeah, Uncle Naruto is very busy and has to earn money to marry a wife. A handsome golden-haired fox-bearded teenager mumbled next to him. Chiyu's mouth twitched when he heard that. After being taken by Tsunade, Naruto became addicted to gambling. The European Emperor's gambling luck, winning the family, is all money, and now it has been blacklisted by Konoha and the casinos in nearby towns. Many casinos hire ninjas to guard the gates, and beware of Naruto's use of transformation technique to enter the casino. Go to meet a few young girls who are about the same age as you, and then let them, who are better than you too, lead you two to save the world. Chiyu said with a yawn. Huh. Now Naruto Sasuke is interested, and Tsunade has not only played with Naruto for more than a year. Sasuke studied madly here in Chiyu, and was still beaten by the fast-growing Shikamaru until now, but he has also grown very fast, except for the fact that his eyes have not increased. Nowadays, in terms of strength alone, the two are among the best among the younger generation, and they are also among the best in terms of combat effectiveness. What do you mean by teenagers who are about the same age as them, and are even better than the two of them? The two refused to accept, especially the young girl, which made it even more angry. Half an hour later, Sasuke, who drove a 2-go Jade, and Naruto, who was wearing a 9-tails chakra jacket, had a bruised nose and a swollen face, and were rubbed against the ground, and their eyes lost their highlights. Duh. Chapter 134. Huh, just like this, wanna be our boss. Like Mother Sarah, the red-haired and purple-eyed little lowly had 1,000 words, thrusting his waist, thunderous hum to the 2 young people on the ground. I didn't. Brother Chiyu, and Chiyu said nonsense. Naruto, with a swollen nose and a swollen nose, withdrew his 9-tails chakra coat, grumbling aggrievedly. Chiyu sighed secretly. In the original book, there was a man with a pure heart and passion, but he was stunned by Tsunade. On the way here, when Chiyu heard that there are peers who are stronger than the two of them, Naruto Sasuke said that he would like to compete. After coming to join Xianglin, Ziyuan, Xinyu, and Ziluo, Chiyu said that Naruto Sasuke looked down on the 3 girls. So fragrant phosphorus Ziyuan and the 3,000 language maidens jumped over in anger. Although Sasuke's body and fighting skills are good, but the AoE that can't hold the 3 human-shaped little beasts is strong. Over the years, under the training of Tsunade and others, Shine's Super Witch's power, which is comparable to the power of sprites, has been well developed. The 12-year-old little Ziyuan, although he has not reached the final form, turned on the witch mode, and the whole body was shining with purple light. Chakra has a full 100 cards, which is almost Chiyu today. The 11-year-old Xinyu, like her mother, can absorb the energy of dragon veins well. Although the power of the dragon veins is sealed in Sarah's body, the energy of the dragon veins is dissipated all the year round for Xinyu cultivation. Although a person is small, chakra still has dozens of calories. Needless to say about the incense phosphorus, the 12-year-old incense phosphorus, the power of the Uzumaki bloodline in his body began to blow out. The adamantine sealing chains became stronger, and the magical skill Kagura's heart and eyes were awakened. As the top existence in Uzumaki's bloodline, even though he is only 12 years old, he still has dozens of cards. Of course, this unit is the card in the original book. Today's Kakashi has been smashed by Tsunade's various resources, and chakra is no less than the Xianglin and Xinyu at the moment. So they jumped up 3 times, hit Sasuke Sharingan directly in one round, and beat Naruto into a circle. In the second round, Sasuke used the Chidori series of hard work, and Naruto also opened the Nine Tails chakra code under the stimulation of Chi-Yu's lazy words. Then Shinyu opened his mouth and continuously erupted small purple energy bombs, which exploded Sasuke Naruto, and the adamantine sealing chains of the phosphorus took them for 2 seconds. Are you Uzumaki Naruto? Mr. Tsunade mentioned you to us. I am your tribe, Uzumaki. After hearing Chi-Yu introduce Naruto, Sasuke, the red-haired and red-eyed phosphorus, came to Naruto apologetically and looked at Naruto curiously. Huh. On the contrary, Cheyenne and Shinyu Tsundere looked at Sasuke contemptuously. Sasuke is a tribe of Chi-Yusin and the younger brother of Uchiha Itachi, who is frightened in the ninja world. The elders have said that even in their alliance, Chi-Yu and Uchiha Itachi, who uses the artifact, are second only to Cheyenne's mother Mithria, but they did not expect that Sasuke, who is called a genius, is weaker than expected. Get to know, I'm Zilluo, Naruto, and Sasuke, the students of Mrs. Tsunade. We met for the first time, please take care of me. After the battle, the 14-year-old Zilluo, who was slightly mature next to him, came over to greet Naruto Sasuke kindly. Sasuke's face was a little bad, and he responded unfamiliarly, but Naruto and Phosphorus had a hot conversation. You are 12 years old. Don't you know how to use adamantine sealing chains? During the conversation, Xianglin asked Naruto. Chi-Yu's mouth twitched at the side. No, Tsunade's sister told me to practice hard and see if I can awaken when I become stronger in the future, but I will Rasengan. My father invented it. Naruto was not depressed, but showed off another skill. Sister Tsunade told him about his parents. Really? I'll take a look at me. When I met another tribe, Xianglin was also very enthusiastic. Fantastic. Rasengan. Naruto stretched out his right hand, chakra condensed in his hand, and a blue spinning Rasengan appeared in his hand. Drink. Bang! Naruto Rasengan slapped the boulder next to him, and the 1-meter-sized stone was shattered in an instant. How? Naruto asked triumphantly. So weak. I'm better than this with bare hands. Cheyenne and Chinyu's energy balls, the strongest can blow up 100 meters of land. Xianglin said embarrassingly. It seems that this tribe is a bit embarrassing. Naruto Sasuke heard the words, looked at Cheyenne and Chinyu of Tsundere, and took a breath of air in an instant. After the little ones got to know each other, Chiyu led them on the way. Naruto is naturally familiar, and he has Tsunade as a connection, and he talks enthusiastically with several of Tsunade's disciples. With a cold face, Sasuke quietly leaned against Chiyu and stayed away from the young girls nearby. At this moment, his heart was a little desolate. Originally in Konoha, he couldn't beat Shikamaru and Shaoli all the time, which made him very sad. He didn't expect that he couldn't beat a girl younger than him. In this mission, there is a gang called Sishiang Tianren in Artisan Ninja Village. They seem to be planning a terrible thing to resurrect the ancestor who created Artisan Ninja Village more than 100 years ago to rule the world. Our task this time is to stop their conspiracy and get their god-tier chakra ninja technology. So, neither can they destroy their powerful chakra ninja, but they must be captured alive. The era that belongs to you is coming, and the legend that belongs to you is also about to unfold. From this moment on, your adventure begins. After Chiyu finished speaking, a few teenagers and girls rarely became serious. The achievement of the elders is too high, which is their pride, but also their great pressure. The 4 people of Sishiang Tianren, driven by Chiyu in the dark, dug up the spiritual temple of Jiangren village a long time before the original work, and obtained the 4 miraculous and powerful ninjas. These 4 ninjas are not only functionally comparable to Kirigakure's 7 ninja swords, but they can also be quickly summoned from a long distance and have the ability to fly after being combined. Tsunade is greedy for this kind of technology, and it needs to be studied for Fenghua Xiaoxue, and the younger generations are beginning to grow up, and it is time to meet the world, so this task is given. So, now we arrange the first task. We must first investigate these people and lead them out. Okay, let's go on Naruto. Chiyu yawned and scribbled on a cliff 10 miles away in Takumi village. Finish the order. Oi, a dash, what should I do? Naruto cheered for a while when he heard that there was a task, and then went confused. Hey, Senior Chiyu, are you sure that this task can be given to Naruto? Let's go. Although it was only a short contact, Shinyu looked at the silly Naruto and said with great concern, I remember that Mr. Tsunade once told them that it seems that the Uzumaki family's brains are not very good, and the fragrant phosphorus who grew up with them has perfectly explained this fact. Sasuke, who looked cold and arrogant, also took a step forward. Looking at Chiyu, the meaning was very obvious, and he needed to win the task based on his relationship. Well, for this matter, the first task should be done by the weakest person. Is my arrangement okay? Chiyu lay down on the edge of the cliff, the warm sun just right. Oh, that's okay. The few teenagers who still wanted to fight for the task immediately stopped grabbing them. Sasuke immediately stepped back when he heard the words, and Sundara looked at Naruto, showing a slight smile. Sure enough, Sasuke is definitely not the weakest. Huh? Brother Chiyu. Naruto was very aggrieved. At any rate, he often lived together. Isn't it such a shame? But Naruto is not a caregiver. The weakest is the weakest, and he is not unacceptable. Immediately, he began to ask how to do the task, and Chiyu pushed him away. Then, under the advice of Sasuke and the three maidens, Naruto stepped forward to the village of Takumi Shinobu. Chapter 135. Master Turtle, do you really want to do this? Outside the Takumi ninja village, the four ninjas gathered together to discuss. The only female peacock asked the thin and tall man among them with some anxiety. I think we have done it. It's a big deal for us to wander into the ninja world. After all, they are also coveting us first, but I didn't expect them to despise us so much, so let them pay the price, said one of the blue-haired and green-eyed teenagers. A few months ago, they accidentally discovered that other forces had mixed into the village of Takumi, and after they joined hands to kill each other, they discovered that they were the ultimate weapon to investigate the village of Takumi. As a result, the four men found four powerful chakra ninjas in the temple of the craftsman ninja village. After gradually becoming proficient with the ninja, they did not have a high profile, but silently meditated and probed the news of the tailed beast. Nowadays, the world of ninja seems to be calm as water, but after receiving several threats from the village, they also know that this is the tranquility before the storm. This morning I received a secret letter from a spy in Konoha saying that Konoha seemed to be coveting Takumi Ninja Village, and then sent a ninja to investigate Takumi Ninja Village. The only ones who came were Nine-Tails Jinchuriki and Konoha's only remaining orphan of Uchiha. Kaguya was dumbfounded. Firstly, it was unbelievable that those spies could inquire about such advanced information. Secondly, I wondered why these two people came here. Nine-Tails Jinchuriki and Sharingan. The names are absolutely scary, but if you tell their ages, the turtles laugh to cramps. Isn't this a food delivery? He has been worried about where to find the power of the tailed beast to resurrect the ultimate weapon. First of all, Konoha looked down at Takumi Ninja Village, thinking that our village is as weak as ever before sending these two children. They are the orphans of Nine-Tails Jinchuriki and Uchiha, and there is a high probability that Konoha will use Takumi Ninja Village as a stepping stone to train them. Secondly, if the information is accurate, they really come, we first observe whether there are ninjas secretly protecting them. Then look for opportunities to capture Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. As long as we use the power of Nine-Tails to turn on the final weapon, we can gain stronger power. Then we learned from the Huma and blamed the murder of Nine-Tails Jinchuriki on Cloud's shinobi village, which threatened us. When the time comes to watch the chaos of the world, our opportunity will come. Kaguya sonorously said. The other three nodded when they heard this, thinking that things could be done. Someone, swish swish. As they said, the four of them immediately leaped toward the front of the road with their faces cautiously. I want to enter the casino to win money, save enough money to marry a wife. I saw a young man with short blonde hair and white casual clothes, humming a little song with his eyes closed, and walking towards this side with his hands on the back of his head. Huh? By the way, Sasuke and Xianglin just taught me how to do it. Naruto suddenly woke up like a dream. He had no clue about his task just now, and Big Brother Chiyu didn't bother to pay attention to him, so he was anxious to go round and round. So Sasuke and the three girls twittered to give him advice. After Sasuke was slapped away, the three girls were even more chattering. He remembered that he had 10 kinds of 8 plans in his mind. Why can't he remember any of them now? Of course, Naruto didn't notice how Chiyu's expression was sighing, and Luo's expression was worrying. Sasuke and Cheyenne have nothing to say in terms of IQ and aptitude, but they have never been exposed to this kind of thing. What plan can they come up with? Longan, Peacock, you two immediately go to find out if there is someone behind him secretly protecting him, and to see if there is another child. The tortoise in the dense forest ordered. Looking at the boy with Konoha's forehead protector on the road ahead, he was very confused. What's the situation? Comparing the information and pictures given by the spies, I found that this boy is Konoha's Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, but it feels unreal to be a turtle, but I look forward to it in my heart. After the Longan and the Peacock had left, the tortoise arranged for the burly tiger to continue acting secretly, and he jumped out. Who are you? Ninja of Konoha Village. What are you doing in Takumi Ninja Village? The tortoise jumped out immediately, stood on a big tree in front of Naruto, and asked. He stared at the blonde boy in front of him, trying to see what he hoped was not shadow clone or transformation technique. Huh? Uncle, are you from Takumi Shinobu? Great. Naruto was very happy to see this person appear. Although there are not many fork roads in this dense forest, he almost can't find the direction of Takumi Shinobu. Now that I met someone who seemed to be a ninja from Takumi Ninja Village, Naruto was ready to ask a lot of questions. Then he suddenly got stuck, thinking about it quickly. He came to Takumi Shinobu. And then what was the task? It's all because of the fact that the girls and the other girls were so noisy just now that made him mess up his mind, and he couldn't remember what the task was. Who are you? Kutu was also dumbfounded by Naruto's expression, and then raised up Kumu and jumped down and asked. Oh, I'm Uzumaki Naruto. Konoha is here. Seeing the opponent took out a weapon, Naruto waved his hand quickly to show that he was not hostile. What are you doing in Takumi Shinobu? Kaguya asked with restrained emotions. I feel something is a bit unexpected. Uzumaki Naruto is indeed Konoha Nine-Tails Jinchuriki's name, and it is indeed the person's appearance. But why does it always feel unreal? I finally remembered that I came to Takumi Ninja Village to do a mission. Uncle, do you know the Sishang Devis? I just came to the Sishang Devis. I heard that they are doing bad things. You know, are they? As soon as the emergency happened, Naruto's hidden talent was immediately mobilized, and his mind was better. Kaguya almost couldn't hold back Shun's body before the person was cut to death. You do bad things. Your whole family does bad things. I recognize. I don't know. At this moment, it was also a bit difficult to wrap the turtle, his expression tangled. When things have reached this point, is it hands-on or no hands? He has never seen such a straightforward, such a stupid person. Is it true, or is it pretending? Kaguya's brain was running fast. Knowing that the four elephants, heavens and humans, and having tasks, wouldn't it be so simple? Is it possible that they are acting? Is that so? It's a shame. Uncle, can you take me to Takumi Shinobu to find them? Naruto squeezed his fist and raised it up and asked. He already remembered the task, which was to find the four elephants and lead them out. However, Naruto, who is full of pride, thinks that when he encounters the villains of the four elephants, he must first catch them all, so that he can monopolize the power. Then, okay, I'll take you there. Thank you so much, Uncle. I, Uzumaki Naruto, will help you solve the bad guys. Kaguya was stunned for a moment, and then resisted his emotions and didn't do anything. He carefully watched Naruto approaching happily. While paying attention to Naruto, he waited for the information of the peacock and the longan. Are you really Konoha's Uzumaki Naruto? Are you really getting a mission to find Sishang Tianren? Along the way, Kuta couldn't help asking this cheerful boy. Yes. Naruto replied proudly. Kuta feels that everyone is dizzy. Is such a cooperating person really Konoha? Is it possible that all the wisdom of Konoha is occupied by Danzo? But he was observing, and he didn't find any traces of transformation technique and clone technique used by this young man. But isn't it too incredible? Chapter 136. Along the way, Naruto asked enthusiastically, while the turtle was a little gloomy and awkward chatting. When sensing the movement of nearby peacocks and longan, the tortoise immediately stared at them. My lord, everywhere. No one is there. Longan and Peacock came back, and the peacock looked strangely at Lord Turtle and Naruto, and then said to Turtle, Where is the other Uchiha boy with him? Didn't you find it? Kaguya asked. After all, it was said in the intelligence that there were two people, and now only one is seen. Not found. Longan with blue hair and green eyes replied. Hey, are you looking for Sasuke? Naruto heard them say Uchiha and immediately asked subconsciously. Where is your companion? Asked the peacock with dark green hair and a pinch of yellow hair on each forehead. Ha ha ha, little ghost, didn't you look for the 4 elephants? It's us. At this moment, Kaguya couldn't help his emotions. He was already nervous, and he was silly with Naruto for a while. He was going crazy. So he stopped pretending and had a showdown. Chong, a thick sword appeared in his hand. No matter why things develop like this, and no matter if this is true or not, catch it first. Huh. Naruto was dumbfounded. Feeling the deep malice from the society, of course, Chiyu bears 90% of the responsibility. However, Chiyu's purpose is here, and Naruto was sent on purpose by him. Whirlwind. The peacock immediately drew out the light blue dagger and flicked it into a pair of light blue daggers, and then swung wind-style ninjutsu to attack Naruto. Bang! Unsuspecting Naruto was immediately blown away by the wind. You are the bad guys and the 4 elephants? Naruto, who was shot dozens of meters and hit the tree, jumped to the ground unscathed, and looked at the 4 people in front of him with an indignant expression. Brother Chiyu is right. These people are really badass. The 4 of them, the turtles and the peacocks, looked at Naruto, who flew tens of meters upside down and hit the tree but was unharmed, and they were suddenly taken aback. However, there was a glimmer of expectation in Kaguya's eyes. Maybe it was true 9 tails Jinchuriki? Boom, boom, boom. The burly tiger rushed to Naruto immediately. Enlighten you. Master Naruto will arrest you today, Rasengan. Naruto's expression turned from indignation to passion, and it was time for him to Naruto's Kamui exhibition. Boom! The water tiger running towards Naruto was quickly greeted by Naruto, holding Rasengan, and exploded against the huge armor on his chest. Fortunately, the infinite armor on his body absorbed Naruto Rasengan's chakra in time, and the impact was weakened a lot. Swish swish, just when Naruto wondered why his Rasengan's power was so low, 3 snake-like soft swords attacked him. In addition to the water tiger that had not been knocked off by him, he stretched out his big hands. Naruto was in a hurry, still tied up by 3 soft swords. After all, he had no actual combat experience and was still surrounded by people. At the moment of crisis, a red chakra flow quickly gushed out of Naruto's body, forming a chakra coat with a tail. Bang! After opening the 9 tails chakra coat, Naruto's power surged. The chakra of 9 tails burned to the point that the tiger screamed and let go of his hands. At the same time, Naruto also broke free from the shackles of the Longin's teeth. This 9 tails chakra. Kaguya immediately became excited, but he didn't expect that this silly man turned out to be the real 9 tails Jinchuriki. Swish! I saw Naruto, who opened a tail of 9 tails chakra, passing by the water tiger next to him, eyes confidently staring at the turtle, touching the ground with both hands, and rushing towards the turtle like a rabbit. After Tsunade's teaching, Naruto not only mastered the one-handed Rasengan, but also defeated the fear of the monster in his body and learned to use its power initially. Wind slash. With a wave of the flying swords in the hands of the peacock next to the turtle, more than a dozen wind blades rushed towards Naruto. Puff puff. Naruto, who didn't understand other people's ninjutsu at all, did not hide, until the sharp wind blade penetrated the 9 tails chakra coat and cut him, and was hit by the wind blade for a few staggers. Then he became cautious. Swish swish. Behind Naruto, Longan and the water tiger rushed forward. The blue 3-pronged sword in Longan's hand turned into 3 blue dragon-shaped energies, attacking Naruto. Boom boom, Naruto reacted quickly, and the hands that wrapped the red chakra slapped 2 dragon-shaped energies, but one bit on his neck. Boo! It's a pity that chakra of 9 tails burned the energy dragon, and suddenly became weaker and was shot flying by Naruto. Oh whoosh, the water tiger didn't dare to be careless, so he took out another endurance tool in his hand. A huge cone hammer was hung on the chain at one end of the big steel rod, spinning rapidly, and smashed towards Naruto. The 9 tails chakra jacket was sheathed, and Naruto was very rigid. The fist wrapped around the red chakra jacket directly faced the huge hammer with cones. Bang! With a roar, the water tiger's hammer was hit directly, and he watched Naruto pounce on him in amazement. The water tiger subconsciously hugged Naruto with both hands, trying to absorb Naruto's chakra with the infinite armor on its abdomen. What? The water tiger was swooped by Naruto, breaking several big trees, and heard a terrifying scream. It's not that he was hit badly. After all, the infinite armor can help him remove a lot of impact. It was the red chakra spreading over Naruto who invaded him. He was absorbed by infinite armor on his abdomen, but other body parts were miserable. He was directly burned by the erosion of Nine Tails chakra and fell into the verge of death. Water tiger. Damn it, Peacock, together. The blue-haired and green-eyed boy Longan roared in horror. Swish, swish. As a result, the tooth in his hand was separated from the dark knife, and once again turned into 3 dragon-shaped energy to rush towards Naruto. Peacock whirlwind. The peacock also solemnly waved his 2 swords. A violent tornado rushed towards Naruto. However, no matter how sharp the tornado is, there is still no way to take Naruto, but Naruto is also restricted by the tornado. At this time, Longan's teeth were away from the dark knife, and also entangled Naruto. Rainy. The tortoise also followed them, and Jane used the sealing technique. Under the entangled Naruto's feet, huge curved steel plates immediately appeared, and a huge steel cage was formed to lock Naruto in an instant. Boom bang bang. Naruto bombarded several times forcibly, but failed to break the steel cage reinforced by chakra, and his physical strength gradually decreased. This steel cage can absorb Nine Tails chakra from him. Ha! The turtle immediately jumped onto the huge steel cage and laughed wildly. I didn't expect the target to be captured so easily. It was time to absorb Nine Tails chakra. At this time, the jungle sounded like thousands of birds chirping. The 3 of Kaguya dignifiedly looked at the sound source and saw a young man in blue clothes and white trousers 100 meters away, staring at Jade Sharingan, his left hand shining with a terrifying thunder flower rushing over. Sand click. It was discovered from a distance that after Naruto was attacked, Sasuke, the second-to-last man, was pushed forward unwillingly. With a full of suffocation, glaring at the bloodthirsty Sharingan, his left hand tried his best to bloom the Chidori, cutting the rows of trees to appear on the stage. Sure enough, it's Sharingan from Uchiha's family. The turtle who was about to absorb Nine Tails chakra murmured after seeing Sasuke. For the first time, I felt that the spies in my village were quite reliable, and Konoha was able to detect secrets. But what caused the turtle's mouth to twitch was that when Sasuke struck, the peacock and the Longan retreated to the sides, preparing for a long-range attack with the sword in their hands. Seeing the people attacking him directly, Kaguya sighed, and the flesh-shield water tiger was not there, and the 2 long-range attacking teammates were really heartbroken. So he raised the huge sword in his hand and shouted, "Come on, infinite armor." Hey, I saw that both him and the water tiger lying in the distance were shining with white light. The infinite armor on the water tiger immediately turned into a white light and came to the turtle, which was completely worn on his abdomen. Sasuke staring at Jade Sharingan. While observing and avoiding the attacks of the peacock and the Longan, he looked at the changes on the turtle in surprise. This is what Shiyu Sr. said, the magical and powerful chakra ninja? Boom! With a loud noise, Sasuke's left-handed Chidori slammed into the giant, sword blocked by the tortoise. A burst of air flow accompanied the electric spark, and Sasuke directly repelled the tortoise from the huge steel cage. Chapter 137. Sister Tsunade, can this really make them voluntarily to join the Snow Country incognito? Lulan, the daughters of Tsunade Methriya lying comfortably in the hot spring, Fenghua Xiaoxua asked a little excitedly. Nonsense, they must be very voluntary. Don't worry, no one will interfere with you. Since you are using the title of craftsman, you shouldn't just make weapons. Tsunade said lightly. Although the ninja world has been calm recently, the waves are surging secretly, not to mention all kinds of 5 Flowers 8 Gate against the country of Fire and Konoha. Many large and small countries and countless forces have begun to prepare war materials. How successful the new regime of Fire Nation has been in the past year, and how big the rifts between the various forces outside are. The fear of the great names, the desire for change in Zhongren village, and the desire of countless officials and dignitaries. There are many ambitious people waiting for opportunities. As a result, Takumi Shinobu became busy again, and almost all the active people were rushing to make war weapons day and night. Tsunade wants the shinobi world to move, and even cause a new era of war baptism. But it is limited to high-end bureaus, involving too many ordinary people, which is not only meaningless, but also bad for future development. The contradiction between the basic levels has increased, and there are fewer people. What can be done to promote human progress? Therefore, the power of Takumi Ninja Village, which wholesales a large amount of basic war materials, should be eliminated. Anyway, Takumi Ninja Village has been suppressed by great powers for decades, which is very pitiful. By looking for Qingming this time to learn about his magical chakra ninja technique, this force was transferred along the way. Tsunade's scientific research and development, a large number of manufacturing industries, are short of basic technical talents. And this is also for the sake of the craftsmen and forbearance village. Once the war starts, their strategic forces that are not able to rise and play a large role are often vulnerable to targeted attacks. Nowadays, the Transportation Alliance has a large number of manufacturing plants in Lulan and Konoha, but the most advanced and core transportation research is still in the country of snow, so it has to be sent to the country of snow. Hyde has just arrived on this continent, and now I give the Qingming Chakra Ninja technology to Fenghua Xiaoxue to study, and I will follow up Hyde's scientific prop technology at any time in the future. The kind of red energy ball that can produce similar truth-seeking ball. This technology Tsunade must be greedy, and Chiyu has been studying the Greer energy for so many years. The research progress is not half as good as Hyde. At that time, the combination of so many aspects of technology, see if we can create a weapon comparable to the future Cloud Shinobi Village Chakra Cannon before Cloud Shinobi Village. The chakra cannon that can bombard the meteorites in the universe between the ninja moons and shoot the moon into a different space. If I could give Otsutsuki a post, I wonder if it would be great. Someone has started to spy on the technology of our trains and cars. Do you need to beware? Said Sarah next to him. After so many years, people are still sober and understand the benefits of transportation. Although various forces are hindered by certain pressures and worries in the endurance world, they have also begun to plan. This thing can greatly increase the economy and win the hearts of the people, so why look at it? I didn't join the Transportation Alliance, and I invented it myself. Isn't that great? No, except for the core technology, everything else can be revealed. Since someone hinders our development, let more people steal it and develop it everywhere. With our technological progress and research investment, in decades, almost no one can surpass us. Tsunade replied. Many people are aware of the changes brought about by transportation, but they are secretly obstructing themselves because they worry that the growth of the Transportation Alliance and the Land of Fire will threaten them. If the technology is stolen, will the traffic start a prairie fire in the ninja realm? At that time, all forces will have to spend their energy on research. Tsunade and others will sit firmly on the Daiitai and still achieve the goal of the entire ninja world entering the era of great transportation. Will the era of mutual exchange and cognition in the ninja world be far behind? When the baptism of various cultures, people's knowledge of the world increases, self-awareness and thinking increase, will they be trapped by a few ambitious generations into ignorant disputes as they have done in the past? By the way, Temari and Black Earth, how is the situation? Tsunade smiled slightly at the corner of his mouth. Hei too is a little younger at 14, and his shinshing still needs to be tempered, but at 15-year-old Temari should almost be able to take on the big responsibility. Don't worry, it's all right, Sarah said with a smile. The black soil is general, carefree, and a little innocent, but Temari is a very politically gifted person. After coming to Lulan, Sarah gave a hand and taught, and she was also a big like-minded girl. Then Luo Sha should rest after a while, and let the young people take over the era. Tsunade murmured softly. Originally wanted to let Luo Sha rest earlier, but it was a pity that Hyde became steady, and only now came to the ninja continent. Aren't they all seeking changes while targeting the Land of Fire and Konoha? When another big country has followed the same path, let's see how the nations choose. Senior Chiyu, don't you really need to help them? Qian Yu asked Chiyu anxiously, 10 miles away from Jiangren village. No need, no death. Chiyu yawned and said lazily, Senior Chiyu, open your eyes and take a look. Sasuke is about to die. His whole body is scarred, so I can only avoid the battle. Qianyu patted Qiyu anxiously and passed the sight glasses to Qiyu's hand. I'll save them. Xianglin couldn't help it. He jumped off the high cliff and quickly rushed forward. She opened the eyes of Kaguya, and Naruto, Sasuke, and others who were a few miles away were clearly perceived by her. Sasuke's injuries increased, and his breath became distracted, while the imprisoned Naruto, chakra was always absorbed. The steel cage that imprisoned Naruto can absorb the Nine Tails chakra in Naruto's body and transform it into chakra that can be used by turtles. The situation is very urgent. Qianyu and Ziyuan were about to follow, but Qiyu stopped them. It's okay, Naruto's life is thick. This situation is a trivial matter. As for Sasuke, a person who bears hatred and darkness, he needs to be beaten a few times to become more clear and think more. Otherwise, I deliberately guided you to beat. What are they doing? The three of Qianyu, Ziyuan, and Ziluo suddenly looked at Qiyu in confusion. Qiyu narrowed one eye to look at Ziyuan and Qianyu, and then said to them, "Also, you two will eventually take over the mission of your mother. As a leader, you should think and treat problems differently from ordinary people. Can't you still see that I arranged all of this?" Qianyu and Ziyuan were dumbfounded, very ignorant. Look carefully and think about it. It is not easy for your mother to create all this. You have to start to grow, and then share the worries for them. Whether it is Sasuke, Naruto, or aromatic phosphorus, the result of training them does not affect the essence of the system. But Qianyu and Ziyuan, their words and deeds in the future can change the nature of the system and thinking. The leader of the system can't go wrong. Except for his first move to repel the tortoise. With the careful cooperation of the three of them in the follow-up, Sasuke could hardly see any hope. The tortoise also took this opportunity to absorb Naruto's Nine Tails chakra and immediately summoned the coffin of Qingming, the ancestor of the craftsman ninja village, and then Jane used the forbidden technique to sacrifice himself to resurrect Qingming. In the first life and death battle, he was surrounded by three parties and gradually became weak. After all, the other three had good strength and rich experience. Ideological education must keep up. If you become a Uchiha Itachi, you really have to cry. Here, Sasuke was a little embarrassed when he saw the fragrant phosphorus coming, but he was also relieved. Looking into the glasses, a white-haired young man in a rice robe appeared, for chakra ninjas combined. Qingming's chest armor was carrying a combined giant sword, and three soft swords suspended on his shoulders. The tortoise was so scared that the peacock ordered the peacock to use a wide range of wind-style ninjutsu. So the peacock tried his best to wield the flying swords, and suddenly overwhelming wind blades and tornadoes swept the area for 100 meters, and countless huge trees were cut by the wind blades and fell one after another. Therefore, the ideological education of the next generation must be cultivated from an early age. Longan also kept a distance, and the hand Chunin gave Sasuke too much restriction, coupled with the peacock's long-range attack and the turtle who kept him reckless. Sasuke also had no chance to raid the Longan. But the infinite armor that envelopes the tortoise can defend against his attack. The peacock not only carefully keeps the distance, but also uses the wind style to fly for a short distance. It is impossible for Sasuke to surprise such a cautious person. Well, the goal you want to catch alive has come out. Let's do it. Qiyu said to Ziyuan and Qianyu. He stepped on the big green energy ball of basketball, with two green energy balls suspended behind him, flying freely in the air. Qiyu secretly admired the technology 100 years ago. It is really amazing. After all, even if Tsunade Mithria breaks through the life level in the future, it is impossible for them to stay where they are now. After all, the universe is so big. However, when aromatic phosphorus rushed in, Longan went to block it, and the worrying phosphorus erupted with a unique move. Adamantine sealing chains was just seconds away. Follow Qiyu and Kakashi to practice the Lightning Style Chidori series. Although Lightning Style promotes his strength and speed, coupled with Sharingan's insight, it seems perfect. The peacock's distant attack, the interference and restraint of the Longan, and the big sword, and the infinite armor wrapped in a turtle as a meat shield, Sasuke was almost helpless to fight back. Chapter 138. My name is Qingming, the founder of Artisan Village. I will be resurrected as the ultimate ninja 100 years later. My long-cherished wish is about to come true. I will lead the artisan village Kuan Linjinji. Ha ha. Ah. Qingming's magnetic voice sounded. But then there was a sudden meal. As a booze with insufficient rank, how come there are no two lines? But when Qingming was ecstatic and resurrected, he was suddenly stunned. When he died that year, leaving a curse mark on the four great ninjas, the consciousness of the younger generations used by later generations will slowly be eroded, and there is a firm idea of resurrecting him. Baoguei sacrificed himself to resurrect him, and Qingming also gained the memory of Baoguei. Although the memory is huge and cannot be completely sorted out for the time being, I also know that the world has changed drastically. The artisan village I founded has become the artisan ninja village, and it is still the village that is not pleased and suppressed all the year round. And the pattern of the ninja world has also changed. Now the ninjas are no longer in the ninja family as he did in that time, and many forces are scattered in the ninja world. Rather, the ninjas of each country gathered together to form a ninja village of national military power. Not only did it condense the power of the ninja, but there were also many strong people in the ninja world. The tortoise has always been very stable. After all, what shrines, Rinnegan, Mangekyo, various Jinchuriki, are very powerful. After receiving the most frequent memory of the turtle, Qingming was instantly stunned. This era seems not to be conquered. Huh. Ignorant and arrogant people are really ignorant ghosts of the old age. Before his father gave the plug-in, Sasuke's combat power may have been unable to keep up, but in terms of pretend, Qingming is far from clear. Looking for death, Qingming became embarrassed in anger, without the elders bearing. Just now he quickly received some of the memory of the turtle, and he knew that even with this equipment, he didn't have any cards, but he was ridiculed by a kid, which couldn't bear it. Swish swish, Qingming floating in the air, with 3 blue soft swords hanging without roots behind him, immediately stretched out like a snake and attacked Sasuke. Sasuke drove the Tugo Jade Sharingan, staring attentively and solemnly, dodged dexterously. Swish swish. Ugh. After Qingming made more than a dozen moves in a row, Sasuke's eyes lit up. Although this resurrected man feels stronger than the others, his skills seem to be average. Lightning style, Chidori. Sasuke dodges to a big tree next to him. Immediately Jin condenses Chidori, staring at Sharingan, and easily insight into Qingming's attack trajectory, rushing towards Qingming like a cheetah. Qingming looked at the muddy-like young man below. With a gloomy face, the attack of the Yali Dark Sword didn't work, and the opponent rushed forward and immediately changed his attack mode. Boom! The new giant sword combined with the twin swords and the big lightsaber flying in the abdomen immediately erupted a huge wind beam towards Sasuke. This is the wind-style attack by the peacock with the flying swords, just now Cyclone Mao. Seeing this, Sasuke suddenly leaped to the left like lightning, and while avoiding the attack, he landed on a huge rock and kicked suddenly, holding the thunder flower shining 1,000 birds in his left hand to Qingming. Call. In desperation, the big sword in Qingming's abdomen immediately erupted a huge flame to cover Sasuke. Boo! When Sasuke saw this, he snorted contemptuously. Didn't you know that lightning style restrained fire style? What's more, advanced lightning style ninjutsu, such as Chidori. Huh. I saw the figure of Sasuke bursting with blue lightning, passing through a thick sea of fire like sunlight piercing through a dark cloud, and directly blasted towards Qingming at an altitude of more than 10 meters. Boom! The roar of the collision sounded, and the brilliantly luminous figure was shattered by Sasuke several tens of meters and almost fell to the ground. Seeing this, the fragrant phosphorus next to him, while guarding against the peacocks without flying swords in the distance, ran to the steel cage that imprisoned Naruto. Sasuke made a somersault and landed steadily on the ground, then quickly leaped lightly and jumped onto a tree next to him, staring at Qingming. Qingming's face was distorted at this moment. Although Sasuke's attack was defended by infinite armor just now, he was knocked into the air by a young man. How did Qingming, who wanted to conquer the world, accept? Just empty cannon. Watching Sasuke's Qingming Qingxiu face burst into sulking, the distorted face yelled hysterically. Boom bang bang. For a while, from the big sword in his abdomen, dozens of air cannon-like wind styles attacked Sasuke. Neither the turtle dragon eye nor the peacock won Sasuke just now. So the two go Jade Sharingan, and Sasuke's dexterous posture naturally avoided these attacks easily. Boom! Suddenly there was a loud noise next to him, and the dust was flying in an instant. Sasuke Qingming looked at them, and suddenly Xianglin punched the steel cage in which Naruto was imprisoned. Although the blood of the Uzumaki clan is not in the chakra explosion, Xianglin has also learned some of the fur of Tsunade's strange power punches. But with a punch, there is still nothing to do with the steel cage that imprisoned Naruto. Normally such a steel plate would definitely be smashed by the power of incense phosphorus. But this steel plate, at this moment, absorbed the chakra of 9 tails from Naruto. Looking for death, Qingming's face was gloomy again. Are children so scary now? He was constantly receiving chakra from the steel cage, and he naturally knew more clearly how strong the little girl's attack was. Boom bang bang. Qingming hurried. A series of Genkong cannons flew towards Xianglin. Be careful. Sasuke, who wanted to assault Qingming again, immediately shouted to Xianglin. He really couldn't believe that the red-haired and red-eyed aroma phosphorus was so clumsy and so unfamiliar in its evasion ability. Puff puff ugh. Several wind-style air bombardments on phosphorus did not show any effect, and phosphorus staggered. Suddenly, Xianglin breathed a sigh of relief. No longer dodges. Facing the subsequent attack, fists wrapped chakra to greet him. Then the Qingming Genkong cannon, like air, was scattered by the phosphorus. That's it. Fragrant phosphorus cracked a grin. But Sasuke was hit a bit, and Qingming's attack was weaker, not as powerful as the wind style that Peacock had just used. The other party prevented him from rescuing Naruto, and Xianglin suddenly became angry. 100 meters away, 8 golden energy chains flocked to Qingming in all directions. Cheyenne and the 3 came over, staring at each other, slapped soy sauce, and had to go together to release Naruto. But at any rate, it can also break through big trees and collapse a meter-sized pit on the ground. Why is the physique of incense phosphorus so strong? But at this moment, where does the peacock have the guts to be here? Immediately turned around and straight. Qingming didn't dare when he saw this, and while flying forward, he planned to dodge the golden energy chain while using the Yali dark knife to fight him, preparing to approach and continue to attack the red-haired girl. Adamantine sealing chains. Xianglin's combat experience is not high. He didn't hit Qingming quickly and hard, and he didn't have anticipation and technology to block his physical skills. Swish swish what? I'm coming. Sasuke muttered in his heart. The fear of being dominated before still lingers in his heart. The feeling of powerlessness is not less than the pressure that a Rejoice man put on him back then. But when Qingming's Yali dark knife came into contact with adamantine sealing chains, not only did it fail to repel adamantine sealing chains, but was immediately suppressed, and took advantage of the opportunity to tear Qingming down. And then the chains of other adamantine sealing chains rushed towards Qingming. Hurry up to help attack him. He absorbed Naruto's chakra, and his chakra is very large. After Xianglin succeeded, he cautiously called Sasuke, while his eyes were fixed on the peacock in the distance. Tear puff puff. It's a spike again, and Sasuke's sense of frustration has increased. It is obvious that Xianglin has such a poor fighting awareness. Why God prefers her so much. Not waiting for Sasuke to attack Qingming before he came to him, Qingming was completely suppressed by adamantine sealing chains of fragrant phosphorus, and he couldn't move at all. Qingming screamed, then fell to the ground fiercely, and then struggled wildly with screams. Chapter 139. Qiyu, who came lazily behind, sighed secretly. Qingming and Baoguei have not performed as well as in the original book. In fact, the few people who have advanced chakra ninjas are not weak. Although they are not at the level of Jonin, they are also between the elite Chunin and the special Jonin. Be cautious and cooperate a little, and it can indeed give exercise to the few little ones who have not broken out. Naruto Sasuke was indeed tempered, but the adamantine sealing chains of fragrant phosphorus were a little broken, which directly disrupted the battle. Otherwise, the addition of Cheyenne who does not open the Miko mode, and the Chinyu who does not break out of the Dragon Vein chakra code, will not necessarily win the 4 elephants. Of course, Ziluo didn't need it. After all, he was 14 years old. Even if he didn't use the 7-day calling method and the weekly active technique, I am afraid that the 4 elephants would not be enough for him to hammer. As for whether Qingming was only able to play for the money, No one knows. Anyway, this person is very sloppy. In the original book, he hits Naruto a lot, but Naruto has nothing to do with it. You must know that when Peacock and Temari were playing against each other, they emptied all the jungles in a radius of 100 meters. At least the strength was a card face. However, the boos of Qingming continuously shaved Naruto. Gaara, who was still in the blood, had a second move. Gaara was only 12 years old at that time. Therefore, in the ninja world, the strength of a person can not only be seen in chakra, ninja, and ninjutsu, but also in combat experience, combat wisdom, and skills. If Qingming's equipment is put in the hands of some excellent jonin, it will fight against the Kaga-level power in minutes. It will integrate offensive and defensive with both long and short attack methods, plus flight ability and control methods, and absorb chakra for its own use. Battery life, very pervert. Someone is coming. Very powerful. After Qingming fainted, when everyone easily rescued Naruto, Xianglin suddenly called out. Even if the peacock escaped just now, she opened Kagura's eyes to perceive it, and then suddenly noticed that a few large chakra people appeared 10 miles away and quickly rushed towards the escaped peacock. You all retreat behind me. Sasuke and I are in front. If there is a fight, you will protect each other and wait for an opportunity to help Sasuke and me. Hearing Xianglin said that these people quickly came here, the elder Ziluo immediately arranged. Through the description of aromatic phosphorus, although it cannot be accurately sensed, the few people who came, chakra are not weaker than fragrance phosphorus and Chinyu. Ziluo became serious in an instant. Not most ninjas in the ninja world are like Xianglin, Chinyu, and others. They have a huge chakra, but their actual combat ability is average. Almost all ninjas who can have such a chakra are strong in the ninja world. Why stand behind you? My uncle Naruto wants to be the first to charge, Naruto said in dissatisfaction. There is also the essence of the blood, even if it was the worst off the court just now, but he is still high in fighting spirit, vowing to earn face. You have inexperienced combat, and it is difficult to contend against the general strong. Sasuke's combat skills are good. With Sharingan, you can test the enemy with me. Sasuke heard Ziluo's words, raised her face, and Sundara walked to the front of the crowd. Swish swish. Duh. Senior Snake Pill. When the visitor appeared instantaneously, Ziluo and the others were taken aback. Only Naruto has a question mark on his face, and Sasuke is very solemn. After all, Orochimaru is Konoha's S-rank rebel, a well-known strong in the ninja world. Ziluo and Fragrant Phosphorus know Orochimaru better. In the more than 2 years in Lulan, although Orochimaru has been in a secret underground research base all the year round, a few boys often go to the laboratory with Uzumaki Miko and Nanayu, and have seen Orochimaru many times. Ha ha ha. Chiyukuin, it seems that you have found something fun this time. Orochimaru ignored the teenagers and spoke softly to the direction behind them. At the same time, Guangli looked at the teenagers in front of him, revealing a bit of regret. Tsunade Mithriya and the others are simply spoiling talents. Except for Ziluo, Cheyenne, and the 3 girls, Naruto and Sasuke, are all children with the highest qualifications in the ninja world. If in his hands, with a long tongue licking his mouth, Orochimaru tried his best to avoid these teenagers. Otherwise, he was worried that he could not help but shoot. Yo, Uncle Snake, where did you kidnap a child? Chiyu jumped up when Uncle Snake shouted. At this moment, beside Orochimaru, besides Kimimaro, Shigogo, and Guren, he also brought a young ghost with aqua-blue hair Deng Siju. Brought it from Kirigakure a long time ago. Orochimaru replied softly. Immediately after looking at Qingming, who was defeated by the incense phosphorus and captured by the Cheyenne seal art, Orochimaru showed a little interest. They just watched the events here through Holian's telescope technique just far away. Qingming's ninja is good, but the kind of resurrection technique used by Qingming made Orochimaru a little interested. I don't know if this person we caught can get the information we want from her. Orochimaru looked at the fainted peacock being picked up by Kimimaro and continued. Of course it's impossible to give it to you. Hey, you guys hurry up and snatch that person back. Chiyu said to the fragrant youths after answering. Huh. Xianglin looked back, looking at Chiyu with a big question mark. Just them? How to grab it? When Orochimaru was in Lulan, the elders warned them about the danger of Orochimaru. Although Kimimaro and others, they have only met 2 or 3 times. But the battle scenes in Rain Shinobi Village were recorded by Chiyu. Shai and Xianglin and the others have naturally seen it. Kimimaro and others are so strong, they have no confidence. Uncle Snake, can you give her to us? This is our task. Shinyu asked Orochimaru happily, playing the emotional card. Although their elders asked them to call Orochimaru the senior, they were all broken by Chiyu. Except for the honest Ziluo, the 3 girls all called Orochimaru Uncle Snake to Chiyu. What if it's Aunt Snake? Xianglin next to Chinyu stabbed Chinyu and whispered. Teacher Tsunade talked to them during the chat. Orochimaru-senpai can seize the body of others. His gender is variable. It seems that he has a hobby of seizing the body of women, and he also likes to wear women's clothing. So tell them that you must be cautious when looking for someone in the future. People can't just look at the surface. Chiyu glanced at Xianglin in surprise. Does this kid know too much? However, since Orochimaru was living corpse reincarnation white Zetsu early, it is difficult to understand the current species and gender of Uncle Snake. Although Tsunade and Chiyu did not tell Orochimaru White Zetsu that he has the ability to live long, he has studied White Zetsu for many years and changed jobs to Obito and Black Zetsu. I think he should know a lot now. Or, do you think that the White Zetsu who was reincarnated back then was weak or single or reincarnated for the sake of science? However, according to Chiyu's guess, Uncle Snake may not be satisfied with the reincarnation of White Zetsu. I am afraid that he wants a stronger White Zetsu plus advanced pupil skills, which is his goal. Otherwise, he will not leave Tsunade. Now, Ziluo deal with Kimimaro, Shai and Xianglin you deal with Shigogo, Sasuke, and Chin you deal with Guren. Chiyu said, for one thing, the first few kids didn't get a good sparring. Now let them meet the strong ones. Secondly, Uncle Snake has a vague meaning to do it on himself. Chiyu was also a little curious. A year ago at the Takino Kuni secret meeting, they wanted to do it themselves, but they didn't want to do it. Now Uncle Snake wants to do it. Chiyu is interested. Huh? What about me? Naruto, who was not named, pointed to himself and asked Chiyu loudly. Are you? Now, that blue-haired kid is the weakest. Go and deal with him. Chiyu said deliberately. No, I, Naruto, don't want to attack the weakest. Naruto was dissatisfied, especially looking at the natural expressions of Sasuke and several girls next to him. Swish, Rasengan. Drink. Naruto immediately condensed Rasengan and rushed to Orochimaru, so that Ziluo hurried to stop him, but Ziluo was caught by Chiyu. Boom! Then Naruto was kicked by Kimimaro into the depths of the jungle. Kimimaro, who had no mood swings, took Shigego and Guren to bow to Ziluo and the others, and then put on a posture. 12-year-old Shueisha looked around ignorantly, a little at a loss not knowing what to do, and after thinking about it, she went to sit on a rock and drank a sweet drink. The little black arrogance erupted from Orochimaru's body before the little ones started fighting. The powerful aura burst out 100 meters in an instant. Black energy spread around the world, and the vast killing intent was approaching Chiyu. Apart from Ziluo's 7-day call for resistance, all of them were so frightened that they didn't dare to move. Swish, in an instant, Orochimaru was like lightning, and a long afterimage passed by like a meteor, and a sharp whistling sound rushed towards Chiyu. Boom! With a violent roar, a powerful shock wave engulfed countless gunpowder smoke and exploded 100 meters in an instant, and the surrounding land and big trees flew away piece by piece. Weakly active technique. Chiyu, who was blown away by Orochimaru's punch, stabilized his upside-down figure hundreds of meters away, and looked at Orochimaru who suddenly appeared like lightning. He immediately activated the Joteon active technique, and his whole body was like Orochimaru, with a faint black flame erupting. Orochimaru didn't use other methods, but started the Joteon active technique that he and Tsunade studied together on the basis of Shinnong's physical active technique. It's a pity that Orochimaru quit the job not long after they cooperated, but in theory, the two research directions are probably the same, and Chiyu also wants to see how far Uncle Snake has been. Immediately, Chiyu chakra condensed his right fist and faced Orochimaru who fisted in the air. Boom! The earth shook again, and a larger shock wave swept across the dull roar. Or, let's watch the battle and study of the predecessors. Forget it? At this moment, Ziluo and others who were rushed to the side by the shock wave generated by the collision of Orochimaru and Chiyu's first move, looked at Orochimaru and Chiyu in amazement. Ziluo tentatively asked Kimimaro who had been staring at them. Kimimaro thought for a while, then looked at the battle between Orochimaru-sama and Chiyu-sen, and then nodded in agreement. Senior Chiyu asked these children to fight with them, obviously just trying to hone their intentions. It's not a real battle. Kimimaro can't be interested. Chapter 140. Within a few miles of the lush jungle, two light black arrogant figures galloped around, flashing all the way. The dull fists and feet collided with the blasting air flow resounding everywhere. The earth trembled frequently, and countless dust was rolled up. Chiyu, who was repeatedly attacked and retreated, was shocked at the moment, looking solemnly at Orochimaru, who was constantly attacking. Orochimaru didn't need to play with Iin, and his dignified physical and combat skills crushed Chiyu. Chiyu was not discouraged either, and was psychologically prepared for such a result. Don't look at Uncle Snake playing forbidden technique big tricks and escape tricks, but he was Konoha's first genius back then, and he studied under the third generation. People who experienced the tragic ninja World War II and World War III, and in Konoha, completed A-level missions 490 times, and S-level missions completed more than 100 times. The strength of a body can be said to be honed from the sea of blood in the Corpse Mountain. I haven't turned on the ultimate focus state until now, and I can't even beat Tsunade on the martial arts skills, let alone Orochimaru, who is still above Tsunade. Chiyu-kun, don't you turn on your special state? Orochimaru said as he pursued it. He once saw Chiyu's ultimate concentration state. He occasionally studied it, but in the end he put it down and went to study and experiment. Then I'm welcome. Chiyu didn't have Tsundere, nor did he succeed. If he didn't turn on Ultimate's focus state and additional other modes, it was a matter of martial arts. Since the predecessors want to see, of course it is better to be respectful than fate. After all, it feels very bad to be pressed and beaten. After another pair of kicks, Chiyu took advantage of Orochimaru's powerful kick and jumped back. As he twisted his body in the air, he took a deep breath and closed his eyes. Boom! Facing Orochimaru's ghostly and instantaneous hard fist, Chiyu stretched out his hand and instantly exploded with chakra's enhanced strength and pushed away, and the other hand faced Orochimaru's whip-like power. Seeing this, Orochimaru's pale face chuckled a few times. It was not a life-and-death battle, and it was boring to be crushed all the time. Chiyu wants to increase his combat experience and skills by playing against masters, and Orochimaru is to observe the degree of Chiyu Jotien's active technique, to see the progress of Tsunade's research. Then look at the situation and share the research results of active surgery. The active technique involves deep knowledge of anthropology, which is helpful to his research on cloning technology and human body modification. Uncle Snake, you have studied the Jotien active technique so deeply and practiced so fast. After turning on Ultimate's concentration state, Chiyu relaxed a lot and began to chat with Uncle Snake. Since Tsunade and Orochimaru have established the direction after studying Shinnong's physical activity technique, but only in the early stages of studying together, Orochimaru has jumped. Unexpectedly, he has progressed so fast, even vaguely better than Chiyu's activity technique. Is White Zetsu's body so good? Or did Uncle Snake change his body again? You must know that Chiyu has been trying his best to practice in the past 2 years, and Kabuto and Beiliohu have spent a lot of time perfecting, and Tsunade has taken time to study from time to time. Only the Jotien active technique of today's level has been perfected, and only the hard-working Chiyu has cultivated to this point. Tsunade is too busy, Kabuto's physique is slightly worse, and the focus is on research, so they are slightly worse than Chiyu. It's not difficult. The recent research has something in common with this, so you can try it when you perfect it. Orochimaru said lightly. When Chiyu heard this, he almost broke the defense and failed to stabilize Ultimate's focus. It's really too much to respond. The wife, Kabuto, and others have worked so hard to perfect the technique, and they have worked hard for 2 years to achieve this result. However, Uncle Snake just tried it by the way. It is worthy of being Uncle Snake. When it comes to his professional field, he just plays so slippery. Tsunade promoted things in the south of the Kingdom of Wind, right? Orochimaru asked while fighting fiercely. Recently, along the coast of South Blue, the Kingdom of Wind, suddenly several forces are vying for some treasures and looking for treasures. Even Luo Sha is involved. Most people didn't think anything, but after getting the information about the Grell Stone, Orochimaru immediately guessed that this might be the special energy in Tsunade's hands. So he was ready to go and take a look. After all, he still needed this kind of life energy. On the way, he heard that Red Lotus, who was searching for information in Konoha, found the traces of Chi Yu and others, so he came to take a look. Yes, to find a scientific research genius. Although he is a small person, his invention of scientific props is very advanced. It is a pity that this person is not good at character, and his ambition is not small, and it is not easy to be subdued. So I led him to the ninja world to see if he could make better progress after seeing the world here and experiencing the war. Orochimaru secretly sighed when he heard Chi Yu's words. If Tsunade promoted this matter, he wouldn't bother to grab the Greer Stone. It's not that I'm worried about Tsunade's anger, but because Tsunade is very stingy, I don't think he will use much energy to cause trouble. Let Luo Sha enter the game. Are you planning to plan Tsunade? That's it. Obviously, I have already taken that step. Why didn't you seize the opportunity to go further? In more than a year, more forces have effectively guarded Konoha. You will face greater troubles in the future. After all, we have also begun to receive some commissioned. You transplanted first-generation cells and white Zetsu and Geto statue cells. Did you bring any changes to Sharingan? Orochimaru didn't answer, but instead opened the topic. Then I discovered that Nagato without Rinnegan was also extremely powerful, especially the Byakugan with special abilities, which made Orochimaru very surprised. Thinking of the super mental attack that almost overwhelmed him, Orochimaru has been palpitating until now. For a smart person like Orochimaru, there is no need to lie, and there is no conflict of interest between the two parties for the time being, and there is still room for cooperation. Nagato Byakugan's special abilities and adamantine sealing chains caused the robust Black Zetsu and Orochimaru to return without success, and Orochimaru also started some conjectures. For more than a year in the reform of the Fire Nation, many people are worried about the coming of war, but the Fire Nation is very stable, and even the power of the Transportation Alliance has not taken the initiative to expand, which makes many people unable to understand. This is what Orochimaru is conceiving recently. The blood of the top pupil technique, the blood of the top powerful life body. Is there a connection between them? This time, Orochimaru asked Chiyu by the way to see if there was any answer. No way. Tsunade doesn't want a fragmented world. The current strength can compete with other great powers, but it may not be defeated. Cultivating forbidden technique, living corpse reincarnation, caused his soul separation to be weakened, and his resistance to illusion skills dropped. The mental power that was stronger than illusion attacks exploded and made Orochimaru miserable, because he can't understand the situation now. Not long ago, they discovered that Nagato was tracking Rinnegan secretly, and Black Zetsu Orochimaru and others went to look for him to make him disappear. Oh, it seems that Kirigakure's green eyes were buttoned by him, but Ching has only one right eye, right? Even if it can be defeated, it may not necessarily be conquered, and it may not be assimilated if it can be conquered. It might as well take a step back and secretly let a few troublesome forces mess up first, and then spend some time to change the nature of the system. You should have discovered Uzumaki Nagato. He has a pair of Byakugan now. Orochimaru's eyes flashed, and he said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru thought carefully, deducing Tsunade's thoughts and direction. After Tsunade provoked the contradictions within the countries, he did not do anything. Now that the various forces have stabilized the situation, there is no better time before. As for those who are restless, I will go back and tell Tsunade to let her make a decision. If you find Black Zetsu and they want to do something to us, please let me know. Of course, Orochimaru didn't care about this. He just wanted to find the direction of Tsunade from Chiyu's answer. Chapter 141. I didn't expect you to find out so soon. Chiyu opened Orochimaru's straight fist and twisted his elbow. Orochimaru, who watched flying backwards 100 meters and standing on the stream, replied. In the original book, Uncle Snake has been greedy for Sharingan for a long time. Danzo's arm. He didn't study anything. Itachi's eyes have been unable to plan, and the test subject Uchiha Shin is lucky enough to open time and space, and Mangekyo slips away. Later, after planning Sasuke all the way to go wrong, he finally found out that there is a special energy in Sasuke's body. Unfortunately, he has not succeeded in seizing Sasuke's body, and he was killed. It wasn't until the Fourth World War that, with the help of Kabuto's dialogue with Uchiha Madara, that Orochimaru's research had touched on the connection between the fairy eye and the bloodline of Sage Body. But it was a pity that Sasuke didn't give him time. Oh, it seems that the top pupil technique can really complement the top physique. Orochimaru smiled, and his eyes flashed brightly. For more than a year, Kimimaro has studied the Mangekyo of Uchiha letter in his left eye. Although Kimimaro is in good health, after transplanting Geto statue and first-generation cells, he has been working hard to cultivate the fusion. Mangekyo is indeed in his eyes, with good accumulation and pupil power enhancement, but Orochimaru needs accurate data and results. Hey, then Chiyu closed his eyes and opened them again, and the Scarlet Mangekyo Sharingan appeared, which surprised Orochimaru for a long time. I saw Chi use Scarlet Mangekyo Sharingan. His pupils were no longer the cross pattern they used to be, but an extra circle to enclose the cross pattern. This is... Orochimaru's long tongue licked his mouth, and his pale face showed a big smile of interest, a little crippled. This is Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. After more and more fusion of first-generation cell nucleus Geto statue cells, the body advances and vitality increases sharply, which promotes the power of the eyes. Chiyu replied. After Baloo joined, Kabuto worked with him on human body modification technology and cell technology, which not only improved the vitality technique, but also obtained the technology for better cell fusion. Chiyu also used their research results to practice the Jotion active technique and strengthen the vitality of the physique, thus fortunately to open the Eternal Mangekyo not long ago. By the way, I have already touched the whole body and burst into lightning-style chakra mode. Ha ha ha. Is it because of pure energy promotion or blood? Can you tell me? Orochimaru asked, and threw a scroll to Chiyu. Chiyu took it and found that it was Orochimaru's research and experience on Jotion active technique. Over the years, Tsunade and I have looked around for information and found some legends. The Uchiha, Senju, and Uzumaki clan are all descendants of Sage of Six Paths. It seems that Uchiha inherited the celestial blood of Sage of Six Paths, the Senju clan, and Uzumaki clan. Inherit the blood of Sage Body from Sage of Six Paths Sharingan evolves the Eternal Mangekyo method. One is the Mangekyo transplantation of blood relatives, similar to the method used by Uchiha Madara back then. One was guessed by Tsunade, using the power of fairy eyes and Sage Body, and then I succeeded by luck. Chiyu said, there is no mention of the stone tablet in the secret room of Uchiha's house because it was smashed to pieces by Tsunade. Sage of Six Paths, Fairy Eyes, Sage Body. So, is Rinnegan also evolved by Sharingan? Orochimaru murmured for a long time before asking Chiyu. Tsunade and I also guessed this way, but Uzumaki Nagato's Rinnegan, which he started since childhood, made us very confused, so the matter is not finalized, just some guesses. Chiyu said, a lot of things don't want to be revealed. It is rumored that Sharingan evolved from Byakugan. Do you have any information on this? Orochimaru asked. In the past, this legend meant that he was just talking, but after seeing Nagato Byakugan's pupil surgery, it is not easy to know Byakugan. With Chiyu's words, he began to face these legends. In the legend, before Sage of Six Paths opened Sharingan and Rinnegan, it was Byakugan. Oh, that means that Byakugan is also a descendant of Sage of Six Paths. Orochimaru asked, thinking of Nagato, as a Uzumaki clan, after transplanting Byakugan, did he get advanced like Chiyu? Well, it shouldn't be, because Sage of Six Paths has a younger brother, Immortal Yumura, who should be the ancestor of the Hyuga clan. Chiyu replied, taking Uncle Snake into the pit little by little. Where can I find this information better? I think I should be able to spare some time. Orochimaru asked. He has searched for some old sites of the Uzumaki clan for more than a year, but he has taken some secret techniques. Why are there no such legends? 3 Holy Lands. Don't you have a contract with Ryuchi Cave? Go and ask. It's a pity that the Katsuyu fairy stays alone in the Wetbone Forest. I don't understand many things. Lord Jiraiya said that the great toad sage of Mount Mayaboku has been sleeping all the time. Opportunity to inquire. Chiyu said nonsense again. Well, Chiyu-kun, since Sage of Six Paths passed down the blood of immortalized and sage body, and the immortals of Amura passed down Byakugan, do their parents have all of this blood? Is there any information? Orochimaru asked tirelessly arrive. We don't have any information here. After all, the immortals of Hamura only know their names, and the legend of Sage of Six Paths is difficult to prove. Their elders have no information. Chiyu didn't tell the truth because it would affect the next plan, so he seduced Uncle Snake a little, and then after the next thing started, he would naturally participate. With Uncle Snake's wisdom and means, I really want to tell him the truth. Then Tsunade's plan is likely to be disrupted by him. Then Chiyu was at Orochimaru to ask for his latest research results on Geto's statue and Hashirama cells. Hearing that he was studying the clone of Mangekyo Sharingan with Uchiha Exion, Chiyu asked by the way. Tsunade has been thinking about it, using Uchiha's time and space Mangekyo to set up a space teleportation array around the ninja world. Look at the letter of Uchiha in the future, a lot of suns, a pair of Mangekyo and single-eyed creatures, open space at any time to connect to each other, which is very convenient. After Orochimaru and others left, Chiyu asked a few teenagers to take the captured Qing Ming and others to Lulan. He left first without taking them. They are all young people. Let them have fun on the journey and get to know each other by the way. After disappearing and leaving a few people, Chiyu used Flying Thunder God technique and disappeared with a scream. When he reappeared, he was already dozens of kilometers away. For more than a year, Chiyu not only opened the Eternal Mangekyo, but also started with Flying Thunder God technique. Now, on the way Konoha goes to Lulan, countless Flying Thunder God marks are hidden all the way, and he jumps directly in the Flying Thunder God space all the way. Although Chiyu's Flying Thunder God is still in its infancy, it cannot reach the one-time transnational level of Namikaze Minato, but the longest distance can span 50 kilometers. It is 40 kilometers longer than his eternal Mangekyo-level gods. Although it consumes a lot of chakra, Chiyu's Katanla is enough to travel back and forth between Lulan and Konoha for several thousand kilometers. Therefore, Chiyu has recently become a deity driver, often taking Tsunade to and from Lulan every 3 days, in the name of increasing his proficiency. Often criticized by Tsunade, Flying Thunder God technique's crossing distance is not far away from the Three People's Flying Thunder Array technique in the Fire Profound Room. Chiyu has turned Byakugan. The woman is like this, clearly envied in her eyes, but her mouth is not forgiving. Chapter 142. Byakugan, Nagato actually won it? Or a pair? Continuously using Flying Thunder God, Chiyu rushed all the way to Lulan and gave the information that Orochimaru had brought to everyone. In a small meeting, Tsunade muttered while looking at the various research materials of Orochimaru in his hand. Originally, she thought that Blue Byakugan was taken away by Cloud Shinobi Village. However, it is still not certain that Nagato's Byakugan is from Qing. After all, Qing only has one Byakugan transplanted from it. It cannot be a pair. So Nagato's Byakugan is probably related to the Hyuga clan. Here, Chiyu looked at Kabuto, who was loving and holding the baby in his arms. Chiyu sighed with emotion. A year ago, Yinayu tangled up and found Tsunade to talk secretly. Then Tsunade laughed like an old hen and quickly dispenses some kind of pills to Yinayu. And now she and Kabuto's child is almost 3 months old. Kabuto has quickly become mature and stable from the past green appearance. As for other people who often ask Chiyu and Tsunade when they have children, Tsunade replied that they will wait until they become gods, and Mithriya and others are confused. It seems that it is time to speed up the progress in the Kingdom of Wind. Orochimaru is elusive. If he turns around and touches it, it may be a big deal. Tsunade frowned. Although I have been collaborating with Orochimaru, what Tsunade recognized was Orochimaru's research ability and Orochimaru's personality, but Tsunade had a headache. Then I will go over and push it tomorrow. Is there any problem with Temari? Chiyu said, there has been a lot of work behind the scenes, and now these things can be said to be easy. So don't worry about her. That child is amazing. Sarah smiled and answered Chiyu's words. Then next step, I will start to issue recruitment orders. Tsunade took a sip of red wine and said slowly, According to the news brought by Orochimaru, many forces against the country of fire have begun to not speak martial ethics. He secretly contacted Black Zetsu, Orochimaru, and others to start the Fire Country. Now that the reform of the Fire Nation has been successful, no visible force in the ninja world dared to attack Konoha. After all, there are too many powers in Konoha, and making trouble is equivalent to fighting against the Fire Nation as a whole. Faced with such an overall and powerful counterattack, no force can withstand it. But what about the remnants of Akatsuki like Black Zetsu? They don't need a base area. They have been secretly living in the ninja world. This is the public enemy of the ninja world, so naturally, he doesn't care about the targets of the Land of Fire. The country of fire seems to be prosperous, but there is still the problem. Destruction is often easier than construction. If Black Zetsu, Obito, and others are determined to target the country of fire and Konoha, it will definitely make the country of fire turbulent, and it will take a huge price to contain them, and it may not necessarily be eliminated. Fortunately, Black Zetsu and Obito not only persuaded them, but they also understood that some people wanted to take the position of fishermen and let them and the country of fire contain each other. Nowadays, it seems that all parties have stabilized under the impact of the reform of the country of fire, but in fact, the cracks that should have been expanding. On the eve of the storm, Tsunade wants to recruit more talents. After all, the changes in the country of fire are seen by people who are interested. People in many places are very envious. If the country of fire stretches out an olive branch at this time, it will definitely catch a lot of talents. The Phoenix chooses wood to live. Who doesn't want to stay in a good environment that suits them? After the small meeting, Chi-Yu and Tsunade flying Thunder God technique returned to Konoha. Fenghua Xiaoxue and the others are happily waiting for the arrival of Naruto and the others, preparing to study Qingming's chakra ninja technology. Well, it's going to be lively again soon. We should let Danzo continue to promote the plot. On the way back, Tsunade said happily, "Except for the Kaguya Palace, do you want to ask someone to come down and play? Shock the Hyuga clan and let them be honest." Chi-Yu said. Over the years, after deliberately searching for Tsunade, Uzumaki Hunaka has cultivated many summoning rats on Summoning Island, which are specially used to explore the ninja world on a large scale. In the Kaguya Palace, it is connected to other spaces, and the Kaguya Palace under South Blue contains a treasure that travels through time and space, the plow, which has to be mastered or destroyed. God knows we'll one day be stabbed by this stuff. With the extensive search of the summoning beast, although not all of them were found, a Kaguya Palace in the Land of Fire and an underground lake channel leading to the moon were also found. Although Sharon is a little younger, it's not bad to let him bring the puppets down to play. If he wants to come, he won't just sit back and ignore the information of Rinnegan and Geto statue. It's just the Shell organization. I'm afraid it's really hard to blow them out. After all, they didn't come out in the scene of the Fourth World War in the original book. It's really stable enough. Chi-Yu said regretfully. Tsunade wanted to make a one-time plan, net out all the big fish and shrimps, and braise them in one pot. It's a pity that Sharon should be 14 or 5 years old now. I don't know if he has the courage to come down. The opening of other space passages in Kaguya Palace has to be considered. For the time being, there is no technology to open space passages to attract the Otsutsuki trio. Secondly, I worry about not having the strength to fight against the Otsutsuki trio, regardless of whether they were killed by the Jinin blogger, but that is the protagonist's aura. I really think that the Otsutsuki trio is weak, and I am afraid that they will die miserably. As for the Otsutsuki style, Chi-Yu and Tsunade have even more headaches. How can this be ********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Zetsu and Obito will be much smaller. Obito's double Kamui has the ability to travel through other spaces. Black Zetsu inherits the memory of Otsutsuki Kaguya and will never ignore Otsutsuki if he wants to. Tsunade is going to use them to find Otsutsuki. If there is counsel, there will naturally be an attack. After the turmoil caused by the reform of the Nation of Fire, the ignorant forces of the ninja world are looking for their own development path while targeting the Nation of Fire. And Tsunade wants to break down the old age of the various forces while still maintaining it so that they don't make trouble for the time being. If you want to make trouble, you have to wait for Tsunade to invite all the actors to make trouble. After a good fight, The curtain call should be the curtain call. The climb should be climbed. Recruitment order? The root base inside Konoha Hokage Iwa, young and middle-aged Danzo, looked at Tsunade's plan and pondered. At first seeing this recruitment order, he and the senior executives of Mai and the senior officials of various government departments thought that Tsunade wanted to recruit talents from all over the world. One is to strengthen oneself, and the other is to weaken the national heritage. Nowadays, in the prosperous country of fire, everyone is confident that as long as those capable people come in, 90% of them can fully integrate into the country of fire willingly. The country is prosperous, the people are strong, that is the confidence. Cultural invasion? Danzo whispered the word, his eyes called a glamour. After many times of brainwashing by Tsunade over the years, Danzo understands that no matter how strong the country of fire is, force cannot rule the world. Can defeat all nations, but can they conquer all nations? Can conquer countries, but can they assimilate them? If you can't, what if you are 10 times stronger than 100 times stronger? Resistance still exists. No matter what subjugation and colonization is done, it is still useless. Over time, there will be frequent problems, and even maintaining this situation will cost the country of fire a greater price. If it is to plunder resources, then go to war or conquer is no problem. If not, it is obviously a thankless thing. Now looking at the booming economic system and education system of the country of fire, Danzo has gradually dispelled the idea of military rule. To grab a group of poor people, how can it be strong to help them reap resources and economy after development? After seeing Tsunade's cultural invasion plan again, Danzo suddenly felt that Tsunade's ambitions had never faded. People think that Tsunade is gathering talents from all over the world. However, Tsunade only trains them and then puts them back. Tut, those people who had been baptized by the culture of the country of fire went back, and the collision of thoughts that brought Danzo felt stimulating just thinking about it. Master Danzo, the people below are here to report that while hunting the bandits, the ancient ruins were found on the border of the fire country. Oh, what is the relic? Danzo put down the information in his hand and asked gently. It seems it is the remains of the goddess who once dominated the world in history, and she is the mother of the legendary sage of 6 paths. The ancient text on the wall inside cannot be understood by the people below and needs to continue to study. Oh, let me see. Danzo suddenly became interested. Soon after, he quietly left Konoha with someone. Over the past year, Danzo, who has focused on the body's first-generation cell transplantation and Sharingan nurturing, has often discussed with Tsunade. From Tsunade, he got some information, Sage of 6 Paths, that is not a legend. Chapter 143. The power of the ninja continent is too damn it. In South Blue, the country of wind, Hyde and others were in the mobile fortress under the sea, watching the destroying and falling of the battleship above, making Hyde tremble with anger. After killing the 3 who arrived in the southern continent to conquer the Book of Greer a year ago, Hyde obtained a lot of information on the ninja continent. Over the past year, he has increased his efforts to use the several Greer stones he obtained, as well as to improve the scientific props, and he and his subordinates have also worked hard to refine chakra. The spies who quietly sent to inquire about the ninja continent brought back terrifying information about the ninja world. The ninja continent is very large, with many forces, and all of them are very powerful. That's why Hyde kept working hard and steady until the spies heard that Tsunade and some small forces successively found the Greer stone on the southern coast of the Kingdom of Wind. Hyde couldn't sit still. He just created 2 high-level scientific props gloves. He used 1 and 1 for the strongest subordinate King Kong. So he began to come to the ninja continent. If he doesn't come again, if the scattered Greer stones are found and the treasure map is gathered together, he will have no chance to get the Greer vein. Especially among several forces, there is also the behemoth Tsunade. Hyde arrived across the sea and immediately joined the search for the Greer stone, scooping up news and rounding up the small forces who were lucky enough to obtain the Greer stone. The little treasures of the Greer stones that appeared in this way were all left behind by the descendants of the royal family that once scattered the Greer Empire. It's just like Timsey's house, except that the little treasures here are the Greer stones and treasure map fragments, while Timsey's home is the Greer stones and the Greer book. It's a pity that Hyde has read Glenelt's book for several years, but he didn't find any treasure address recorded on it, so he could only come and look for it. In the beginning, relying on Greer's strength after years of strengthening and the powerful functionality of the scientific tool gloves, Hyde successfully managed two lucky little forces who obtained the Greer stone. Then his unlucky days came. Because of the success at the beginning, the follow-up was too aggressive and careless, and he was attacked by an unknown group of black-clothed forces. For the first time, they damaged dozens of armored warriors, and 4 capable subordinates and dozens of entourages were also injured to varying degrees. It was still him and King Kong who had completely exploded form to be able to repel each other. Then, Hyde saw the guerrilla warfare of the ninjas, damn it. Attacks occur anytime and anywhere, and various types of ambushes emerge endlessly. After being unable to pick out the enemy, Hyde has no choice but to lead people back. When he returned to the mobile fortress at the rear, he and 4 capable men were the only ones left in the team of more than 100 people. This was not over yet, when another Greer stone treasure was discovered, causing countless forces to fight for it. Hyde encountered big trouble. Luo Sha suddenly appeared in the air and controlled the golden sand that was hundreds of meters in the sky to slaughter. Many forces were beheaded and killed. Hyde, because of the red energy ball condensed by the scientific props, was barely able to withstand the opponent's attack, and then he was stared at. In a tragic chase, Hyde's team of 200 people was left with him and 4 capable men who escaped. This time, he and King Kong tried their best, and they were completely crushed by the man who manipulated the golden sand, and there was no way to fight back. Fortunately, they were strengthened by the energy of the Greer stone, with strong vitality, coupled with the red energy ball condensed by the scientific props, gloves, transformed various forms of offensive and defensive, and flying ability, so that he and King Kong could escape. As for Timsy and Fuga, after being transformed into a Batman by Camilla, they flew away with them. When they returned to the mobile fortress and battleship in embarrassment, Luo Sha did not follow him. Although the mobile fortresses and battleships had overwhelming attacks on the fortresses, they were all blocked by Luo Sha's powerful magnet-style golden sand. The mobile fortress was flexible and submerged first, but the 2 huge battleships that could not be submerged were instantly destroyed by Luo Sha's powerful sky, full of golden sand. Hyde thought that after studying chakra refinement in the past year, he learned a lot of ninja information, and with increased strength, he could at least deal with the strong. No one knew that when the real powerhouse appeared, they would only get away by relying on the other side's unfamiliar means. It's a pity, Luo Sha said regretfully, standing on the sea looking at the sea after destroying the 2 warships that intensively shelled them. This group of newly emerged robbing of Greer stone seems to be very special. Not only can it change its form to increase its strength, but its equipment and endurance are very special. Luo Sha is greedy for the Greer stone on them, but even more greedy for the kind of offensive and defensive capable of flying. If he has this kind of technology, then Tsunade's strength can be enhanced a lot, and it won't be the bottom of the 5 ninja villages. Has any information about them been investigated? No, Master Fengying. Those burly armored warriors are almost all upgraded people without wisdom. They only have simple instincts and can't detect anything at all. Baki said regretfully. Is that so? Then take off those armors. They are all fine products. Luo Sha sighed. Among the various small forces that have been encountered this year, it seems that this force has a lot of background, but I can't see which force it is. Is it a new organization? Master Fengying. At this moment, the 2 men in black rushed to Luo Sha's place, with a little eager tone. Luo Sha frowned, and immediately took Baki to talk with them in private. Master Fengying, you have found the forces we are following. They are the secret forces in the hands of the great name of the Wind Kingdom. They have been exploring the treasures of the Greer stone for several months, and they also have the Greer stone in their hands. The 2 elite ninjas of Umbu immediately reported the information they had just obtained accidentally. Sure enough, Luo Sha looked gloomy when she heard the words and pondered for a long time. Not only the big names, but also those officials and powerful people who have this idea, they all have to secretly act. If the great names and officials of the Kingdom of Wind have military power, Tsunade's situation will be even more difficult. When I return to the village this time, I had to find high-level officials to plan. De Ming wanted to cultivate military power. They would find out, and then secretly do it. Nowadays, the country of the wind is developing transportation and economy, and expanding the department to increase his direct influence, and continues to extend his hands to the military. If it weren't for worrying about the storm that is about to break out in the ninja world, and worrying about the impulse of the daimyo, the former daimyo of the country of Learning Fire issued a secret agreement to invite external military forces. Luo Sha would like to do it. Luo Sha subconsciously doubted the name of the Kingdom of Wind. After all, among the 5 major countries, the contradiction between Tsunade and the name of the wind is the most prominent. After all, who has stipulated that daimyo and officials and dignitaries cannot dig the corner of Shinin Village? Many big names in various countries are now eroding Ninja Village, so the smell of gunpowder in the ninja world is great. Luo Sha is not without action, but also grabs some places of traffic and development caravans. At the same time, he secretly supported some officials and dignitaries to step by step to fight for the power of the big name. From the state power to the local interests, Luo Sha participated in 1 foot. Arrange a few people to keep staring at this group. We have already got the things. Let's go back. Luo Sha said. He doesn't necessarily get any benefits, and even costs some money, but he can limit the name to a greater extent. Recently, the news about the Stone of Greer and the news that Rasha received the Stone of Greer leaked out. Ever since he came here a year ago to look for the Greer Stone, he has started to follow him secretly. The Land of Wind is very large. The world of ninja is the first, and it is also a place where information is relatively closed and chaotic. The daimyo certainly can't fully control it, and Luo Sha has many places to operate. It is impossible for the daimyo and officials to develop a military force against Tsunade, but Luo Sha had to deal with it, because if he let it go, he might be cornered. The situation in the ninja world was unpredictable, and Luo Sha always firmly believed that as long as he continued to stabilize the situation, he would have a chance to turn over sooner or later when the rest of the ninja world became chaotic. It's a pity that he knows that he doesn't have the strength of Konoha to stabilize the early stage, so he still won't be the first bird for the time being. Chapter 144. After pushing all this on the spot in secret, Chiyu did not leave, but went to find the traveling caravan that was about to reach the border of the Kingdom of Wind. All of this should be finished ahead of time. The underground ruins that have been underground for many years should also be exposed to the ninja world, although it is meaningless. Chiyu had made a lot of small treasures and treasure maps before, and he planned to wait for a few more noises between Hyde and Luo Sha to promote Hyde's growth. Unfortunately, Hyde came late. Now that the situation has changed, I won't be able to direct them slowly. Except for some treasure hunting teams operated by Chiyu, some of them are small forces in the Kingdom of Wind that Chiyu has specially promoted. The Land of the Wind has a large territory, blocked information, and there are many gangsters everywhere. But when pulling these small forces to make appetizers for Luo Sha, I didn't expect that certain forces would also be involved. That's right, it's the power that the daimyo cultivated secretly. Although he had some dishes, Chiyu deliberately brought in these forces that the daimyo had cultivated secretly for fun at the time, and planned to make more conflicts between the daimyo and Tsunade in the Kingdom of Wind. But after they couldn't beat Luo Sha, they stopped talking about martial arts and immediately revealed the information to various places in the ninja world. Perhaps many cautious forces will continue to look at the development of the incident and consider responding. But since even Uncle Snake has intentions, other forces will inevitably have to come and explore one after another. It doesn't matter if Luo Sha is targeted. Chiyu is worried that Hyde will lift his feet. Then who will promote the progress of scientific props? Yesterday, when Hyde and others were hung and beaten by Luo Sha, Chiyu watched worriedly nearby, not daring to relax at all, ready to save Hyde's life at any time. Fortunately, the scientific props are very promising, so Hyde was forced to escape from Luo Sha. Here, Chiyu, after finding the caravan, began to perceive the position of the caravan elder Hien. Hien at this moment is no longer as kind as he used to be, and remains happy at any time. As the incident on the southern coast of the Kingdom of Wind spread, as a traveling caravan, he was right to receive this information. This makes him very sleepy and sleepy. and now he has been entangled whether or not to go to the underground ruins to check the situation. If he goes, he is an ordinary person. What if he happens to be found out by many forces looking for the Grail Stone? Not only will the underground ruins be exposed, it may also bring disaster to the family traveling caravan. If you don't go, you don't know the situation. Why do Greer stones appear frequently? Have the underground ruins been discovered? Has the Greer vein been dug out? As a secret from generation to generation, Hien is very worried about the reappearance of the legendary Greer vein. What if the world is destroyed? However, it is a pity that he is an ordinary person after all, unable to stop these cogs being pushed by others. After 5 years, Chiyu once again gave him a hypnosis technique and then left the caravan with him. Camilla, have you found it? As night fell, Hyde and Fugui King Kong hurriedly asked when Camilla was back. Master Hyde, I really found those people. The Tsunade ninja who monitored us has sent someone to follow them. Then let's go quickly. Hyde glanced bitterly in the distance. Luo Sha is gone. With their strength, naturally they are not afraid of these ninjas who are stalking them. But the other party is very flexible. They can't clear the other party at all. It's very annoying. And the subordinates who had been exploring information outside before suddenly heard a message saying that there was another conflict about the Grail Stone. It is said that a certain force has found the family that has guarded Greer's secrets for generations and obtained the location of the underground relics of Greer's veins. Contradictions broke out again within them. After the internal struggle, the party who had failed and fled immediately dispersed the message. In the night, Chiyu carried Hien, who was fainted, deliberately hanging these people in the endless pursuit of tales, waiting for the actors to come on stage. At this moment, a pretty boy who had just returned to Tsunade not long before received the message and hurriedly flew towards the southern part of the Kingdom of Wind. His father, after this mission, did you really let me return to my sister? Rasha controlled a cloud of dust flying rapidly in the air, and Kankuro, who was shivering by the night wind, wished to ask his father. Since my sister won a lot of money from Tsunade a few years ago, she has moved into a life of open hanging. Not only did she get a lot of money, she also became an executive step by step. In Kankuro's eyes, my sister's motto is that she has nothing but money. Following his sister and flattering, being a shit and selling cute, Kankuro can get a lot of money to speed up his puppetry research and manufacturing. The feeling of being taken up by a rich woman is really great. Only a year ago, after his sister went to study abroad in Lulan, his life was struggling. Not only did the old man not take care of him like his sister, but he also restricted his hobbies, forced him to study, and said that he should be like Danzo and become the think tank and root of Tsunade. The days when Kankuro studied with Baki can be described as miserable. At this moment, Luo Sha looked at her silly son and sighed in frustration. It seems that my group, Kankuro, Zong cannot be realized. After thousands of generations of mothers-in-law's persuasion, Luo Sha recognizes the reality. Since Kankuro does not have this talent, then don't affect his hobby. Let him continue to play figure. Fortunately, I caught up, Luo Sha said, who flew fast all the way through the middle of the night. Before him, the daimyo and that peculiar force had already tracked the target, and the people left by Luo Sha could only follow and couldn't do anything else. Master Fengying, I suggest that we follow in secret and wait until we reach the destination, or when someone takes a shot, we will come out last. Baki said to Luo Sha. Although I don't know why the man who obtained the secret of the underground ruins brought an old man, it must be very important to bring it. What if they show up and rush each other and kill the old man by breaking the jar? In this way, in the middle of the night, a few people from the powers, worked hard to circle around this barren and dangerous place all the way. On the second day, the Dongfanghong sun broke through the morning mist. When I saw the ninja who was following everyone, they came to a barren and huge canyon and watched the man carrying the hostage into the entrance of a simple and magnificent temple building at the bottom of the canyon. Countless people immediately swept away the exhaustion and impatience of the busy night and hurriedly followed in. Then they fought and killed each other all the way. When this magnificent relic appeared, everyone knew that the ultimate treasure might be here, and naturally it was time to clear competitors. It's really an extremely magnificent relic. It can match the thousands of glorious towers in Lulan. I didn't expect that there was an empire in history that could build such a magnificent building. Outside the canyon, after Luosha and others cleared out some backward people, he covered one eye and said, "At this moment, he has used the bloodline boundary ability, and the third Sandy Eye has entered the ruins to observe the situation. Master Fengying, don't sigh about the architecture. First observe the group of forces with magical ninjas. Our last most likely opponent will be them," Baki hurriedly reminded. And at this moment, Hyde of the underground ruins was trembling with excitement. The underground ruins mentioned in certain fragments of the Book of Glenelg were really found. Isn't such a huge treasure real? While Hyde closely followed the hostages in front to find the people here, he asked King Kong Fugai and others to clean up other competitors. The kidnapped old man also woke up, and under the illusion, he led his kidnappers all the way through the huge underground ruins like a maze. After reaching the 3 circular platforms of the final huge empty hall, the old man activated the mechanism. Only then did Hyde, Luosha and others understand why this man kept holding the old man. Boom rumble. When the old man's mechanism was activated, one of the 3 circular platforms immediately floated away, and the ninja immediately threw the old man aside and jumped onto the platform alone. Chapter 145. Immediately after the platform moved to the position, I saw below the platform, a vertical black hole suddenly opened, and the platform immediately entered the hole. Seeing this, Hyde immediately launched an attack. He was worried that this person would kill the old man who didn't know what was useful. Now that the other party has thrown away the old man, it means that the final destination has been reached. Swish swish. The ninja standing on the platform saw Hyde and others storming in, immediately took out a dozen and threw it away. Boom rumble. After a series of blasting, Hyde and others defended easily, but when the red energy ball condensed by the scientific props and the magical defensive ball opened, the opponent had already left. Only the opening that is about to be closed is left. Fugai, follow me. You guys try to hold the people behind for a while. Hyde commanded, and immediately changed his form. From a yellow-haired old man to a toned-up man with gray eyes and red eyes, there are 4 red energy balls floating behind him. He jumped to the closed hole and banged down with a punch. Then the 2 red energy balls behind Hyde turned into dragonfly-like wings and flew down with Fugai. Boo huh. After Hyde went down, King Kong and Camilla immediately changed their forms. King Kong became a bloated and deformed man with a shining thunder flower all over his body, and Camilla changed into a dark green-skinned Batman with wings. And 14-year-old Timsy with blonde hair and red eyes, in a thick armor, drew out the knight's sword, and instantly entangled green energy. As the royal bloodline of the Greer Empire, he is the most qualified person of the Railstone energy in a group of people. Although there is no change in form, his strength is also acceptable. Thunder Lightning Strike. Seeing Luo Sha and others come in grandiosely, King Kong immediately launched an attack. Luo Sha's toughness the day before yesterday has been haunting several people's minds, and they only hope to be able to hold it. Magnet Style, Gold Placer Burial. Luo Sha not printed, and a large amount of golden placer gold immediately spewed in the space of more than 100 meters. Luo Sha did not dare to underestimate these people. Although he crushed the opponents the day before yesterday, the tenaciousness of the opponent surpassed his imagination, and the endurance was complete, which was extremely tricky. The overwhelming dust flooded in, and the King Kong trio were a little desperate. Then King Kong had to use the red energy ball condensed by the scientific props and gloves to transform the defense. Timsy and Camilla tried their best to use the less proficient water style in an attempt to limit the placer gold of Luo Sha. Then the 3 of them were completely submerged by Luo Sha's placer gold, and with Luo Sha's manipulation, the weight pressure of a large amount of placer gold pressed towards the 3 of them. This spacious space of more than 100 meters is obviously narrow for Luo Sha's magnet-style placer gold. The King Kong trio could only rely on the lightning shield used by King Kong to resist the pressure of dust. Although he could not kill these 3 people, Luo Sha frowned, but it was too late to continue to consume them. He immediately jumped down the bottomless hole and let Baki and others wait for an opportunity to eliminate the 3 people. When Luo Sha reached the sealed room vertically from the deep hole, he saw that in the sealed room with a radius of tens of meters, Hyde had already killed the ninja. It is too late to see the quaint murals around here and the open space 100 meters above the head. Looking at the several platforms of the sealed room, there were more than 100 crystal-clear Greer's stones, which were illuminated by green fluorescence. Both Luosha and Hyde started breathing quickly. Their eyes were extremely hot. Hyde grabbed 2 Greer stones at Timsey's house and created the foundation for him to dominate the southern continent. Together with the 3 obtained a year ago, now he has not fully developed these 5 stones. Such a powerful force. If you use hundreds of them here, it is not impossible to dominate the ninja world by creating hundreds of subordinates who are as strong as him, and will even continue to become stronger. And Luo Sha, too, has successively obtained 10 Greer stones over the past year. Although the analysis has not yet been completed, after absorbing the energy of the Greer stone, his physique has become stronger, his vitality has increased sharply, and chakra has more than doubled. He hasn't used up even one until now. It can be seen how powerful this energy is. Plus, this energy can quickly recover non-fatal injuries, and its preciousness is even higher. Wu Dash, the werewolf Fugai, saw Luo Sha coming down and immediately opened his mouth with a terrifying roar, and a sonic attack rushed towards Luo Sha. At the same time, Hyde's whole body energy exploded, and the green energy in his hands rushed to Luo Sha, and the 4 red energy balls behind him immediately transformed countless huge blunt objects and tentacles to attack Luo Sha. Luo Sha didn't shudder when she saw this, and chuckled lightly. Numerous golden dust gushing out from her body, completely submerging Hyde's attack. When the sky full of dust collided with Hyde's attack, Luo Sha was distracted to manipulate the dust and quickly stretched out towards the hundreds of Greer stones around. Hyde, who was completely crushed by Luo Sha's overwhelming attack and retreated to the side, was immediately anxious when he saw Luo Sha flexibly manipulating the placer gold around to wrap the Greer stone. The energy of the Greer stone in the right glove is a masterpiece. Countless green energy poured into Hyde's body, and the vast energy entered the body, causing Hyde to roar loudly in pain. But in order to face the enemy in front of him with stronger strength, he had to do so. As the red energy ball continued to illusion the blunt object against Luo Sha's placer gold, Hyde also relied on the explosion to rush forward, attacking Luo Sha's placer gold in an attempt to get close to Luo Sha. Boom bang bang. Fugai beside him also uses clone technique, hoping to approach Luo Sha in all directions. However, they did not learn ninjutsu for a short time, and there was no famous teacher to teach them, and they could not use the ninjas of these ninjas well. She was shocked by Luo Sha's dust shuriken, and she herself was seriously injured. After the outbreak, Hyde, relying on props and powerful flesh, did have the ability to break through the gold dust. But under Luo Sha's control, the placer gold continued to be suppressed, and Hyde's advance had no effect. However, just as the two were fighting for nothing, the ninja corpse that was almost shattered by the battle between the two, the detonating charms under the clothes also ignited. Boom rumble. Then a roar sounded. Hyde and Luo Sha were stunned. The corpse was too weird, but they didn't care about the strength of the two. Then Luo Sha was pierced through in a daze. The crazy Hyde immediately rushed forward. His fist and the weapon transformed by the red energy ball instantly attacked Luo Sha, and a blood mist exploded. In the gorge above the underground ruins, Chi Yu, dressed in black and mask, stood in the middle of the lush mountain, slowly retreating his sage mode and eternal Mangekyo. What? But Hyde sighed in relief. This explosion attracted part of Luo Sha's attention and gave him a chance to breathe. After a few breaths, even if Hyde had a strong physique, strong recovery ability, and strong defense against the red energy ball on his body, he was still crushed by Luo Sha and beaten everywhere by the giant hands of gold dust. After the explosion, in the smoke filled with gunpowder, Hyde's eyes flashed madly. He roared, and the energy in his whole body exploded again. After Luo Sha's sand gold bondage weakened, Hyde, who was smashed to death, broke out frantically, jumped out of the sand gold pile, and the red energy ball immediately transformed his tentacles and stabled towards Luo Sha. So Hyde ignored the serious injuries on his body and immediately put away the hundreds of Greer's stones that had been gathered together by Rasha and put them into the seal scroll. In the smoke filled with gunpowder, an imperceptible wave appeared behind Luo Sha. A figure appeared instantaneously and then quickly disappeared. Siv and the bloody Luo Sha, the slight wound on the back of his head, can no longer be found. Looking at Xianbin, who still had no bloodline in his hand, he looked at it left and right. Then thunder flashed in his hand. Xianbin turned into powder. Another magical deed disappeared, and the earth remained silent, as if nothing had ever happened. Because he found that he has no retreat. In this narrow space, the situation is not good for him, but the opponent's gold dust attack is very convenient. Boom, boom. When he woke up, Hyde was a little bit unbelievable, and then immediately laughed madly. Chapter 146. Double Thunder. Boom, boom. Without Luosha's large-scale dust AoE, the changing form of the King Kong can demonstrate the power of her thunder and lightning. The situation became serious again. It was because Baki had good strength, but King Kong had complete range of attack methods, strong lightning shield, and the red energy ball condensed by scientific props and gloves was very versatile. Baki couldn't help the King Kong 3 for a while. I had to deal with each other while letting Kankuro and the other puppets use puppets to consume each other. As long as these people are dragged down, it is a victory, and Master Fengying's strength can completely crush the scene below. Boom wham. From the broken hole, there was a dull roar and a vague roar. Baki didn't know what was wrong, and suddenly felt a little uneasy. Here, Baki muttered while looking at the hole. Feeling someone coming up from the hole, Baki looked expectantly. However, his face was getting worse and worse, because after the breath gradually came up, there was no breath that Baki was familiar with. Swish. I saw an afterimage leaping out, a gray-skinned Hyde, with scars all over his body, and Fugai who had fainted in his hand. Master Hyde. Rao was the King Kong who changed form in madness, and shouted happily. Luo Sha puts too much pressure on people, and the shadow of death has been haunting them. Now Lord Hyde comes up to prove Luo Sha has failed. But Baki and the others looked gloomy, and Baki, who was very unhappy, immediately ordered a forceful attack on Hyde and others. Swish swish. For a time, countless detonating Kuwu, ninjutsu, and puppets flocked to Hyde, King Kong, and others. Boom rumble. However, without Luo Sha, the attacks of Baki and others could hardly break through the defenses of Hyde and others. Hyde was seriously injured now and didn't dare to wait any longer. Besides, he didn't want to risk fighting here. The shadow of death that Rasha had just given has not dispersed until now. Under the cover of Camilla's illusion and King Kong's formidable strength, Hyde took Fuga and Timsy to retreat. But Baki, who felt bad, went crazy and ordered Kankuro and a few elite Umbu to attack Hyde and others. Boom rumble. If the attack doesn't work, then occupy the passage of the monument, block Hyde and others here, and carry out the collapse bombing of the monument. Countless huge buildings and rocks above the monuments collapsed from tens to hundreds of meters in height. But even so, it still failed to stop Hyde and others. After King Kong tried his best to explode, he still let Hyde and the others rush out. When watching Hyde and the others fly away, Baki and the others had to look at them angrily. Master Fengying. Father. After Baki and the others chased Hyde to no avail, they immediately went down to the sealed room and looked at the bloody Luo Sha, and suddenly felt sad. And when all this happened in the southern part of the Kingdom of Wind, Danzo now took his roots and looked at this vast and primitive monument in a deep mountain cave. There are ancient texts and runes that are incomprehensible everywhere on the stone walls, and many root ninjas are recording and translating these ancient texts. But up to now, only a few words can be translated in the oldest ancient text in Konoha's archives. In the center of the main hall, a huge stone statue is a female stone statue with a robe with rabbit ears and double horns and an eye on the forehead. At first glance, it looks similar to the statues in many local temples. But if this god called Otsutsuki Kaguya is called Otsutsuki Kaguya, his eyes are Byakugan, and the third eye on his forehead is Sharingan, the nine-hooked jade-like Sharingan, then it's a different story. In fact, what Danzo saw was a slightly modified monument. There were a lot of ancient white zetsu and the sacred tree roots, which were cleaned up by Chiyu Tsunade and Huanaoxiang. By the way, Kabuto and Bei Lu called for fraud. Although I don't know when Danzo discovered the Kaguya ruins in the original book and obtained Kaguya's other secret weapon, he developed the Uranus plan. It's a pity that Danzo died before he got out of school. Sasuke killed Danzo. On the contrary, more than 10 years later, when Sasuke investigated the Kaguya Palace, he had to come and retrieve the documents of Danzo before he found the remains of Kaguya. Tsunade Chiyu saw that the current Danzo hadn't touched the Kaguya Palace, so after finding it, he changed it slightly and let him come over. There are 3 Kaguya ruins discovered in the future, and I don't know if this belongs to Danzo. The other 2 Kaguya ruins, Tsunade Chiyu did not find either. The princess named Otsutsuki Kaguya ate the fruit of the sacred tree, and thus ruled the world, and was called the god of maidens. Danzo looked at the ancient text in his hand inexplicably. He defeated a powerful tribe and occupied the world. In order to resist other tribesmen coming to this world and competing with her for the world's energy, they used humans to make war weapons, so they were also called ghosts. After being opposed by his 2 sons, a war broke out and was destroyed by the Sage of Six Paths brothers. Danzo's expression was a bit stunned. This meant that it seemed that the god of maidens was not from this world, or the mother of Sage of Six Paths. Chiyu and Tsunade, the things left to Danzo, are actually quite exciting, but not too much. After all, Uchiha Madara knows a lot of information. Although Tsunade smashed the stone monument that Black Zetsu had changed with a punch, Chiyu was Mangekyo, and the above information was not clear. But apparently Black Zetsu left a lot of things, so that Lord Madara knew a lot, and passed it on to Obito. My lord, the outer secret whistles have found spies from other forces. It seems they have found your trail, and they have attracted many spies from the forces to look for us. My lord, now many forces in the ninja world have many spies looking for you, all wanting to be against you. For your safety, let's withdraw first. One day later, Danzo, who was still obsessed with archaeology, received a report from Yamanaka phone. Cut, it's really a dog. Danzo murmured impatiently when he heard the words. Then arranged for the Earth-style powerhouse and trap master to disguise the ruins here, and then began to evacuate. He is not afraid of the spies of these various forces. In terms of strength, Danzo is not worried about these people, but he doesn't want the ruins here to be discovered by others. Danzo is convinced of the legend of Sage of Six Paths and wants to explore more the truth about the blood of the immortals. The information involved in this relic is too important, and he does not want to leak it out. Boom! At the border of the desolate country of fire, a blast resounded through the sky, and all the people within a radius of more than 10 kilometers nearby heard it. So many spies from various forces gathered around. At the place of the explosion, Danzo looked black at the moment, looking at the pit more than 100 meters around. In order to prevent other spies from continuing to probe their routes, Danzo asked White Zetsu on his body to take him on the ground using the mayfly technique. Since getting White Zetsu, he likes this technique the most. After all, Danzo is the root of Konoha. He should be in the ground by nature. To let the top Earth-style powerhouses fail, use the Earth-style secret technique to open a tunnel 100 meters underground and let many roots drive their way. Then he was blown up inexplicably. Fortunately, he didn't react quickly. Secret art, rock sensing discovered the enemy's attack and used the powerful Earth style in time to resist the enemy's explosive power. Danzo with a dark face came out from the ground and looked at 2 people in the distance with black robes and large black lines on their faces shooting in a murderous manner. Even if there is no Might Guy on the left and Flying Thunder God on the right, Danzo is still a strong Kaga-level player. After all, I have transplanted the first-generation cells with good technology and the active technique given by Tsunade, the 3-hooked jade in my eyes, and the pendant White Zetsu, who is not a strong one. Wind style, vacuum continuous waves. In the smoke billowing, Danzo was separated by more than 200 meters. A long wind blade like a wave spurted from Jane's mouth, and lightning struck 2 men in black into the distance. Chapter 147. Seeing Danzo's rushing long wind blade, the expressions of the 2 men in black did not fluctuate, still staring at Danzo. I saw one of the petite females in black suddenly moved, facing the wind blade like a cheetah. Boom! Energy exploded with his right hand, smashing Danzo's powerful attack with a punch. But Danzo's wind blade is not weak, causing women in black to stagger back. Cut, as if unhappy with this result. The woman in black cut angrily, and then burst into stronger energy, rushing in the direction where Danzo was. Swish swish. The roots near Danzo naturally wouldn't look at it this way, and immediately jumped in front of Danzo and threw countless hidden weapons at the enemy. Boom. At this time, the male black-clothed man who followed quickly jumped down and hit the ground with a punch. The ground of 100 meters roared and shattered, and the uplifted clods completely blocked the root attack. Call out. However, the change of terrain and the thick gunpowder smoke did not stop the man in black at all. The woman in black continued to rush towards Danzo, and several roots that wanted to block the road were instantly knocked off. Danzo's roots were originally Umbu's reserve team, coupled with Danzo's extremely cruel training, although they can grow into qualified weapons in a short time. But such extreme squeeze potential also easily makes these people lose their upper limit. Therefore, although Danzo's roots are strong at the backbone level, they are not supported by a few strong players. After Tsunade came to power, Danzo's first-generation cell technology and activation technique, although the overall strength was upgraded to a notch. However, in just 1 year, the high-end combat power of the roots has not increased much. Physique. Danzo murmured when he saw the moves of the two men in black. Danzo saw the person coming with his fist, so he didn't persuade him, but he fisted up. For more than a year, the first-generation cell transplantation technology has strengthened his physique. He has cultivated the vitality technique and the white zetsu on his body. In terms of strength, he is not afraid. Boom. Then, he was blown away with a punch. Fortunately, now that the physique is strong, this point of damage is still within the tolerable range. But Danzo is very surprised. Where is the master of physique? After stabilizing his figure, Danzo's body shook. A huge burst of energy exploded, and his body muscles soared. Although he did not have the qualifications to practice 8 inner gates, he did not cultivate Jotian active technique to a great extent. However, the initial burst of vitality technique is still there. Pump, pump. Watching the woman in black continue the rapid attack, Danzo quickly closed the seal and used wind style vacuum sphere to eject 2 wind style air. The woman in black held it up and stretched out her hand to pat. Boom. Although her strength and the sophisticated armor on her body defended the wind style attack, her body was once again stopped by the impact, barely maintaining her figure. Puff puff. After the figure of the female in black was restricted, Danzo hit a dozen of vacuum spheres quickly. When the opponent dodged from left to right, Danzo approached in an instant and blasted with a huge punch. Seeing this, the woman in black looked slightly impatient and angry and greeted her with a punch. Boom! With a roar, the earth broke apart. A shock wave accompanied 4 rolls of gunpowder smoke, and then the man in black was blown away with a punch. Huh, damn it. The woman in black, who stepped back 100 meters to stabilize her figure, said angrily. Danzo grinned, a little smug. At the same time, it was also a bit solemn. After all, the other party took the punch abruptly, but nothing happened. At the same time, Danzo found that the opponent was not only using physical skills, but also that the burst of energy was not chakra, which made Danzo a little confused. Seeing the man in black on the other side easily and freely smashing many roots with physical skills, Danzo raised his hand to block Fuyuan and Yamanaka Foam, who wanted to support. Gesturing to make everyone back away, Danzo proudly confronted the 2 men in black. He hasn't done anything for a long time, let alone a battle with a master well. The mad woman Tsunade often came to the roots to find him for sparring. He wanted to be a sparring partner at first, but after 2 or 3 times, he discovered that the mad woman just wanted to beat him, so Danzo began to hide. Now these 2 interesting powerhouses are suitable for practice, and they also mean to reduce root loss. The most important thing is that some spies from other forces have been spotted nearby. Danzo felt that he should show his hands too, otherwise all cats and dogs would want to trouble him in the future. Come again. Drink. The woman in black yelled unconvincingly and rushed towards Danzo again. Ping pong, the dull fists and feet of the 2 sounded again. After a few moves, Danzo was even better in strength, but in terms of fighting skills, Danzo lost half of the moves. Although Danzo fought countless battles throughout his life, he was once a master of combat. But after all, the right hand was injured, coupled with the imperfect Hashirama cells and Sharingan transplanted in the early years, leading to a long neglect of war. More importantly, the woman in black he was facing at the moment had a strong fighting ability. However, under Danzo's sunglasses, he has a pair of 3 Tomo Sharingan, whose insight makes up for his own weakness. When the defense gradually adjusted to the opponent's attack, Danzo began to counterattack. Boom. Then, relying on Sharingan's insight and body flicker technique surprise attack, Danzo won a move and knocked the man in black back into the air. Come again. The woman in black got up from the pit and drank again unconvinced. Danzo didn't care either, but felt the long-lost blood. Stop. Don't forget our purpose. At this moment, the black man behind the black woman said, Humph, it's okay to hit him. If he is not strong enough to be killed by me, the adults above will not say anything. The black woman said viciously. Hearing the conversation between the two, Danzo didn't bother him. On the contrary, he became more curious about the forces behind the two, and they didn't seem to be trying to kill him when they came. At the same time, with the movement here, the surrounding jungles and mountains began to faintly flash, and the ninjas at the roots immediately began to beware of these approaching people. Meeting for the first time, hello, Shimura Danzo. The man in black stopped his companion and walked slowly to Danzo and said, Oh, who are you? Danzo asked lightly. We are the servants of the gods and the members of the Shell organization. The adults above think you are good. Let us invite you to join us. From now on, leave this mundane world and follow us to see the truth in the world. Shimura Danzo. The man in black slowly spoke to Danzo. Danzo was surprised when he heard this for a long time, and he was thinking about it for a long time. He had never heard of this organization. Danzo, is now the second in command of the strongest force in the ninja world. What kind of organization is so fat and wants to dig him? I've never heard of it before. Besides, the old man is the strongest elder of Konoha village in ninja world. What qualifications do you have? Danzo replied disdainfully. Of course, behind the seemingly arrogant words, Danzo deliberately. The opponent's strength is not weak. It seems that there are stronger people above. Dare to invite him. There must be something. Danzo wants to see the other's answer. The mundane cognition is really sad. You have never seen the world clearly, so how can you understand things beyond the mundane? We exist in the long river of history, located in a higher space. Shimura Danzo, you should be fortunate that your abilities are valued by noble adults, so you have the opportunity to become one of us and see the wider truth of the world. The man in black did not mind and talked about the money in full view. God style? Adults? Introduce it. Danzo asked. Chapter 148. If you want to know, it depends on whether you can survive. At this moment, the black-clothed woman next to her spoke with disdain, and she was about to rush up with her fist. Stop. The male in black stopped her again. Our god, Otsutsuki, is an ancient god, and the Shell organization is a follower of his divine grace. We are studying the truth of the world, power, life, space, creation and destruction, etc., all explored with the help of God. Just like we are now, we have a stronger Yamato than human beings. Join us. You can gain life and power beyond mortals. The male man in black expounded like a chant. Danzo heard the words, pondered for a long time, and said, You are in front of so many people. On such occasions, it feels very imprecise for Zen to say such things. Who would believe it? The temptation of power and life, put in the past, Danzo will definitely not be able to bear it. But now he has transplanted first-generation cells and Sharingan, and the puppet White Zetsu told him that White Zetsu not only does not need to eat or drink, but is also an immortal creature in theory. With the material already in hand, Danzo was not blinded by this temptation. And Otsutsuki typed the name. Danzo's eyes flashed, and he just found the remains of the suspected mother of Sage of Six Paths, Otsutsuki Kaguya. And there came a person with the same surname as Otsutsuki Kaguya, so naturally, he didn't give up exploring more. Never thought you would believe that if you have some strength, we will take you away by force. If you don't have strength, you will die if you die. As for the people nearby, it is easy to clean them up. The man in black is cold, talking horrible words. These words made Danzo frown, but he was not afraid. His cards were very solid. Then let me see how good you are, Danzo said, attacking the two. After almost figuring out the two people's intentions, Danzo started. If he can defeat them, he will get a clearer message. Good come. The female black-clothed man yelled happily and greeted her. I saw the delicate armor on the woman in black flashing light, and her body energy surged a bit, directly blasting Danzo back. Suddenly relying on the woman in black whose armor became stronger, Danzo became passive again. However, the form was reversed in vain, and the woman in black who had the advantage, when Danzo did not use other ninjutsu, she paused for a while and was hit. Seeing that Danzo was about to assault the female black-clothed man who was flying upside down, the male black-clothed man was quick and swift and threw a hidden weapon in his hand. Boom! With a swift punch, Danzo, who took the move, was shot directly into the air. However, when Danzo was shot flying, several wooden thorns in his body exploded and shot two men in black, which were from white zetsu on his body. Whhhhhhh. The man in black raised his hand and easily smashed these wooden thorns. Damn illusion. At this moment, the woman in black shouted angrily after she was sober. This is with style. The woman in black said angrily after seeing the smashed wooden thorn. Sharingan. When Danzo appeared again, the scarlet, three-tomo Sharingan appeared. His sunglasses were knocked off by the man in black just now. When Danzo revealed with style and Sharingan, the attitudes of the two men in black toward him changed, and the killing intent spread. You actually transplanted the blood of the descendants of the god traders. It seems that there is no need to recruit you. You will die here today. The female black-clothed man's cold, killing intent said, and with the male black-clothed man next to her, she once again exploded with a strong aura. The energy of non-chakra exploded, and at the same time, the delicate armor under the black robe burst into light and vast energy. And when the attitudes of the two men in black changed, and their words flashed through Danzo's mind. God Rebel? Are you talking about Otsutsuki Kaguya? Danzo grinned and asked. When I heard that the two introduced the Shell organization and their god was called Otsutsuki, Danzo thought of the information obtained in the ruins of Otsutsuki Kaguya. Roar? You know Otsutsuki Kaguya? It looks like you are underestimated. But why do you want to use the power of that traitor's descendant? Kill you today. Who am I talking about? What gods, what Shell organization, but the losers defeated by Otsutsuki Kaguya. I am afraid you are just a group of mice hiding the secrets of the ninja world. Danzo mocked mercilessly. Looking for death. The two men in black were instantly angry and ashamed, and rushed to Danzo. Boom, the two men in black who broke out were extremely terrifying in strength, and the aura on their bodies was creepy. Visibly to the naked eye, Danzo's momentum was completely weakened. However, Danzo was not nervous, but focused on fighting. Wind style, vacuum continuous waves. Danzo leaped back quickly, and a huge wind blade burst out of Jane's mouth. Boom, then in Danzo's solemn eyes, seeing his powerful attack, he was blown away by the male man in black. The woman in black on one side quickly got close again, her delicate armor bursting with light, and a beam of energy bounced. Boom, as the gunpowder exploded, Danzo quickly used three-body technique and body flicker technique to escape. Swish swish. Danzo leaped back while forming seals, and at the same time, his support white zetsu fired wooden thorns from time to time to restrict the advance of the two men in black. Wind style, vacuum big jade. Swish. Facing Danzo's wind style attack, the two men in black did not choose to be tough this time, but after dodge, the women in black continued to rush on the ground. The woman in black snorted looking at Danzo on the ground, and the man in black threw the black robe away, and the precision armor on his body erupted with energy, and he quickly flew into the air. As they said, the two men in black turned and left, preparing to clean up the nearby roots, and some people who came to watch. Swish, boom, the woman in black took the opportunity and attacked him instantly, waving the long sword in her hand, cutting Danzo into two. Coupled with the energy propelled by the armor, it instantly struck Danzo from the air like lightning. Success. When Danzo dodged from side to side, the man in black flying high in the sky condensed the vast energy with his right fist and swooped down. Drink, large chunks of soil cracked, so the petite woman in black quickly threw huge chunks of soil and stones at Danzo. Then he continued, "Forget it. Let's clean up all the people nearby, and then go back." The earth shook violently, and a strong shock wave instantly swept across, and the surrounding 200 meters of jungle was immediately messed up. "It's a pity, he's a good talent." The man in black came over and sighed regretfully. However, just at this moment, Danzo, who had become two pieces on the ground, disappeared, and a figure appeared behind the two men in black out of thin air. Danzo escaped this shocking blow, but the aftermath shocked him to pieces. The woman in black on the ground quickly approached Danzo, and before Danzo Kian performed ninjutsu, she slammed her fist on the ground. Chapter 149. Danzo, who used the secret technique Izanagi, suddenly appeared behind the two men in black who turned and left, and a dozen wood thorns erupted in an instant. How is it possible? Both were top masters, and the two men in black also reacted instantly, and the woman in black was shocked. Shoo! The precision armor on the black man's body exploded with energy, and an energy shield blocked the wooden thorns, protecting the two. At the same time, the woman in black also reacted, and her body exploded with energy, and when the wood thorn attack ended, she slammed a punch. Wood style. Thrusting spear. I saw Danzo finishing the seal, and a huge tree spread instantly. Boom, a blast sounded. Tripartite seal. When the gunpowder dissipated, a green pyramidal energy barrier appeared. Free Danzo's shadow clone used a tripartite seal to frame the two men in black. Seeing this, the two men in black immediately burst into force to attack the enchantment. Boom, click. Just when the two broke the barrier, it was a little late, and the world suddenly changed. The rumbling sound was continuous, the earth collapsed, the huge mountain height difference, and the two men in black were instantly submerged by the earth. The trap technique of the unfavorable sister was activated. The underground, countless soil guns, rolling stones, poisonous moths, swamps, the ground collapsed and squeezed, and continuously attacked the two men in black. Even if the two of them had achieved physical skills, they were hugely powerful, and they were exhausted in embarrassment. Especially in the sealed underground, the two had no room to fly and escape, and they could hardly fight back in the field where the trap master was not destined. On the ground, Danzo watched the two enemies in the trap at any time on the blueprint and looked at the earth-shattering trap. Danzo nodded with satisfaction. It is worthy of his intention to leave alive, and he has strengthened this newly acquired subordinate in the past year. After a while, Danzo everyone came to the two people who were imprisoned in an underground trap. Okay, now I can inquire about your information. Did you say it yourself, or do I use illusion? Danzo came to the front of the two men on the imprisoned earth wall and said with a smile. "Ha ha, we just made a special disguise to seduce you," said the man in black. At the same time, the two quickly broke free of their imprisonment. Tripartite seal. Danzo used the sealing technique again to imprison the two who had just broken free again, and he was ready to consume it at any time. Boo! But I saw the two men in black in the green energy barrier immediately condensing a huge energy ball together. Being trapped here, if you use such a strong energy attack, you will inevitably die. You don't want to die together, do you? Danzo looked at the energy ball of the two and said, "We have surpassed mortals a long time ago. We are humanoids with no weaknesses. Not only do they have no lifespan, but there are so many substitutes available, but we lose one substitute." The man in black said contemptuously to Danzo. "Withdraw." Danzo didn't have time to think. Seeing the violent energy ball about to explode, he ordered immediately. Rumbling. After losing the seal for a moment, he immediately moved the three-way enchantment away, trapped the terrain in the air, and quickly left with his own personnel. Boom! A violent roar sounded. After a while, Danzo looked at the big hole 100 meters in radius, frowning and thinking. There shouldn't be any fun, right? 10 kilometers away, two men in black appeared. Boom! White mist appeared on the two of them, and then their real bodies were revealed, and suddenly it was Chi-Yu and Tsunade. Tsunade uses occult medicine and occult technique to change the breath of the two of them, and uses the flawless transformation technique. At the same time, in order to avoid accidents, the two did not use chakra from start to finish, relying solely on Greer energy and physical skills. As for the equipment, The sophisticated equipment of the snow country has been slightly modified, plus the newly researched eruptive flight power system of Baloo. After all, his flying summoning beast was transformed by him into an energy eruption-assisted flying, extremely fast. In the animation, when flying, he hangs Sai's flying ability and rubs it on the ground at random. It just needs to be perfected, and it can't fly long distances, especially because it consumes too much energy. No, even if Danzo is suspicious, but the news can reach Black Zetsu's ears. Chiyu answered Tsunade's words, then led her, using Flying Thunder God technique to leave. Calculating all this is naturally for the purpose of cheating the shell organization. Chiyu and Tsunade really didn't know how to find the shell tissue. Therefore, such a process was arranged to let some secrets come out from that year, and secondly, to see if Black Zetsu could find the shell organization. And with Black Zetsu's personality, he must be extremely worried when he knows that Otsutsuki is still alive. When he is unable to deal with the shell organization, he will definitely reveal some information he knows, so that people who are interested will look for it. It is best for Obito to have this motivation, because currently his double Kimui can invade other spaces, and I don't know if the Mangekyo Uchiha believes has this ability. Moreover, Chiyu and Tsunade also want to see if the tail of the shell tissue will be exposed. After all, the shell tissue should have some tails in the ninja world. As for calculating Danzo, he was very interested in this aspect and asked him to do something so that he would not turn on the attribute of backstab Konoha again. Secondly, the shell tissue and Otsutsuki are still very dangerous, so how good it is to let Danzo go out. It's all done by the warrior Danzo. It's none of our business. Ask Danzo if you have something to do. Then for a while, the ninja world became completely lively again. When Danzo saw this, he knew that the people from the shell organization had framed him, so he advertised all the shell organization information he knew. And the next third piece of information was very popular, but it was too illusory. In addition, there were a lot of spies watching the battle nearby. Although they didn't see it clearly, Chiyu mixed in to spread the news and ensure to be clear and clear. Now that Hyde received the news he had exposed, he knew that many forces had gone to the southern continent to find him, and he was so scared that he immediately led the team, drove the mobile fortress, and hid to the west of the sea. I scolded Danzo in my heart. That's right, everyone still thinks that Danzo's vicious strategy to push Tsunade to make, and Tsunade secretly guided this way. It was natural. When countries are still facing each other's internal policies, the move of the country of fire is simply squeezing the old man's life. In the development of the new era, many leaders have understood the importance of talents. The first is that Danzo will meet with style and transplant Sharingan, and it is suspected that he has the ability to resurrect. Everyone knows the heart of the country of fire, and now everyone knows the prosperity of the country of fire. It is developing rapidly. It is too prosperous, the welfare is too good, and there is a stage for learning resources and demonstrating ability, which absolutely attracts talents. So the topic of ancient legends instantly heated up the ninja world. Faced with the trick of the country of fire, he was a little clever and immediately began to block the country and cut off a lot of information to avoid the country's brain drain. So many people went to the underground ruins to see the magnificent buildings and the murals of the sealed room. Since the other party did not dare to continue to trouble him, but was framed by such botched rumors, Danzo knew that the other party might have some ability, but it was definitely not as invincible as they said. The second piece of information is that the overall wave of the ninja world is a little flat. That is, Tsunade has issued a recruitment order for the ninja world. Although it is not a hot topic, it has set off huge waves among high-level forces in various countries. Therefore, the information of Hyde was deliberately exposed by Chiyu, and the underground ruins and the former Glenelg Empire were also inquired by many forces. The surviving traveling caravan leader, Hien, honestly told the secrets passed down from generation to generation. The newly added transportation industry needs talents. The newly added departments need talents. The manufacturing industry needs talents, and the management needs them even more. This 3 major news was issued, enough for the various forces to stop for a while, and the next step is to secretly stabilize the situation in Temari and keep Sunagakure from collapse. Then, in a year, the ninja countries will no longer be able to shake the new system promoted by Tsunade. The first breaking news is that Tsunade, your fourth Kazekage, was killed while robbing the treasure of Greer's stone. Chapter 150. The mother of Sage of Six Paths, Otsutsuki Kaguya. Otsutsuki defeated by Otsutsuki Kaguya. 2,000 years ago, somewhere, Orochimaru looked at the message in his hand and thought for a long time. The news of this shell organization, after various verifications by Red Lotus, was obviously Danzo deliberately propagating, and before Danzo, he fought two strong men who were suspected to be shell organizations. Orochimaru doesn't care much about revealing that Danzo will have with style, transplanted Sharingan, and is strong. What he cares about is the information of Otsutsuki Kaguya and Otsutsuki. Originally, he had been studying the bloodline of the top pupil technique and the bloodline of the top life body, before looking for Chiyu to confirm some of the information. It was when he expanded his mind to guess everything. The news came too late. Is it Danzo again? To be honest, after more than 2 years, Orochimaru almost believed that Danzo was a top wise man, and he was omnipotent. After all, the phenomenon of human-to-human transmission will subconsciously think so when you hear too much. But when he worked with Danzo in Konoha for many years, he naturally understood that Danzo was a few kilograms, and he also knew that the series of Danzo had been arranged by Tsunade before. So, this time Danzo exposed the shell organization and ancient secrets. Was it also Tsunade secretly guided? But if Tsunade secretly guided it, it means that Tsunade knew a lot of information. Then when he talked to Chiyu, why didn't Chiyu tell this? Could it be that Tsunade even kept Chiyu from it? After being dull for a long time, Orochimaru exhaled, feeling a little heartbroken. Perceiving the fact that Tsunade is unwilling to play with him, Orochimaru feels uncomfortable. However, no matter how uncomfortable, there is no other way, and he has to work hard to continue tracking and tracing the information, which is of great help to him in exploring the truth. And at a certain base not far from Orochimaru, when Uchiha Shin and Sasori were discussing the truth and falsehood of this matter, Black Zetsu, who came down from Uchiha Shin and merged into the ground, trembled. Who is Otsutsuki? That is a very clear memory in the mother's memory. Back then, he was the boss of his mother, and his mother was arranged by him to guard the tree of Ninja World. But the mother violated Otsutsuki's rules and had 2 children, Otsutsuki Hagoromo and Otsutsuki Hamura. In order to protect these 2 children, Otsutsuki Kaguya betrayed and ate the fruit of the sacred tree chakra. After gaining strong power, he even attacked the Otsutsuki who came to the ninja world. Without preparation, Otsutsuki was successfully attacked by Kaguya. But isn't Otsutsuki dead? Is it because of the wedge that Otsutsuki was successfully reincarnated in one go? At the moment, Black Zetsu is very worried. The mother, who was at the peak of her strength back, then had to rely on a sneak attack. Now that she knows that Otsutsuki is not dead, Black Zetsu can be said to have trouble sleeping and eating. As a result, Black Zetsu immediately ordered a large number of white Zetsu to spread the ninja world, paying special attention to the intelligence of the shell organization. Even if he knows the Otsutsuki clan, they have the ability to cross space. Knowing that he might not be in the world of shinobi. After all, he has been in the world of shinobi for 2,000 years and hasn't found it. But even so, you have to inquire. At the same time, Uchiha letter was arranged to go to Orochimaru to continue mass production of Tool Man White Zetsu. A few days later, people who followed this ancient legend suddenly discovered that the amount of information had increased again. In these ancient legends, Otsutsuki became a despicable man, conspiring with the power of the benevolent Otsutsuki Kaguya, then was defeated by Otsutsuki Kaguya and reincarnated through the special abilities of the Otsutsuki clan. It also revealed that Otsutsuki was seriously injured and was hiding in a secret corner of the ninja world. At the same time, he also had a 10 tails, which provided him with a lifespan for thousands of years. Black Zetsu still promoted the truth and falsehood of these things. Otsutsuki is so powerful, but in the past few years he has not come out to take the 9-tailed beasts and Geto statue, and the chakra that collects the ninja world. Then it proves that although the opponent is still alive, I am afraid that the strength is not as good as before and has not recovered to the peak, otherwise it will not be so low-key. In fact, the purpose of Black Zetsu is very simple. It exposes more Otsutsuki-like information so that ambitious people in the ninja world can pay attention to this, so that, driven by desire, they can make more trouble for Otsutsuki. Especially Danzo and Obito. Danzo has clearly contradicted the Shell organization. And the reason Obito kept staring at him was not to become Ten Tails Jinchuriki? Okay, now you can't find me. And there is another Ten Tails message. Are you looking for it? Black Zetsu really didn't make a mistake. At this moment, he was looking for Obito of Black Zetsu and others. He was really thinking about the information in his hand very seriously. Danzo's growth is expected by Obito. After all, it has transplanted the first-generation cell nucleus Sharingan. Danzo, who can become stronger, uses Izanagi to turn defeat into victory, which shows that the people who trouble Danzo are powerful. Adding that this information was produced by Danzo, Obito naturally believes a little bit. So now, although the general direction is still to continue to engage in Black Zetsu, but also began to distract it to find information about the Shell organization. As for the opponent may not be in the shinobi realm, but in other dimensions, Obito didn't care. Now that he uses his double Kamui proficiently, Kamui returns information that he can travel through other spaces. This is why Obito is persistently searching for the letters of Black Zetsu and Uchiha. Even if Yukihashin's pupil technique can connect to other spaces, as long as he dares to use it near him, he can use his double Kamui to directly invade the space he is in. If you find this Shell organization, maybe you go to the space where they are and take away the Ten Tails. While many people continue to be arranged by fate, Konoha Village, the country of fire, has begun to receive talents from all parties one after another. Not every country can quickly close the country to prevent the loss of domestic talents, and not every country can truly close the country. Konoha has established a special assessment department, and all government departments and educational institutions in the country of fire have arranged for someone to accompany the assessment here. Konoha has made arrangements for those who want to show their talents and seek positions, and those who want to show their talents and seek learning. Today Konoha is very prosperous. Nearly 400,000 people live in the original Konoha village, all of whom are the original villagers and the families of the noble families in the country. In addition to the surrounding residents of Shintoa, as well as people working and studying, it has a population of nearly 200,000. This is only now. Today, the four largest national economic development zones with a population of 1 million in the southeast, northwest, and northwest have been successfully established, and the main transportation links the whole country. Konoha, as the center point, continues to expand, and the surrounding buildings continue to expand and continue to introduce population. Many government departments have faintly voiced that they want to move the capital to Konoha. After all, in the national capital, the efficiency is probably not as good as Konoha. The happiest one is Uchiha Koharu. After Konoha's reforms, she, who manages finances, can be said to be soft in receiving money. Since I assisted the second-generation teacher to manage Konoha, I have long been afraid of lack of money. Nowadays, a lot of houses are sold and a lot of rent is collected. It can be said that it is very practical.
If you're enjoying the story so far and want to hear the next parts, don't forget to like the video. It really helps the channel grow. And if you'd like me to continue the series, drop a comment below letting me know. Your feedback and support keep these audiobooks going strong. Thanks for listening, and I'll see you in the next one.